In the world of anime, no show brings food to life quite like Food Wars. Every bite is a battle and every dish tells a story. Today, I'm turning up the heat with the ultimate compilation, over 30 of my best Food Wars inspired videos in one epic feast. Recipes, challenges, and moments that made anime food jump off the screen and other things jump off of people. So grab a seat at the table because it's time to relive the flavor-packed chaos that is Food Wars. And if you're watching this video, you probably remember when I was reacting to Food Wars. If you didn't get to see those videos, I've answered the call. I have found the hard drive with the lost footage. You can watch every single one of my Chef Reacts to Food Wars series over on patreon.com/chefpk. I can't upload those here to YouTube. I've tried multiple times and they keep getting copyright striked. Admittedly, this does help me sustain the channel because sometimes YouTube is just not enough. If you use my link down below over at patreon.com/chefpk, you can start watching my Chef Reacts series to Food Wars right now. I'll be slowly uploading these throughout the next few months because there's like 100 episodes and I hope you enjoy them. There's a lot of good knowledge in there and a lot of good memes to watch, and you can watch me in real time start to love Food Wars. So head over to patreon.com/chefpk and get signed up and start watching that Food Wars series right now. I hope you enjoy this crazy compilation of Food Wars videos over the years because honestly, it was really cool to see all of the glow ups, or glow downs, depending on how you look at it. Let's dig in. One of my favorite arcs in Food Wars is when the students go to culinary camp. Today we're going to be making Nikumi's Loco Moco, and I'm really excited for this. Now to start things off, we're going to be making the vinaigrette, which really makes this stand out from other Loco Mocos which traditionally use gravy. For this, you're going to add 45 grams worth of Dijon mustard into your blender, followed by 100 milliliters of white wine vinegar. Specifically, white wine vinegar is what they had mentioned. I'm also going to add in 75 grams worth of shallot, and you're also going to need around 200 milliliters worth of olive oil. Now make sure you do season this with some fresh cracked black pepper along with a pinch of salt. Now set this onto your blender and start blending it until it is somewhat pureed. This is going to make it a lot easier to incorporate that oil later. Once you have it nicely pureed, start slowly adding in your oil, and once you reach about the halfway mark, go ahead and add in all of the oil, then clean up the mess from the blender. Blend this on high for an additional 20 to 30 seconds until it's totally emulsified. This is what this beautiful vinaigrette starts to look like. The shallot and the mustard really help keep this together, and I really think they add a ton of amazing flavor to this vinaigrette. Make sure you do give this a taste for additional salt if needed, and mine did need just a pinch of salt, so I went ahead and added that, and it's phenomenal. Oh yeah, now that our dressing is done, we get the actual salad ready, and this goes very quickly. The one thing about the salad is that I wasn't quite sure whether or not they use cucumbers or avocados, but since avocados are in season and they are beautiful right now, we're using both. Now to get everything prepped out, we're going to start off with our cucumbers. Make sure you trim the ends off, cut them in half just to their manageable sizes, and then open up the center so this way we can remove all of those seeds. I like removing the seeds from my cucumbers for salads like this, but if you want to keep the seeds in, feel free. I just don't like fighting them out of my teeth later. After removing all of the seeds from your cucumbers, make sure you do season one and give it a taste because they're so crispy and so fresh. Oh, throw a little bit of that sauce that we just made on it because this is a game changer. Banger. Oh yeah. Now to finish off these cucumbers, all we're going to need to do is cut each of those pieces you had in half, so this way you have them into these nice sticks. You really are just looking to do around a medium dice for everything. This way it's going to be consistent and you're going to be able to have everything on a single bite on your spoon. I like to make sure I just line everything up and give them a quick dice and throw everything into my bowl. Now I'm going to be working with a couple of tomatoes. You probably don't need this much tomato and cucumber, but I'm going to be eating this all week, so it's going to be fine. Make sure you remove any excess stem off your tomatoes and then cut those tomatoes in half after cutting them in half the first time. Then cut them into around 2 more slices and then give this a nice dice so you get that medium to large dice of your tomato. Don't think into it too much, just make sure they're around the same size as your cucumber. Go ahead and give the rest of your tomatoes a dice and toss all of this together. We're not going to actually add the avocado to this yet. Dude, you're getting cucumber literally everywhere. Because with the avocado, we want to keep this separate right until we're ready to dress everything, and look at this avocado right now. Oh, baby, that's almost the goddess. Look at how much avocado is actually in this avocado. That's amazing. I feel like I definitely hit the jackpot with this avocado with that seed to avocado ratio. It is just so nice right now. But after cutting in half and removing the seed, use a spoon to dislodge. Don't eat that. We need the avocado, Paul. Use a spoon to dislodge the avocado from the skin and then give this a quick couple slices and then follow up with dicing it. Now keep in mind, we do want to keep these around the same size as the cucumber and tomato, but if they're a little bigger, it's going to be fine because they do break down. Try to look cool putting this into the bowl and fail horribly, and we have all of our avocado diced. Now I am adding a touch of the white wine vinegar onto the avocado avocado so they don't brown immediately. You can also use just some regular old lemon juice if you want to, but since we're using the white wine vinegar in the dressing, it's a nice addition to the avocado as well. And stop eating the avocado, dude. We need this. It's so good though. It's so good. Now we're basically ready to put this Loco Moco together. The one thing I do want to do, or that you may want to do first, is actually make a little bit of your salad. It can sit and marinate in a bit of that dressing, so it's actually going to absorb a lot of those flavors before you start cooking anything off, and it's going to be fine hanging out for like 10 or 15 minutes. Now to make our salad, we just need a couple of spoonfuls of our tomato and our cucumber mix, followed by a couple of spoonfuls of avocado and a couple of spoonfuls of your dressing. Follow it up with some salt and black pepper to your liking. Give it a quick mix and make sure you do taste it for seasoning, but remember not to go overboard because this is supposed to be a breakfast buffet item. Now grab yourself 120 grams worth of 80/20 ground beef, not seasoned, nothing in it, no big deal. We are just making a hamburger. Form this into around a 3 to 4 inch patty, pressing it lightly, then season it with salt and black pepper. Place this into your pan over a medium-high heat and then throw a lid on it so it does steam just a bit. And you know what? Make whatever hamburger you want. You're not gonna hurt my feelings. After steaming it with the lid on for around 3 to 4 minutes, this is when we're going to flip that burger and let it steam for an additional 2 to 3 minutes. I like my burgers around medium, so after that, it is ready to go. I do also like to make sure that I let my burger rest for about 3 to 4 minutes before plating it up. And now, the world's cutest egg pan. Now to plate this thing up, we want to make sure we have our bowl and our plate and everything else ready before we fry our egg, because the egg really should be the last thing that goes onto your bowl. As far as the rice goes, like many of you should always have rice on hand, which I do. In this bowl, I added in around 200 grams worth of cooked steamed white rice, followed by the salad we had put together earlier just off to the side of the bowl. Remember, we don't want to overcrowd this because we still have to add the hamburger and the egg on top of all of this. I get to mop the floors after this, so much grease everywhere. After whatever that was, go ahead and start frying your egg over a medium-high heat. Season it with a crack of black pepper and then poke the egg white around just to make sure that it does cook, leaving the egg yolk totally raw. Throw in just a piece of romaine to help garnish that bowl. Place that burger right on top, followed by a good helping of your vinaigrette, then your beautifully fried sunny side up egg, and there it is, Nikumi's Loco Moco rice bowl from Food Wars. This thing is so pretty. There it is, Nikumi's Loco Moco. This actually would be a very easy dish to execute on a buffet line, and it will be nice and light because you don't have the gravy on it like a traditional Loco Moco. I think the vinaigrette is gonna cut through all of that fat really well, and the egg yolk is just gonna, oh, my mouth is watering so much. Oh, the yolk. Can we get a bite of everything? That's gonna be the goal. Because what's nice is if you're at that buffet line, you're able to just walk around with this if you really wanted to. You know, maybe go find yourself a nice corner or the floor of a convention, because that's how we eat when we go to cons. That's the bite, my friends. That is the bite. Cheers. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Oh, I got another bite. That vinaigrette goes so hard. It's tangy, it's creamy, it's fatty. The crunch from the cucumbers, the creaminess from the avocado, the little bite of tomato, the acidity, everything just works. This video is sponsored by Into the AM and their stretch denim jeans, the perfect blend of classic denim style and modern day comfort. Made with premium 12.5 ounce 4-way stretch, these jeans move with you, keeping their shape no matter what your day demands. With a soft, lived-in feel from day one thanks to a special wash, they're built to keep up with your lifestyle no matter what. Whether you're headed to the office, tackling errands, or going on a night out, these jeans are for you. Use my link in the description below to get yourself a special discount. Thank you to Into the AM for sponsoring this video, and now let's get started. And next up is my version of the gotcha pork roast. I've made the gotcha pork roast about 5 times on the channel, and this one is the one where I kind of went off the wall. Realistically, everything we're gonna need is right here. Garlic, shallot, onion, 1 egg, some cold butter, 2 packs of bacon. We might not need both, but we bought 3 just in case. A bag of potatoes, whatever mushrooms you decide. He uses king oysters. I couldn't find them locally, so these are just some really nice creminis, and a little bit of rosemary. All of this cost me about $10. First thing we're gonna need to do is peel the potatoes and get those going. Once you're done with your potatoes, go ahead and throw them into a pot, bring them to a boil, and let them cook until they're fork tender. Fork tender just means you can put a fork in them really, really easily and pull it out without any resistance. You want them super soft for this. Now we're gonna get the rest of our mise en place ready. So now I know Soma doesn't actually use garlic or shallot, but he does use onion with the mushroom. I wanna use garlic and shallot. You can do whatever you want. I'm using garlic and shallot. So we're also gonna do the same thing with the mushrooms. We're gonna go ahead and mince these guys up pretty nicely so that way they can be incorporated into the potato without really having too many big chunks. So now, for the coup de grace, the bacon weave. Yes, in the show, he just takes bacon that he has and he actually drapes it over it and kind of wraps around the roast and then bakes it off that way. But I want to one-up it and make a bacon weave with our bacon strips. If you've never made one before, it's super simple. It's like weaving a basket. I've never weaved a basket, but I've weaved bacon. I'm going to show you how it's done. It's not overly complicated. You can apply this to nearly any roast you really want to do, and it's really, really nice once it's done. Oh, we're also going to put some bacon into the mashed potatoes because yes. So for the bacon weave, I'm gonna be working off of this piece of parchment just to make my life a little bit easier later on. Take 3 strips of bacon to start and lay them next to each other with all of the meats facing each other and all of the fat areas facing each other. Now to show you how you start, all you're really gonna need to do is take this middle piece, fold it back, take another strip, lay it right over it, and then lay this back. And then you're gonna have this weave pattern. You're gonna continue this pattern until you have as big of a weave as you really need. I like to go about 8 strips by 8 strips. And there it is, your beautiful bacon weave. Now you can take this a step further and put another piece of parchment on it and rolling pin it, but I'm gonna leave it as is. I'm gonna throw a piece of parchment on it to protect it and put it back in the fridge until the rest of our stuff is done. So we got our bacon weave done. Our potatoes should be pretty much ready. We're gonna check those in a minute. Now we're gonna saute off the filling. I know in the show, he kind of does like a light saute, kind of just sweats the onions a little bit, but I wanna hard saute these. So to saute these guys up, I'm actually gonna go ahead and start with the mushrooms. Now I'm gonna take my bacon and start rendering that right away. And because I want the mashed potatoes to be fairly creamy, I'm gonna do a little bit of half and half and a little bit of cold butter. We're gonna melt this thing down just until where the butter is melted. Keep an eye on your potatoes as well. It sounds like they're getting close to being done and my fork goes in fairly nicely. They still feel like there's a little resistance. I'm gonna let them keep going, probably another 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll check back in with these guys. This is about as far as I want my bacon to go before I add my onions. I'm gonna go ahead and take all of this onion and we're just gonna do one of those. I'm also gonna hit this with a little bit of my shallot and a touch of garlic. He wants the bacon, but he can't have the bacon. Hi, there you are. There you go, guys. There you go. Try to keep them occupied. Okay, back to our bacon and onions. Now that these are smelling wonderful, we have our cream and butter over here melted, ready to go. Mashed potatoes, how you guys looking? You guys are looking like a real mess right now. They're falling apart. I'm gonna go ahead and call it. They're nice and soft now. I'm gonna let those rest for just a minute while we're finishing this up, but you do wanna get to your mashed potatoes relatively quickly so they don't get gummy at all sitting in the water. Remember to season this as well. Hit this with salt and pepper. I know the bacon can be salty, but you still wanna taste this because there's no salt in the onions. I'm gonna go ahead and drain these potatoes, get all the water off of them, all the excess moisture, and then we're gonna go ahead and start mashing them with all of this filling. Now we have super creamy mashed potatoes. Remember, give this a taste, see if you want any more salt or pepper in it, but remember, we're also adding our bacon, so the bacon's gonna bring a lot of that salt, but that's gorgeous. Look at how beautiful and smooth and creamy that is. It does need salt, but I'm gonna add my bacon and mushroom mixture in here first. Tastes like a baked potato, and I can't even be mad. Try the potatoes. Try the in the mouth. Open it. Open your mouth. I'm gonna poke you with the fork. I can't see. So when I talked about his gotcha pork roast, I talked about adding egg to it, and this goes back to an old classic, the Duchess potato. This was something that I learned in culinary school, and it's a way for you to utilize mashed potatoes the next day. You can take them, add some cheese, add some bacon, onion to it, add some egg or egg yolk, fold everything in, pipe them out on a sheet tray, bake them off, and you have this wonderful eggy mashed potato thingy. But what I learned about that is that the egg becomes the binder, so that's what we're gonna use for this. Even though it feels nice and thick, we're gonna still add an egg to it now that it's slightly cooled down. Don't add it when it's completely hot. That's a mistake. You're gonna have weird scrambled eggs in your potato. Whisk this up, add this to this once it's cooled down a little bit, fold everything together, and then we're gonna round this out to fit into our bacon weave. here is our final concoction. Now, it is super creamy, so what we're gonna have to do is let this actually cool down in the fridge for about an hour until it's easier to handle, and then we're gonna go ahead and turn it into a roulade and wrap it with our bacon. Now for this next step, take a bit of plastic wrap, lay it over the top of your board, your landing spot where you're gonna actually keep your mashed potatoes. This will help you give it your final shape. So we're gonna take this, and you should have that kind of shape. Now it looks like a potato log. Take your ends, start twisting them, get them really nice and tight. This will give you a nice looking roast shape. This we can take and put into the fridge for just another 10 or 15 minutes, so that way it completely cools. Wrap this in another layer of plastic because this one looks like it's about to burst, so I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this again. Then we're gonna come back and wrap this in our bacon weave. So we have our bacon weave, it's nice and chilled. We're gonna take our roast out, line it up, and start slowly rolling this over. We're gonna try to tie it with these. Granted, you should have butcher's twine, but I forgot. And we have a beautiful pork roast, kind of. So honestly, I don't even think we really need to worry about tying this thing. It feels so nice and tight. I'm just gonna give it one more squeeze to where everything is nice and together. Now the next thing we're gonna do is we're actually gonna transfer this parchment lined sheet tray. Do this, it's gonna save you a lot of headache later with cleanup. I have a little bit of a riser here that we're gonna lay the pork roast on, so that way we get an even amount of heat going underneath it to cook all that bacon down below. So I just set the roast to broil, so that way we get a little bit more color on it. I did up the temperature to about 375 for about 30 minutes to get that bacon fully cooked, and then broil it to get a nice color on it. So now what we have to do is make the sauce. So what I wanna do is take the remainder of my shallots, it's a good amount, but it's gonna be really nice for this sauce, and start caramelizing that with just a little bit of garlic. Essentially, we're making a barouge, a traditional sauce that realistically goes really nice with any kind of red meat. I know this is technically a pork roast, so you may want to do a beurre blanc, but I like barouge and it does fit the theme of the original recipe without the sake. This is where our rosemary comes in. Since we did forget this on the actual roast, we're gonna add it to the sauce instead. You're gonna let that reduce by half, and then we're gonna fold in our butter to finish the sauce, and there is the roast. Okay, it only burst out of one side. That's not too shabby. But like any good roast, we should let it rest before we cut it, so we're gonna finish our sauce first and then cut into this. I'm gonna kill the heat. This way it won't break your butter. If it's too hot of a pan, it can break your butter. So now we're gonna slowly start adding in our butter. This is the consistency that you want. It's nice and velvety. Look at that. That's gonna be so nice on our pork roast. There is our gotcha pork roast. But you know what? It's not finished yet. There it is, guys, the gotcha pork roast, Chef PK style. I ended up wanting to really cut the pork roast and griddle the mashed potatoes because why not? And the filling itself does have all of the beautiful juices from the bacon, the onion, the garlic, the shallots, as well as the really nice barouge that we have around the plate. Now there's one final taste test. I made you dinner.
I made a mess.
Ooh. Moment of truth. Are they coming off? Don't shimmy! How is it?
Terrible.
Every time. She's going out drinking tonight with friends, so I figured I'd make her a nice dinner. Yeah, okay. All things considered, I'm pretty happy with how this turned out, with the exception of I should have added a little bit of breadcrumb to really thicken up some of that creamy mashed potato. It would have still kept its nice consistency, but it wouldn't have been as soft when I went to go ahead and sear it in the pan. The barouge, honestly, you want that beautiful texture and color as well as that consistency. I mean, It's just a perfect sauce. There's nothing really around it. You can't really go wrong with a nice barouche. But now, my taste test. Waifu said it was terrible. Holy sh! Oh my, I don't know this is so good. Oh my God. Okay, that's ridiculous. Oh, it's so rich. All things considered, that is delicious. That I would make again.
ご賞味あれ。丈一郎特製こってりラーメンだ。ラーメン？朝からですか？
First thing we're gonna do is start off with making our broth. Now, this is a vegan broth, so this can actually be relatively easy to make. We're gonna start off with 4 dried shiitake mushrooms and about 3 pieces of large kombu. I like to let this soak for about 2 to 3 hours before we get started, and once you have it soaked, we're gonna place this over the stove over about a medium heat. The reason why you want this over a medium heat is because you don't actually want to boil out this kombu. Once you see some bubbles start to form, this is gonna take about 15 to 20 minutes depending on how much liquid. You remove the kombu and then actually bring that liquid to a simmer with the mushrooms for an additional 30 minutes. Now, to thicken the broth, we're gonna actually be using ebi taro, which they mentioned specifically. This is kind of interesting because ebi taro is actually full of starch and it allows us to thicken this soup. We also do need some ginger and some garlic for this, and we're only gonna be using a few cloves of garlic and a few small nubs of ginger. You wanna make sure that your ginger and your garlic is finely minced, just because we are going to incorporate this in the soup, and if the pieces are too big, you're going to end up with weird bits of large ginger and garlic. I mean, unless that's your thing, and then you do you. Now remove all those mushrooms from your stock, and you can save these mushrooms if you would like for something later to throw into a stir fry or something like that, and they taste really, really nice. We also need to sear off some of the miso because they had mentioned that it was kind of a charred miso flavor, which will give it this really nice nuttiness, but over just kind of a medium heat, you want to start charring off some white miso, and be careful because it will start to burn. Take your charred miso and place that into your dashi along with 1 tablespoon of garlic and 1 tablespoon worth of ginger, reserving some of the fresh stuff for later. Give this a good spooning so that way it is totally spooned, and then after that we're going to add in about 1 cup worth of soy milk. Make sure you're using the unsweetened stuff, you don't want sweetened soy milk for this. And now we just have to let this come up to a simmer while we make hand puppets again on camera. I don't know why I do this every single video, I swear it's in every video. While this is coming up to a simmer, we're going to start to grate all of that ebi taro directly into our stock. Be careful when you're doing this because that ebi taro is super slippery. And I would recommend using some kind of a guard if you have one to start shredding this stuff. Make sure you get all of the good out of the inside of that grater because you do want to make sure that you get the full amount of that taro into your stock. As this starts to come up to a simmer, you want to make sure that you're constantly whisking it so none of that taro sits at the bottom. If it does have a chance of burning, and you really don't want that flavor in this. We're going to let this simmer for about 15 to 20 minutes until it's nice and thick. And now to make our noodles. Yes, we are making our own yuzu noodles. For this, we're going to start with 300 grams of all-purpose flour and 200 grams of bread flour, followed by 5 grams worth of salt. Now we're going to take 250 grams worth of water and add 5 grams worth of potassium carbonate. This is going to give it that really, really nice stringy texture and that really nice chewiness you would find in ramen noodles. I like to add this potassium straight to the water so that way it can dilute just a little bit better. Now we also need to add some yuzu extract. For this, we are using about 50 grams worth of yuzu extract. Alternatively, you can use something like citric acid, but I don't recommend using that as much. First, we're going to add in our water and kind of give this just a little bit of a mix with a wooden spoon. Don't use your hands right away because that potassium carbonate can kind of mess with your fingers. Once you slowly stir it in the water, add in all of your yuzu juice and continue to mix this with your wooden spoon until you get this kind of clumpy, shaggy looking mess of a dough ball. This is going to take about 5 to 6 minutes before you start to see all of that liquid absorb. Once you can't really stir this with a spoon anymore, like you can see here, this is when we're actually going to start using our hands to start forming a cohesive dough. I end up folding this first part of the dough for about 10 to 15 minutes until it is no longer tacky. There must have been something interesting going on with that yuzu juice because it was tacky for quite a while, so I ended up touching it up with just a little more AP flour until I can get a nice shininess to the dough. After your dough is nice and cohesive, dust it with just a touch of flour, and then we're going to throw a lid on this to let rest for about an hour before we do another process. Don't let this sit anywhere too warm because it's going to affect the dough in a negative way. I just kept this at room temperature. Now after that hour, we're going to start folding this guy. On a floured surface, we're going to go ahead and roll out this this dough so we can actually fold this into a couple of parts. With your rolling pin, roll this out and move the bowl, dude. You need room for this stuff. After giving this a nice whiff and smelling all of the yuzu, we're gonna fold this over. You wanna make sure the dough is only about a 1/4 inch in thickness before you start folding this over. Once it's folded over, give it a little sprinkle with some flour, and we're gonna roll this out one more time to about a 1/4 inch thickness. This is going to allow us to fold it over for a second time before we actually allow this to rest. During this entire process, the dough is gonna get harder and harder to work with, and you don't wanna force it if that's the case. But after we roll everything out and fold it over, we have a nice little plump boy of dough, and we're gonna let this rest for another hour before we finally finish making our noodles. So now after that little hour of relaxation, it's time to pound the dough. Yes, I wasn't going there. Go ahead and roll your dough out into manageable pieces, and for me, manageable was about 6 equal portions, as you'll see in just a minute. You wanna make sure that you're able to roll this out to at least a 1/4 inch, so that way you can get it through your pasta machine, and I've never used an automatic pasta machine before, and I was really excited to use it, and I quickly learned that I failed very easily. After cutting the dough down just a little bit more, I was able to get this through, and I noticed with this dough in particular, since it is ramen dough, I had to have the speed up just a little bit higher, as you can see from this mangly gangly mess of a noodle that we had made. You do want to keep these super dry because there is a high moisture content in these, and that had a lot to do with why it didn't go through my pasta machine very well. But after a little bit of trial and error, I feel like we were able to nail this one. You can place these on a sheet tray with a little bit of flour to cool down for just a bit, but I was able to make this come out really, really nice, and I was super happy with the end result. I kept the pasta machine maker on high speed so that way it would cut the noodles very quickly, and I was able to get all of these beautiful nests of yuzu ramen noodles. I went ahead and left these in the fridge just so that way we can use them later. So now for that little bit of chili oil they mentioned earlier. They didn't really give any specifics, but I'm going to be using a little bit of Szechuan peppercorn for this to start because I love the flavor, and you know, you do you. We're grinding about 2 tablespoons worth of the Szechuan peppercorns before we actually heat up some oil separately. Now we're not toasting the Szechuan peppercorns because what we're going to be doing with the oil is actually steeping it in the warm oil instead. Remember some of that fresh garlic and ginger? Yeah, we're going to be adding in 1 tablespoon worth of each to this, followed by about a 1/2 teaspoon worth of cayenne pepper. Once your oil is ready to go, drop in 1 little piece of garlic or ginger, and if it starts frying up, it's just a little bit too warm. Let it cool down until a nicer temperature, and then dump all of that oil in there, give it a nice stir, and realize that it's not as red as you would like, so we're gonna add in about 1 tablespoon worth of paprika. Once you have your paprika in there, we're gonna let this just hang out and steep and get delicious. Now we gotta work on a little bit of our vegetable, and for that we're gonna be using burdock and a little bit of lotus root. We're only gonna need about half of each of these, not too much, and that's honestly totally up to you, but you do wanna make sure that they're nice and peeled before we really begin the rest of the process. Once they're peeled, we gotta get these super thin, and if you're using a knife, just make sure it's super sharp. You want these at about 1/8 of an inch thick. Any thicker than that, and they're actually not gonna deep fry properly. Now for the burdock, I had a harder time with this, and I tried using my peeler by pressing into it pretty hard, and I was able to get some strips out of it. I did also try to use my box grater because it has this little attachment on the side, but that just ended up being too thick. Alternatively, if you have a mandolin, which I really do need to purchase, you can use that instead. Now drop these in some oil to start frying them up, and realize that your oil is far too hot to do this, and yeah, we don't want those. Let your oil cool down just a little bit to about 350 degrees, and fry these for only about 10 to 15 seconds until they're nice and G-bad. As soon as you pull them out of the fryer, season them. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to season them later. Now we're going to do the same thing with the lotus root. The lotus root does fry up for a little bit longer, but no more than about 30 to 45 seconds, just until they're G-bad as well. Now remember, you do want to season these as well right out of the fryer, otherwise it's not going to make sense later. And there we have our beautiful golden deliciousness. Now we also have to get some roasted vegetables ready, and for this we're going to be using some fresh carrot, just nicely peeled, nothing too crazy, and slice these into about 1/4 of an inch thickness. The quantity is totally up to you, but I'm only using about a 1/2 carrot. We're also going to be using a little bit of fresh turnip. I probably should have peeled this ahead of time with my peeler instead of my knife, but I digress. Now we are going to slice these into wedges, and the wedges don't need to be too thick, about a 1/2 inch thickness at the actual fatter part of your wedge. We're going to season our carrots with salt, oil, and pepper. Give this a good toss and make sure that you just get carrots everywhere. Just get them all over the place, because otherwise without floor seasoning, it's not going to make sense. Now line up your seasoned carrots onto a nice little grilling dish. I'm just using a little baking dish because I'm going to throw these in my toaster oven. Do the same thing with your turnips and get these ready to roast off. We're going to roast these off at 350 for about 15 minutes until they're nice and tender. And now for the tempeh. This is our protein for the dish, and this is a fermented soybean that has a ton of nutrition behind it. We're gonna start off by slicing this into smaller squares to work with because it's going to sit really nicely on the ramen. I cut these to about 1/4 of an inch of thickness, so that way when we go ahead and slice it, we're gonna be able to soak this in our sauce of choice. Get everything sliced up and place this onto a plate, and realize that the plate just isn't big enough for what we need, and dump this into a bowl or something else. We're gonna add in a little bit of homemade teriyaki sauce, which is soy sauce, sesame oil, sake, mirin, and rice vinegar. Recipe down below for that. Once you get that soaked up, we're gonna let this sit for about 10 to 15 minutes before we start frying it. Use a saute pan over a medium heat, nothing too hot, because if you have it too hot, this tempeh can burn very easily. The reason for that is the sugars in that special teriyaki sauce we made. After about 4 or 5 minutes of cooking each side, we're gonna go ahead and flip each one, and you can see that there is a little bit too much color, but it's not gonna impact the taste too hard. Dump the rest of your sauce right on top with an equal amount of water. The reason why you wanna do this is so that way you can heat up the tempeh all the way through, and it's actually going to soak up a lot of that sauce. You can see how the color has changed so much from adding in that sauce. Turn off the heat and remove all of your tempeh and place them into whatever dish you are using, and then drop all of that extra sauce right on top. This is ready to go for our plate up. Now it's time for our plate up, and for this we're gonna need a nice sized bowl. Just make sure that the bowl is clean, you know, it'll be fine, don't worry about it. Take 1 portion of your ramen noodles and drop this into crazy boiling water. It should be boiling the whole time. Unfortunately, my stove doesn't get that hot, but just make sure it's boiling. We're gonna be cooking this for about 90 seconds, but checking it at about 60 just to make sure it's done. After about 90 seconds, remove your fresh cooked yuzu ramen from that water in the most roundabout way possible, and move this back over to your cutting board. Realize that your bowl is just a little bit too big and grab a smaller bowl. Dump your noodles in that, and then place 2 pieces of your tempeh on top, followed by 2 pieces of your turnips and 2 pieces of your roasted carrots. Arrange this however you want, but I think having the tempeh up front looks really nice. Now we're gonna add in some of our secret vegan soy broth right on top to kind of fill everything up. The reason why I assembled it like that is because I wanted some of that flavor on top of everything. Now garnish it with your fried lotus root and your fried burdock. Hit this with just a touch of that beautiful red chili oil, or a lot depending on how much you really want, but I just did a touch because it looks really pretty. And there you have it, Saba's breakfast vegan ramen from Food Wars. It's really good, guys. There it is, guys, Saba's breakfast special rich ramen. What was it called? Something weird. Now the kicker is to really try to make those yuzu noodles, simply because that's what they had mentioned. I wouldn't recommend really cooking like regular ramen noodles in yuzu juice with water, because the acidity is going to be weird in that actual water as you're boiling them. Instead, you want that yuzu flavor to come directly from the noodle itself and not really from water. So the first thing I really want to do is try this broth. It looks really rich. Like, what's really neat about using the taro to thicken it is that it looks really, really rich, and it almost has that same tonkatsu-like consistency from the taro and the soy milk. And then the chili oil on there. Wow, I did not expect. It's so weird because you do taste the soy milk, but it doesn't leave like a film on your tongue. Ooh, that's good. That's really nice. Let's see how it is with the noodles. My first time making ramen noodles, especially with yuzu juice. There it is. You get a little bit of the yuzu. I honestly think, as I was making this, I probably would have been better off trying to make my own yuzu powder. But they still have a bite to them. They're still tender. These are good. I'm really happy with these. And then for the teriyaki tempeh, it has a nice kind of caramelized flavor to it from that soy sauce and that teriyaki sauce. Then you have our roasted turnips. Perfect. And our roasted carrots. Nice and al dente. And there's our lotus root. Let's see if we can still get a crunch. Oh yeah, that little bit of textural difference is really, really nice with everything. Today I'm gonna be testing out the $10 cake versus the $1,000 cake from Food Wars. An average stack of pancake costs about $10, but this cake is about the size of my wedding cake, which was about $1,000. I'm gonna make both contestants cakes and present it to some judges. Now I actually have to start this battle off in parts, so this way I can have both contestants' dishes ready at the same time. First, I'm making some red bean paste for Erina's dish by taking some soaked red beans and cooking them on the stove. Since I don't actually own a pressure cooker, it's gonna take about 3 to 4 hours on those beans. While those are going, I'm gonna start straining out some Greek yogurt that Erina uses in her pancake batter. This just goes in the fridge. And this just goes right in my mouth. Now, according to Alice, Momo has quite a few flavors going on with the stencil design that we also have to make. So I'm gonna make some pseudo blueberry and strawberry jam with just some sugar and some fresh berries. And we're just gonna cook these down until they're just kind of jammy. Halfway through the cooking process of these jams, I just mashed them up a bit just to make sure that it helped along with the process. The blueberry jam took absolutely no time, and like, look at how fast that fruit cooked. This is ready to go. I'm gonna go ahead and place this into a heat-proof jar. Strawberries, they need help. Come on, they're over here. So back at the stove, I'm reducing my strawberries down for another 10 or 15 minutes just to make sure they thicken up properly. Otherwise, you can't really use them for cake. Now these have to cool down completely. You can't put hot fruit in cake batter. Remember when I said 2 days? This is gonna be like 3 days to get this done. Now back to those red beans. This red bean is ready to strain. After straining all that water, this is what my beans look like. They are absolutely mush. This is what I want to have. And now I'm just gonna plop them right back in that pot. Erina actually used brown sugar, in particular Muscovado sugar, to sweeten her red bean paste, which isn't traditional. Traditionally, you'd be using granulated sugar to sweeten up this red bean paste. I'm adding a good amount. After putting a good amount back into the pot, I'm putting this back on the stove so this way I can cook it down completely and start to thicken up that red bean. After around 15 minutes, this is what my red bean looks like. See how nice and smooth that red bean is now? It looks just as smooth as your brain. I'm really, really excited to try this. You're not gonna get a different spoon? No? Okay. Oh, that's beautiful. Now plop that thing back in the fridge to cool down completely. And now for day 2, I have to start on Momo's cakes. And for that, I have about 40 grams worth of flour, 40 grams worth of powdered sugar, 40 grams worth of egg whites, and about 50 grams worth of melted butter. I'm mixing all this together until I get this really nice runny batter. Now I have to separate these into 6 different containers because we're going to have 6 different colors for Momo's cakes. So one of these is going to be vanilla. Just a splash in there. Give this a mix. Our first one, done. Now I have to do the same thing with some black sesame seed, some matcha powder, some of that blueberry jam we made, followed by that strawberry one as well, making sure that all of these flavors are fully incorporated. The strawberry, I am gonna add just a little bit of color to it because it looks really, really pale. You see that? So I'm just using some icing food coloring to brighten up that red just a little bit and added so much more color. Last one is cocoa. This one's easy. It's just cocoa powder. Oh, come on. Problem with cocoa powder is it thickens it. You know, we'll just add a little bit of milk. And since I didn't have milk, I'm just using half and half. It's the same, right? Same thing. As long as I can pipe this, I think we'll be okay. This is gonna work. I keep telling myself. I'm glad you believe in yourself with all of these different flavors. I have a feeling my artistic skills here are going to severely hamper how this is going to look. Don't believe in you. Believe in me that believes in you. Now get all of these bags filled with all of those different colors and flavors. These bags need to be tight. And now with all of these bagged up and ready to pipe, we just have to get our sheet trays ready because we gotta get this in the oven. And we gotta get a lot of them in the oven. So let's get started. Never done this before, so we're gonna attempt to draw cats. Oh, okay. That comes out nice. That's what she said. And my jokes are just about as bad as my piping skills here. Every cake artist in the comments is screaming right now. Give me a little bit of credit. I'm trying to use the chocolate cake batter to actually outline all of my cats. Okay, this is what I have. This is very professional. Look at that cat. That's Lucian. Should also draw Gandalf. You know, I really am giving it my all here with this beautiful fish, this amazing ramen bowl, and this entire scene of whatever this is. You guys ever see those pancake artists who like draw LeBron James out of pancakes or whatever it is? This is what this feels like, but on a way lesser cool scale. After making this look as good as I possibly could, I baked it in the oven at 350 degrees for about 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, this is what we have. Look at those results. Now, they're not moving around too much. This is exactly what we want. And I hope it works. We're gonna bang out the other ones right now. I actually have to make 2 more of these sheet trays right now because I can only do 3 sheet trays at a time because that's all the amount of sheet trays that I own. Now with all 3 of my beautiful pieces of art ready to go, we have to make the first batch of cake. I'm really proud of this one in particular with the cat chasing the fish. Look at this, right? It's amazing. Now to make the first part of the batter. I'm losing my mind, where is everything? After I channel my inner moist critical, I dump in 12 egg yolks into a bowl, followed by 100 grams worth of brown sugar, and then mix it until it is a beautiful pale color. Don't skip this part. Seriously, don't skip that part. It's really important. Now add in 120 milliliters worth of oil and water, and then I start sprinkling in 180 grams worth of flour. I want to make sure that this goes in parts just so it incorporates itself really well, and then I just decided to dump the rest in. Now before it's fully mixed, there's 2 more things we have to add. A heavy pinch of salt, the obligatory splash of vanilla. Always put salt and vanilla in your baked goods. This is ready to go. The next part of this cake is actually making a ton of meringue. Remember those 12 egg yolks we used earlier? Here are the 12 egg whites that we're now going to use for the meringue. I'm setting my egg whites to a really high speed, and then I'm starting to sprinkle in 180 grams worth of granulated sugar to fully form my meringue. Now, once I have this looking like an absolute cloud that you would want to lay on top of, I mean, look it. Do you not want to put your head right on this? Please don't put your head on that. Instead, we're going to take about a third of that meringue and add it to our original batter we had just made to help loosen up that batter. This step is really important before we add in the rest of our meringue. This is literally the same way I'm going to be doing the pancakes for Edina, which I find very interesting that they decided to have two different soufflés in one battle. That is beautiful. Now, cake time. I'm really excited for this. Now, the question is how much do I use? I didn't think this part through very well. Like many things on this channel, we're gonna eyeball it. You know, I wouldn't recommend eyeballing baked goods. It usually doesn't turn out well, so here I am hoping for the best that this does turn out well. Give it a few for air bubble reasons. Into the oven these go for about 10 to 12 minutes, not too long. And after 10 to 12 minutes, all of my cakes are finally done. But this is just the first batch. We actually have to make an entirely new second batch. And for this second batch, I'm actually going to add in some red food coloring, so this way when we bake them, they're actually going to be really nice and pink. This one is ready to go. So once that first part was ready to go, I started adding in my second batch of meringue that I had made on the side. I'm doing the same thing here where I'm just folding in some of the meringue until it's completely incorporated and then gently layering it on top of my new stencils. If I'm too aggressive here, those stencils could move and ruin the picture underneath. I finally have, after around 3.5 hours, all of my cake ready. We have 3 of these pinkish red ones. We also have 3 of these vanilla looking cakes. This is day 2. Day 3, we still have a lot to do, so that way we can finish it up and bring it to the judges. Day 3, it is time to finish off these cakes, and for that, I need to make soy sauce whipped cream. You heard me right, ladies and gentlemen. I have to make soy sauce whipped cream for the inside of Momo's cakes, and even the thought of that puts this look on my face. After a couple of minutes, this comes up to kind of like a soft-ish peak. This is when I'm gonna add all of my powdered sugar. And this is just 2 tablespoons of powdered sugar and a sprinkle of cream of tartar. I was very close to making butter. It's really thick. Oh, I forgot the soy sauce. It was literally right here. Let's see what this tastes like. I'm gonna do like a tablespoon worth. That feels so wrong. It could be really good. Let's see what this is about. It's actually kind of good. Didn't expect that. Now here is the second moment of truth. We have our designs and I have to try to carefully peel this back to not ruin any of it. You can already see a little bit. Oh my God, my ramen bowl, it's still there. I'm hoping that this stays. Look at that, we freaking did it. I have to admit, I'm really happy with how this is coming out, but I have to take off this plastic so this way I can start putting all of that soy sauce whipped cream onto this cake. I'm trying to really make it an even as layer as possible. I have to gently roll this. This is where it gets scary, just because I don't want those pictures to break. Let's go, dude. Yes. Come on. That is so satisfying to me. Oh, baby. You guys want to see what it looks like? Come on. Look at how fun that is. Look at this Ulog. Now, because I don't want my cake to turn into an actual log and dry out, I need to wrap these individually with plastic and then place them back onto my sheet tray. I need to do this with each of my sheet cakes, making sure that they are fully covered in frosting and then rolled very tightly to create all of my Yule logs. This is what these monsters look like. Now, with Momo's cakes rolled and resting in the fridge, I have to work on Edina's portion of this battle. And not gonna lie, I forgot how to make these, so I'm using my very own cookbooks to remake these. Yes, her recipe is in my cookbooks. I only have a limited supply of these cookbooks left because, unfortunately, these are the reject bins, with some of them with a little bit of damage on them. They're still perfectly good, so I am discounting them from the original Kickstarter price. So if you want to pick up both of my copies, they're 25 bucks for both of them. Head to the link down below, pick up your very own set of Annie Bikes cookbooks, and make a bunch of your favorite anime food. I'm actually starting with Edina's garnish, which is the sesame tuile. This is 30 grams worth of flour, 130 grams worth of brown sugar, 35 grams worth of granulated sugar, 45 grams worth of melted butter, 15 grams worth of sesame seed, and 2 grams worth of salt. I mix this all together just to make sure it's fully combined, and don't worry if it's nice and crumbly because this will melt together. I'm gonna keep some of this on reserve just in case I mess these up. In the oven, 7 minutes at 350 degrees. While those are baking, I'm gonna make the pancake batter, which is 40 grams worth of flour, 2 egg yolks, 20 grams worth of milk, 2 grams worth of vanilla extract, and 10 grams worth of oil. And then remember that Greek yogurt that we started straining? This is now what it looks like. Look at that. It's absolutely thickened. I'm taking 30 grams worth of that yogurt, placing it into my batter and making sure it's fully mixed and fully combined. That's it, just a little bit. And while I was mixing that, the tuiles actually were ready out of the oven, and I have to cut these immediately because if I don't cut these now into the shapes I need, they're gonna solidify. But before I finish Edina's cake, I have to finish this. Because Ulogs are traditionally not served right side up because they would just fall over. It's sponge cake. I have to cut these to stack them, and I'm terrified. The reason why I'm terrified is because we put in so much time up until this point to make sure that this works, so I do have to cut these so this way I can stack them into the castle shape that I want. Oh, this pink one is beautiful though. Look at that. It is beautiful. Well done. I have to fill the middle. Maybe we'll fill the middle with scraps. There's an idea. Yes, there is an idea, but that idea, that's not the best idea. No. Okay, this is what it is so far. How does that look? Hey, that's not bad. I like this so far, but I absolutely cannot travel with this. Okay, luckily, I have this cake box. We're gonna assemble it at the bakery. So now I have to disassemble this cake that I already assembled, and I'm hoping that I can put it back together. And in hindsight, I don't think I need the scraps. We have an extra cake in there still, but I'm still going to save all these scraps because I might just want to snack. Well, now that I have an idea of how I want to plate up Momo's, let's finish Edina's and get to the bakery. Now that I know what I'm doing for Momo's cake, I have to finish Edina's. I just have to make the meringue for her portion of the pancakes. This is just 3 egg whites followed by about 40 grams worth of granulated sugar. I whipped this until it had nice stiff peaks. This is really important for getting nice souffle pancakes. I stirred in about 1/3 of that just to loosen up the batter so this way it's easier to work with, and then I folded in the rest of my egg whites to make sure it became nice and fluffy. I'm trying to be super careful so I don't deflate any of my egg whites here. Now my batter is ready to go. Let's go over there and start making pancakes. Now we're over here by this, there's fire by my face, but I have to use these 2 molds to make these pancakes. So instead of free-forming them, we're gonna be using these. The kicker is to make sure everything is nice and lubed up, so this way nothing sticks to the molds or the bottom of that pancake pan. I'm adding in enough batter to come up to about 2/3 of the way of those molds, and then I have to cover this with the only cover that I have, which is this stainless steel bowl, but you gotta do what you gotta do so that way they can steam properly. This is unfortunate. I burnt the pancakes because I had the pan too hot. Let's see what these look like. That's burnt. Okay, we have to make these real quick again. So after eating some of my mistakes, I absolutely had to hit the gas to make sure I could make a second batch of pancakes in time to bring these over to the bakery. I didn't have a lot of time to do this, and I was able to do it in about 10 minutes. Yo, these better work, because I don't have a second option. Okay guys, the second batch looks pretty solid. I mean, that looks pretty gorgeous to me. And I'm coming up on the time that I need these to be done, so I'm removing them from my pan and immediately putting them into a container to take with me. See that, and they'll stay warm. So we're gonna lock and load this with not this piece of foil because it's too small. We're gonna get out of here. I'll see you guys at the bakery. You may be wondering why I'm at a bakery setting this up. I have no one to feed at home besides Gandalf and Lucian, and they don't need cake. I also forgot a plate. It'll be one of those days. So instead, I'm plating it up on the same pan that I brought the pancakes in. I'm layering the pancakes with just a bit of that red bean paste followed by a room temperature piece of butter and my tuile. I don't know if it's gonna hold up. I totally wasn't recording any of me stacking it, so that sucks, but I got it stacked. Okay, now I have to get Chessa. She's the head baker here. Oh, I almost forgot. I got something fun too. Now, admittedly, Momo had done a bunch of sugar work, but I couldn't do any sugar work, so I'm using these vines. Okay, I have to get Chessa here before this falls over. Now we have Momo's castle cake in all of its castle-y cake glory versus Edina's souffle pancake with red bean paste in the middle. So they usually do food battles, and what this one was the brown sugar battle. So there's quite a bit of brown sugar in each of these. Okay. This is supposed to be a castle cake, but it looks like it's gonna fall over because it's Ulog, right? And there's no support. And then I have souffle pancakes. So I would recommend doing the souffle pancakes first because they might still be warm because I literally just brought them over, and then going into that. Okay. In Food Wars, they eat this first and then go to this. So do you want to do this one?
I don't care. What would you like me to do?
Go for it. Here.
Okay.
Take oh my God. Take a big old bite and then just let me know what you think.
Are we recording?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what am I critiquing?
So just
Are you wanting me to taste something specific, or just tell you what I think?
Right. So in the spirit of the brown sugar battle, which one do you think has the better overall flavor? Oh. Okay. Right. So that's all it is.
Of brown sugar.
Either that or just the overall dish.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. And I forgot to say, this is Chessa. I come to her bakery literally like 4 times a week. But yes, feel free to eat.
Oh, I'm so excited. Okay.
Yes, and they are. There is a secret ingredient. You're not allergic to anything, right?
Nope.
Okay, there's a secret ingredient in there. I want to see if you can taste it, and I think you'll be intrigued.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm very intrigued already. Okay.
And if it all falls over, I'll pick it up later.
It's okay.
It's so much cake.
I love it. I love cake. I'm very excited.
So this is the Ulog castle. Do you pick up any like fun ingredient in there?
Might need another bite.
Go for it. Seriously, I'm gonna give you all of it when I'm done.
I don't taste a ton of brown sugar in it.
Okay.
In this one.
Okay.
But I'm trying to think of what it tastes like. It almost tastes like cherries.
Cherries.
A little?
Interesting. Okay.
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
Trevor, do you want in on some cake?
This is my husband.
This is Trevor, one of our other cake fans.
Here, I'll show
So we're
my
doing a
fork.
taste test. This is the castle cake
Okay.
versus the souffle pancakes. It's very overwhelming. I know.
But it's really good. But I almost want to.
It's so gonna fall over. Oh my god, I see it just like getting smushed.
Just like our wedding.
That actually happened at our wedding.
Oh no.
And it was wonderful. And it was
hap-
all caught. It's
happening.
happening.
It's happening. Here, we're gonna take the top off.
But I'm trying to pick up that flavor.
So I will say it's
Pistachio?
No, it's right. It's a salty flavor,
Okay.
but it's actually soy sauce in the whipped cream. And it almost, when you taste it on its
Very
own,
subtle.
it's very subtle, but it's almost like a salted caramel flavor.
Yeah. I now that you mention, I can kind of taste it in the back of my throat, like just very, very subtle.
Very subtle.
Very
So then this is the challenger's dish,
Okay.
and there is another fun ingredient in the middle.
Okay.
But we'll do a little
I'm
bit.
very excited.
Do a little bit of souffle, or I'm sorry, syrup on the souffle. I like this one a lot.
Definitely more brown sugar
In this one?
through and through. Even in this guy, almost like a tuile.
Yeah,
Almost,
yeah.
yeah.
Try to do a brown sesame tuile,
try
or brown
the-
sugar
try
sesame
the middle.
tuile. Can you guess what the middle is? You've probably had that.
Dates?
Red bean paste.
I do love red bean paste.
Yes.
That's really good.
Okay,
It
okay.
definitely tastes like a pancake.
Okay, so this is gonna be number 2 and this is gonna be number 1.
Okay.
All I want you to do is hold up a 1 or a 2 for your winner. Number 2, got it, okay.
Yes.
So this is,
I love the
This
taste
was the winner.
of this.
which is interesting because in Food Wars, this was the winner. That's it. You guys heard it here first. Bye.
Delicious.
それだけではない。黄金に輝くこの粉はカラスミ。
Maple muffins, crispy bacon, poached eggs, hollandaise, and fish powder sprinkled on those muffins that we're going to spend so much time making. To make the Queen's Benedict, we do need to start by making our own maple English muffins. For this, add 500 grams worth of bread flour to a very large bowl, followed by 8 grams worth of instant dry yeast, then 10 grams worth of kosher salt, and 15 grams worth of maple syrup. They had mentioned that the muffins were slightly sweet and had a nice taste to them, so I wanted to sweeten this up with some maple syrup because, well, it's breakfast and maple syrup and breakfast, and you get the idea. And for the milk, we are using 375 grams worth of cold whole milk. The reason why we're using cold whole milk for this instead of warming it up and blooming the yeast is because I'm going to overnight this dough. After adding in your milk, slowly start combining it so this way you can begin hydrating all of that flour. You don't want to try to form too much gluten by being too rough with this, and what you're really trying to do is just ensure that all of the flour that's in the bowl is fully saturated. Once you can no longer see any of that rogue flour hanging out at the bottom of your bowl, this is ready to go to rest for 1 hour. Grab yourself a lid and make sure it is nicely shut and pop this into the refrigerator for that solid hour. This is going to ensure that the flour becomes hydrated so this way we can start kneading our dough. After that hour of hydration, your dough is ready to be kneaded. You can see how nice and stretchy and elastic this is, and this is what you're really looking for. On a clean cutting board, drop just a touch of flour so this way it doesn't stick too hard, and sprinkle a touch of flour right on top so this way your fingers don't stick to the dough while you're working with it. Now you are going to knead this for around 8 to 10 minutes depending on how much gluten you can develop with your gorilla knuckles. I did knead mine for around 10 minutes just to make sure some gluten was fully developed, but you're really looking to make sure that this dough becomes slightly shiny. I also tried using the slap and fold method, the palm strike technique where you constantly knead the dough away from you, forming all of that gluten, and started to roll this into a nice round to try to get it nice and tight. This is what my dough ended up looking like after around 10 minutes of kneading. Alternatively, you can just use your stand mixer. Now in that clean large bowl, grease it up with just a touch of oil and then plop your dough right into the center of that. This dough needs to sit for 24 hours in the refrigerator. Do not leave this out on your cutting board or anything like that. You're gonna wake up to a mess. This goes in the refrigerator for 24 hours. As you can see by my shirt and pants change, it is the next day and our dough is fully proofed and ready to go. It's nice and plump and it came in at around 900 grams. Do make sure you measure your dough out so you know how many pieces you can cut. Place this onto your floured surface and cut this into 9 equal portions. I'm trying to bring each piece of dough to around 100 grams, but you can give or take 5 grams. It's not really going to make a difference. Just make sure it's within that range. Now to form these, what I like to do is bring the edges fingers towards the middle and press up and then pinch the bottom portion. This is going to give us a nice round piece of dough without overworking it too much. Do the same thing with each and every one of your pieces of dough and make sure that that bottom is pinched so it doesn't open up while it's resting. After you're done forming all of your pieces of dough, grab a bit of semolina flour. This is going to give it that iconic crunch and that iconic crust. Take each piece of dough, give it a small pat down, and then place it into your semolina flour, patting it down into that as well. You want to make sure you have some beautiful coatage of semolina so that way you get that nice crispy crust. Do the same thing with all of your muffins, making sure that they are coated top and bottom with semolina, avoiding to try to get too much semolina on the sides if you want that really iconic look. I ended up placing a few of these on a smaller sheet tray and the rest of them on my bigger sheet tray so I didn't overcrowd it. Make sure you do cover these up, and these need to rest until they double in size, and it took around 3 hours because my house is so cold right now. After 3 hours, we are going to griddle these on a cast iron pan. I'm using my paella pan, and I had heated it to a low heat over around 10 minutes to make sure it distributed heat evenly. When you're placing the muffins into the paella pan, be very careful so you don't deflate them. Use a spatula to give these a flip, and you can see that this paella pan didn't heat evenly, so I probably should have used a thicker cast iron pan versus this wider paella pan. What I ended up having to do was move them around here and there to make sure that they browned evenly on each side. I did also gently press them down so they didn't get too big. After 4 or 5 minutes on each side, you start developing that really beautiful crust, and this is when we're going to put it into the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit on a sheet tray that you can't see. I'm not just like tossing them in there, make sure they're on a sheet tray. I performed the same thing with the next batch of muffins, and the batch that was on the smaller sheet tray ended up not proofing as much as I would have liked, so they are a little smaller. After 7 minutes in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, these are nice and light and airy, and they do need to be cooled down on a wire rack before you decide to cut them, otherwise you're going to have a bad time. They're going to be gummy and gooey. Pop the rest of your muffins into the oven, making sure they cook thoroughly, and this is what your muffins will look like when they are done. They're beautiful, they're crispy, they have a nice height to them, they're not super flat, and that's what I really like in my English muffin. You can see the non-proofed ones versus the ones that proofed properly, but these are good to go, and this is the thick boy I'm going to be using for our eggs Benedict. Now to make some hot mayo, you're going to need a heat-proof bowl for this, and just a few egg yolks. Make sure you do separate the egg yolks from the egg whites, and we're only going to need 3 egg yolks. The egg whites you can save for your breakfast later because you are going to use them, I promise. That's for me anyways. Now in the world's cutest sauce pot, we're going to melt down some unsalted butter. We only need around 90 grams worth of butter, and just bring it over the stove and gently start melting it down. While that's melting down, give your egg yolks a quick whisk, making sure that they are broken down completely. This is going to help us incorporate the butter later. Once your butter is nicely melted, slowly begin tempering your butter into your egg yolks. If you dump this all in at once, you are going to end up with a broken, scrambled mess. After you've tempered them, bring this over to the stove with a pot of simmering water and begin cooking your egg yolks. Remove it from the pot as needed if they feel like they're getting too warm, and you can tell by the edge of the bowl if they start to overcook. You're going to cook this until they thicken up, and Paul has scrambled his hollandaise, but don't worry. Place this into a cup, then grab your stick blender and start blending this. Yes, it still looks broken, but don't worry. Do you know how you emulsify it? Hot water. Yes, do not throw away your egg yolks and your butter because they are expensive. I had many a chef who told me, never throw away hollandaise if it breaks. You can just bring it back together with a blender because it's just hot mayo. Even after breaking, look at how beautiful and velvety and creamy this is. You would never know that it had broken. Season this with a pinch of salt and some fresh cracked pepper, and because they mentioned there was some acidity in the sauce, I'm hitting this with just a squeeze of lemon. You can use yuzu or lime or do whatever you want for that part. After you've added everything, give it a taste, making sure it's up to par with your salt. This was not, so I went ahead and added just a touch more to make sure it was nicely seasoned. Your hollandaise is now ready to go. Crisis averted. Easy clap. You can use any bacon you want for this section of it, but I am using some nicer thick cut bacon that I picked up from my local grocer. In my same paella pan over a low medium heat, I'm gonna let these toast up just to get nice and crispy. While those are cooking down, grab a pot of water and hit this with around 30 milliliters of vinegar, and make sure to flip that bacon so it doesn't burn on one side. Now after the water has come to a simmer, crack an egg into a small ladle, or just go all in and place the egg directly into the pot. Give it a nice swirl and drop your egg directly into the water. Make sure that the egg doesn't stick to the bottom like mine kind of did, just to make sure you don't overcook it. The bacon is also done, so I'm removing that from the pan and making sure I place this on some towels to drain any excess oil. After 4 or 5 minutes, my egg is also nicely poached, and I'm placing that on the same paper towel to drain off any excess liquid. Now we just have to finish off off this beni. Cut your muffin in half, and we do have to toast this guy. I'm toasting it in the same paella pan I just cooked my bacon grease in because that's delicious. Now before we finish this, we do have to sprinkle this with botorga powder or karosumi powder. This is mullet roe powder, and this is what they had kind of alluded to. You're not using actual fish eggs, you are using this powder to sprinkle onto your muffin. They distinctly mentioned it was a powder, so this is the closest thing I could find, but hit your 2 slabs of bacon right on top, followed by your poached eggs, and then a nice slathering of your hot mayo hollandaise. Ask Alex French Guy Cooking about mayonnaise or hollandaise. Season with black pepper and flaky salt, and there it is, Edina's Queen Benedict from Food Wars. There it is, guys, the Queen's Benedict. The only real difference that I've seen in this Benedict versus just a regular eggs Benedict is that karosumi powder. I can never pronounce it right. Link is down below. It honestly smells like my cat's food. This is the real tell, right? Look, I already know this yolk. Oh, Mother Nature's mayonnaise. That's how you know the beni is gonna be good. And cheers to Queen Edina. To be honest, I don't think I like it. That powder just gives it a weird bitter taste. Everything else is great. The muffin is great, the texture is nice, the bacon is smoked really well, the egg is cooked perfectly, the salt is nice, even the hollandaise is nice, which is just hot mayo. It's a great eggs Benedict, just not with that fish powder. It's not worth the $15 I paid for that jar. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. In the meantime, I hope you enjoy some egg bennies. This is kind of a weird one. I didn't expect myself to actually make this dish, but we're going to try to make the green tea pureed soup from Food Wars. It wasn't really on my radar until Dragon's Treasure hit me up and said, hey, can we send you a bunch of tea? So they sent me this giant box to pick from, a bunch of black teas, really cool flavored teas, a bunch of green teas that we're gonna need for this recipe, so let's make this thing. Now I tried to pair up each tea with the respective ingredient to try to bring out the best flavor in both the ingredient and the tea. The first is going to be the asparagus, which we pair with the froppy tea, which is a green tea and kaffir lime tea. Next is going to be the Iro tea, which is a jasmine and green tea blend, which is really nice, and that's going to go with our chickpeas. The Dragonwell Z green tea is going to pair up with our artichokes. The Genmaicha tea is going to pair up with our brown beach mushroom because that tea does have toasted brown rice in it. And finally, to tie everything together, I am using a white tea in the form of Aries' Final Gift to go with our white button mushrooms to be the plate sauce. They also sent me this really awesome tea infuser that allows you to trap all the tea leaves when you brew it, and it is my new favorite way to brew tea. Now I am starting with Aries' Final Gift, which is the white tea, but all I need to do is really follow the instructions on the back of each package to brew each tea. For instance, the Aries' Final Gift needed around 200 degrees Fahrenheit for water and 2 tablespoons worth of tea. After letting it brew, all you need to do is take this beautiful contraption, place it on your cup or mug of choice, and watch it just gently disperse your tea down below. It doesn't get any easier than this when you're trying to brew tea, seriously. Once this is done, your tea is ready to go to drink, to enjoy, or in this case, we're going to use it to cook some vegetables eventually. Now, the smart thing to do would have been to just get tea bags and fill up each tea individually and brew them all individually, but I really wanted to use this contraption over and over again, so I followed the instructions on each of those teas to make sure that I extracted the full potential out of each tea for these vegetables. Constantly washing, constantly filling, constantly boiling water until we had all of our teas ready to go, locked and loaded to start cooking all of these vegetables. Now that we have all of our teas ready, we have our brown beach, our chickpeas, our artichokes, our asparagus, and our white button mushrooms ready to start cooking. I'm starting with the asparagus first, and since I want this to be as smooth as possible, I did end up peeling my asparagus, but feel free to skip this step if you want it to be more fibrous. It does have a good amount of flavor in it, and I really don't like peeling my asparagus for any other reason other than to have a nice smooth puree. Now I'm treating the button mushrooms similar to how I treated the asparagus, in which we are going to gently peel back some of the dirt and some of the grime off of these mushrooms. Normally you don't really need to clean mushrooms this much, but since I want this sauce to be as white as possible, I am trimming off some of the dirt and grime from the top of the mushrooms. We also have to get the inside of the mushroom removed so that way it doesn't impart any of its color into the sauce. This is what we're going to eventually move later on once we're done processing the rest of the mushrooms. To do this, all you really need to do is cut your mushroom in half and gently scrape out any of the innards. You can also do this with a spoon, which is what I defaulted to, and I typically only do this with portobello mushrooms if I don't want any of that fibrous content. And really, for button mushrooms, this is just a personal choice to try to make this sauce as creamy as possible without any dairy. You can also save all of those innards for stock. Now that our mushrooms are done, we can move on to actually cooking some things. Drop all of your your mushrooms into a small pot along with half of your Aries Final Gift and bring this over to the stove. Realize that you need all of the liquid from the Aries Final Gift and dump that back in. Now I am essentially steeping each vegetable. So all I'm really doing is making sure that I do steep each vegetable to where it's completely cooked and softened to where I can turn it into a puree later. I like cooking 2 of these at a time and making sure I had a water bath going so this way I can make sure that these are all still really warm when I go to plate this up. These only need to cook for around 10 minutes each before they're done and ready to be pureed. Remove all of your mushrooms from the pot and make sure you bring in just a touch of liquid. Don't bring all of the liquid over and begin pureeing this. This is going to be the bottom portion of our soup or our sauce, so this can be a little more loose than the other vegetables will eventually be. I tried to blend this until I got some bubbles out of it because they called it a cappuccino sauce, which makes me think that it did have some foam texture to it, but really you're not going to get that much foam out of it. Now same thing with the asparagus, just break those guys in half, making sure you can fit them in your pot, and top it off with your froppy tea. Now the asparagus won't take as long, so make sure you pay attention to that. By now your chickpeas should be ready to go. Make sure you save all of that tea that you have been steeping with. And before we start blending the chickpeas, make sure you do start your artichoke so everything is kind of working at the same time. Now when we start to pure the chickpeas, your mileage may vary with how much liquid you need, and I wanted the consistency of the chickpea to be similar to a consistency of hummus. This is going to kind of bring us to that smooth texture we're looking for to later on form this soup. Make sure you do season this with a touch of salt, making sure you don't add any other spices to it because we want to extract all of that green tea flavor. By now your artichokes should be ready to go, and this doesn't need too much liquid because of how much liquid they actually hold after cooking. I had to use my smaller food processor for this because my immersion blender wouldn't actually blend these artichokes because it was so few of them. Blend this until you have a nice smooth puree of artichokes, and it kind of looks like baby food, which isn't the most appetizing thing, I'm going to be completely honest here. And place this into your container of choice, placing it back into that water bath that you have hanging out. And by now we can actually start blending up our asparagus. Remember, do not bring all of that liquid over, and remember to put the blade into your food processor because now you're just making more of a mess than you really need to with this already ridiculous soup. Place all of your asparagus back into the processor, making sure you don't bring too much of that liquid, and puree this until it is nice and smooth, or as smooth as possible. Now alternatively, you could try to strain these, but I don't feel like it would make much of a difference into making this not look like really vibrant baby food. Remove this into your container of choice and place that into your water bath. The final tea is going to be the brown beach with the Genmaika tea. Add in all of your liquid to your mushrooms and bring this over to the stove, just cooking them until those mushrooms are softened, or about 5 to 6 minutes, and remember to put the blade in the food processor. Life is not a hardball, figure it out. Make sure you add in enough liquid to get this into a nice mushroom puree, which should take about 3 to 4 minutes depending on the food processor you're using. Remove all of this from your food processor and your mushroom puree is ready to go, which honestly looks the best out of the bunch so far. Now we get to finally plate up this thing. Grab some of your quote-unquote cappuccino sauce with the white mushroom and the Aries Final Gift, placing this at the bottom of your plate or your bowl, making sure that it doesn't touch the edges. Now we can actually make the quenelles, or however it's pronounced. Basically, you are turning your puree into a 3-sided football. To use this, you are going to use 2 spoons to gently press the purees into itself until you form this 3-sided football. Gently place this onto your soup, making sure one of the seams is facing directly up. Realize that this is just going to be too dark and too gray, so grab yourself a white plate and replate some of that soup onto the white plate so this way it has some contrast. You don't want this to look super dark because everything here is fairly dark. Now form another quenelle with your chickpea puree, placing that onto one quadrant, followed by the brown beach mushroom puree, making sure you try to get those 3 sides as best as possible, placing that into the second quadrant, followed by the asparagus, which does give it this beautiful green vibrant color, into the third quadrant, and then finally in the fourth quadrant is going to be our pureed artichokes made with the Dragon Well Z into the fourth quadrant. After cleaning this up, after seeing some of the leaching happening from the soup, we finally have Tsukasa Eishi's green tea soup puree with cappuccino mushroom sauce from Food Wars. Why? And there it is, guys, Tsukasa's green tea dish, his soup purees. Now, this is something I don't think I've ever really tried before, especially when you consider it trying to be a soup. It's not really a soup. Would you consider this soup? Is cereal soup? I'm not gonna go down that, just ignore that comment. Basically what I'm doing is I'm taking half of each puree with some of that sauce at the bottom, and that's gonna be the bite. This one is the mushroom, the first brown beach mushroom. Mostly tastes mushroom. Green tea gets a little lost in that one because the mushroom is so earthy. Here is the chickpea one. Let's see if we can taste anything other than chickpeas in this. More ledger, you know? I feel like this is gonna be a trend. I feel like this is gonna be a trend. And then the artichoke finally. The acidity in the artichoke really does come through from what it was brined in. That's kind of nice, but again, like, you don't taste the green tea. And then finally, the asparagus. The asparagus actually, it came out really nice as far as the vibrancy and the color does. Tastes like pureed asparagus. Not gonna lie, I don't like this. I think if I were to throw in some herbs, maybe some garlic, shallot, anything like that, just to really complement the flavors of the vegetables, it really would have shown a lot more characteristics in it. The green tea is almost a waste in this. I don't think I can discern any of the green tea flavors because they are so subtle, so it's almost a waste of green tea. Speaking of, I didn't throw any of it away. Oh, that's foul. Oh, that's not good. Maybe as a broth? Cheers. So I legit found a bucket barbecue for this over on Amazon. I was really happy to find this because I really wanted to do this little tribute justice. So after setting up our little bucket barbecue, I grabbed my charcoal and just started to think about everything that has come to this point. There's something about cooking with fire that just, it makes you feel good, you know? It's that whole zug zug, me make fire, me make food. So after getting your little pyramid of charcoal ready, this is self-lighting, which guys, I highly recommend. Don't bother getting the other stuff. It's probably the same, and it just, you know, you can grab the charcoals with your bare hands. After making sure every little bit was lit, go ahead and push this thing back to the center of the table so it doesn't fall over into your front yard. I decided to try to fit the grill on this right now, but there was kind of a raging fire going on, so I didn't really know how to affix this to the bucket in a way that it wouldn't just fall straight in because it was kind of weird. The handle was kind of holding it back. I also knew that I needed a wire rack to cook the squid because the other rack that they gave me was it would just fall straight through. So after heating up, I noticed that my rack that I had tried to use isn't meant for fire, probably, maybe, I'm not quite sure, but it's okay. I had to definitely stack these coals just a little bit better, but using wooden chopsticks to stack these is probably not a good idea because, you know, wood burns. Now for the actual peanut butter squid. Our grill is ready to go, and I have a little bit of squid here that we can start grilling. The only thing that is on this is a little bit of oil so it doesn't stick so hard right on our grill. So go ahead and take your beautiful legs of squid and lay them right on top of your hottest part of your grill and let them cook up for just about 4 or 5 minutes. Remember, we don't want chewy squid legs because it's already going to be bad enough as it is. So as you kind of prod your squid legs, move them around just a little bit, pick them up so you could, what is going on with that dirty squid leg over there? You're just gonna, oh God, now it's a menage. You're just, you know what, we're gonna move you over here. We're gonna move you over here. You get to play over here now. Now I figured to give myself the best chance of actually consuming this, I warmed up the peanut butter just a little bit over the grill so that way it wasn't too solid or cold and just maybe, you know, integrated better with the squid legs. Now after your few minutes of grilling your squid, go ahead and pull these guys off one at a time, and then we're gonna go ahead and dip these right into, really drop the squid, this whole thing for this squid. We're just gonna eat it anyways. There it is, our peanut butter squid. So as I contemplate every decision up until now, the biggest thing that I'm thinking about is how much this channel has really changed my life with cooking and how I look to it and how I approach it now and all the fun I really try to have. And I guess this is a culmination of that. This is for you guys. Thank you, seriously, for the 100K. And as promised, do you just like dip it? Like, is this, I really don't want this. Cheers. Okay, it's not that bad. A little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of sesame oil, and go a long way. I'm not eating any more of that, that's it. Thank you guys so much again for being here. It really means the world to me that you guys have been supporting me this long, and I hope for so many more years to come. And this next dish is a chicken curry pot pie. I go ahead and chop up 3 carrots and 3 potatoes for this mirepoix. And of course, we need some garlic. And remember at the beginning of this video, I did mention we are using leftover ingredients. So instead of the really nice red snapper, which I actually looked for and I had a really hard time finding anything decent, I'm gonna go with some really good all natural free range chicken breast. We're gonna dice this up into, again, smaller cubes, dredge it in a little bit of spice, which I'll show you in a second, and then start searing it off. Here is my beautifully diced chicken. Again, I kept them somewhat bite-sized so that way you can fit all of these things on a single spoon when you go to eat it. I'm gonna hit this chicken with a little bit of olive oil, black pepper, salt, and my curry spice blend. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, I have no idea what's in this. All I know is that my parents brought this for me the last time they visited. It was in a marked jar that said curry on it, and it tastes great. So we're gonna go with this. Now we have our vegetables and we have our protein ready to go. The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start searing off the chicken. Now the reason why I'm searing off the chicken first is because I want my pan incredibly hot for that sear. If I were to do my vegetables first and start cooking those and then put the chicken on top of them, since I want that nice hard sear, we're gonna go with chicken first with a little bit of peanut oil to really have a high smoke point. Once the chicken has a nice sear, we're gonna go ahead and throw our vegetables on top of it and then add our liquids and start getting ready to make our actual curry sauce. Once you have some nice color on your chicken, go ahead and add in all of your vegetables. We're gonna re-season all of the vegetables. Now for the liquids. While this is cooking, you have to decide on what kind of liquid you want. And beforehand, I decided I actually want a little bit of coconut milk as well as chicken stock for this pot pie. The reason for that is I wanted that creaminess of the coconut milk so that way when we add the roux, it's actually going to thicken it really nicely and give it a very rich flavor and texture. So first things first, we're gonna add our chicken stock to deglaze it, then add our coconut milk and let the entire thing simmer for a bit so that way the potatoes actually cook. Now that we have all of the liquid in our pot pie, we're gonna bring this up to a light boil, bring it down to a simmer and throw a lid on it until those potatoes are cooked. With this, I'm actually not quite sure how much roux I'm going to need to thicken the entire thing, so I'm gonna eyeball it, but I am gonna go off of that same measurement. All you're gonna need for roux is unsalted butter and some AP flour. You want to go ahead and melt all of your butter down before adding in any of your flour. Now that we have our curry made and our roux done, we have to tackle the dough. Luckily for me, I make a lot of dough at work. This is a very basic yeasted dough. Yeast, water, flour, butter, salt. Nothing too crazy in this thing. But the challenge is getting this over our crock pot and able to fit into our oven at 525 degrees and allow it to kind of poof up. I have my reservations about how this is gonna work out, but we're gonna give it our best shot. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna lay this out on our cutting board with a bunch of flour and get it as thin as we can without really breaking the dough too hard. What I'm going for is something that looks similar to this. I want to be able to drape it over the sides, which we're going to clean up after we actually place it. And I want a very, very, very thin membrane with your dough so that way it'll actually crisp up nicely. We're going to have to let this relax before we play with it anymore, and we're going to turn these into some pita to eat on the side. Now that we have our top dough piece laid out for this, I'm actually going to take this and throw it back in the fridge so that way it firms up just a little bit so when we drape it over the top, it doesn't immediately sink into our pot pie. Our potatoes are cooked. It is time to add the roux. Now, pro tip for roux, take some of your liquid out of your soup or your broth and put it into your roux first to get a nice blend. We added just a little bit of our roux and you can already see it's starting to thicken up really nicely. We want to actually take it just a bit further than this, and we didn't even use all of that roux. You want a fairly thick consistency when you're making something like pot pie, and I think we're good. This is the consistency that I want. You want it to be extremely thick. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this down to a complete simmer on the lowest heat possible and just let it hang out. Look at how nice that is now. That is absolutely gorgeous. That is what you want when you're doing pot pie. We're gonna do a pinch of salt, and I think that's it. I do have one final secret ingredient, za'atar. If you've never had za'atar before, I highly recommend you go out somewhere and find it. It's a spice blend of sesame seeds, salt, black pepper, sumac, oregano, thyme, and a few other things like basil and oregano. We're gonna be putting this on the pita as well as on the top of this roti naan. Just give it that little bit of much needed love. So here comes the moment of truth. And just in case, we're gonna bake this onto another sheet tray. You're gonna take a very, oh, look at this. Look at it, very generous portion of your pot pie. Then we're gonna take our chilled bread, lay it right over the top. We have to be quick with this, so this way it doesn't actually hold too much moisture on the inside. Once we have our curry inside of our dish, we're actually gonna put a little bit of water on the outside of the dish. This will help the dough stick. We set it for 9 minutes. I hope it works. Well, it's a little dark. I went for the 9-minute mark on this, and I will say it is a little crispy, but the dough actually isn't burnt. You can see the inside of the bread is actually a really nice texture and color, but the outside did get a little bit dark because I haven't actually baked bread in this oven before. And it's pretty good. All right, well, here goes nothing. I'm gonna go for this. So hot. Oh, so good. That's so hot. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really good. Okay. So unfortunately, we didn't get that beautiful domed puff like we were going for, like Hayama had in the show. The reason for that is layers. Puff pastry actually has layers of dough and butter interlaced within each other to create that really beautiful puffed shape and that really nice crispy texture. With naan, you really need a high heat oven with almost no moisture. With the moisture coming up from the actual pot pie, you can see this thing is still steaming. You're not able to really get that crispiness. Is it still good? Absolutely. Am I gonna finish this? Yeah. Am I gonna turn the rest of that into pot pie? Probably not. I wanna find out whether or not this $5 gotcha pork roast can hold up against a $50 gotcha pork roast. For those of you who don't know, gotcha pork roast is from Food Wars, and it's made by Yukihira Soma. The reason why he even makes this is because his restaurant is ransacked and he's left with nothing in the restaurant. The only things he has to cook with are the things he just bought for breakfast service. Those mostly being potatoes, some mushrooms, and some bacon. He used very cheap ingredients, which is his theme by the way, to make something really delicious. I want to see if we can elevate that a little bit. Maybe make it something a little bit extra, something that I would sell in a potential restaurant or food truck. Let's get started. Now, realistically, the gotcha pork roast does take at least an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours to make from start to finish. That's because it has a ton of time in between where you need to cool the potatoes so you can handle them. In a real restaurant setting, that just doesn't hold up. So the improved version, the one that I'm gonna be making, I think I could actually execute in under 15 minutes. But what I'm doing here is I'm taking some regular russet potatoes. These are the cheapest form of potato I could find. This is for Yukihira's version. We're gonna be steaming this. This goes onto the stove for about 20 to 25 minutes until they're nice and tender. Now we do need a couple more things for Yukihira's version, namely trumpet mushrooms. In his recipe, these are actually meant to absorb a ton of the flavor and the fat from the bacon that we're gonna be wrapping this with. So I'm just gonna be cutting these into nice smaller slices and then just doing a nice mince. I'm also making small versions of this because my wife is gonna be taste testing everything. Once my significant amount of mushrooms are chopped, I'm just gonna set this to the side because we have to cook this in just a little bit. This is way too much mushroom for the amount of potatoes that I did. Next is just a bit of minced or diced onion. This is actually enough onion for both of these gotcha pork roasts because yes, each pork roast is going to get essentially the same style of ingredients, but we're gonna be amping it up for that fancy one. I'm doing the same exact thing with the onion, making sure this is nice and minced, so this way when we saute it together with the mushrooms, it's gonna be nice and incorporated into the entire gotcha pork roast. Onions, done. Again, this is for both of them. Before I do anything else, I have to put this on. Oh, that feels better. There we go. Okay. Now while that first set of potatoes are going, I'm gonna start making the second set of potatoes for the very fancy gotcha pork roast. We could call this series But Better, but I think that's taken. These are really beautiful baby Yukon Gold potatoes. These are super creamy, they have a higher moisture content, but they taste amazing. So we're gonna be boiling these in my wok because this is the only other thing that I have to boil stuff in, along with some beautiful purple and red fingerling potatoes. Now, there's gonna be a very interesting thought that I had that's gonna be coming up later with those colored potatoes that I think you guys are gonna like. We're gonna boil these until they're nice and tender too. Now for the mushrooms, for the fancy one, I have some beautiful oyster mushrooms instead of king trumpets. I'm going with oysters just because I really like the texture and flavor that they give off, especially after they're cooked. I love king trumpets as well, but I think I like the oysters a bit more. They also are fairly expensive compared to the king trumpets. Once the mushrooms are chopped, we really don't have too much more prep left. Oh, we can make the bacon for the fancy one. And for that, I have some really beautiful applewood uncured smoked bacon. This means it's not gonna be as salty, so I can control the salt. This pack of bacon was about $12. This bacon for the other gotcha pork roast was about $2. You can see I'm trying to stay cheap. So I'm gonna be baking off all of this bacon. You have no clue where I'm going with this because I haven't done this yet. I just drew a picture and I hoped for the best. Now this goes in the oven at 340 for about 15 minutes until it's kind of cooked and not super crispy. We don't super crispy, like maybe 12 minutes. Now one toy that I recently got is an air fryer. Yes, I've gone a long time without one, but I think this is gonna come in handy. Everybody's like, oh, but it's an air fryer. It's just an oven with fans. It doesn't actually fry anything. You can't fry without oil. But in this case, I have some garnishes for the fancy one. This is copa, the beautiful salami that this is going to be put into there to get crispy, and I'm really excited for it. There's a lot of waiting today. Meanwhile, we'll do more prep. Now, one thing that I really want to try with the fancy gotcha pork roast is adding in different types of fat. Now, this is going to be quite a few different ones, okay? We're going to have a bit of this really beautiful French butter. This is 82% butter fat, so it's a super high fat content. This is going to go straight into here. Two other fats that I have are actually some whole milk. It's organic whole milk. This stuff is delicious, and this entire jug was about $8. Not cheap. Now the next fat is actually some heavy cream. Now what I'm really trying to do is just melt this butter down. Then I'm gonna take some rosemary because Yukihita's dish does have rosemary on it. In this case, instead of putting Gandalf, what are you doing up there? In this case, we're gonna put the rosemary into the milk mixture that is gonna go into the potato to steep. We're gonna let this just hang out. It's nice and hot now. We're not gonna do anything else to it. This is when I'm gonna add my heavy cream because I don't wanna boil the heavy cream. Now this is just gonna sit here, stay nice and warm until we need it. It could be up to like 20 minutes. It's gonna be fine. Now the next thing we have to make are the mushrooms and the onions, which will go inside of each gotcha pork roast. We're gonna be starting off with Yukihita's version with some just regular butter. This isn't the fancy French butter. It's still good butter, but it's not this butter. Now I'm gonna saute up about half of the onions, remember, because I need the other half for the second gotcha pork roast. And then we're gonna do just all of the mushrooms. These are the king trumpets. I'm gonna saute this up until everything is nice and golden. You really want everything to cook down quite a bit because there's so much moisture in those mushrooms. Now after a few minutes, my filling is nice and cooked. You can see how it has a little bit of color on there. This is when I get to use my $1 IKEA garlic press, and we're just gonna press 1 clove of garlic into this thing. I'm gonna cook this for just about another minute, and then this filling we can set aside because this is gonna be for Yukihita's version. A little pinch of salt, and this thing is done. Now while I have this pan out and hot, I'm also gonna make the filling for the second gotcha pork roast, which is gonna be the fancy butter with the onions and the oyster mushrooms, and then a little bit of garlic. And while this is sauteing, I'm gonna check those potatoes over there real quick. I wanna show these to you guys. These are Yukihita's potatoes. These are the steamed ones, and you can see the knife just goes right in. Those are ready. We're just gonna leave them until we're ready for them. These mushrooms look freaking gorgeous. These are done. Okay, can't mess these up. These are for the butter, and these are for Yukihita's. But now I can deal with this potato. This stuff is freaking piping hot. And because I still have the skin on them, I have to take the skins off. Didn't feel like peeling them ahead of time, which I should have. It's fine, we got this. We have peeled potatoes. Now, I don't have like a wooden dowel that Yukihita uses, but I do have a traditional American style potato masher, and that's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna roughly mash these, because remember, this doesn't get any butter, milk, cream, anything, because the idea is that you're gonna have this chunkiness in there that's going to, yes, Gandalf, I know. It's a weird recipe, but you know, we're just doing our best, right? It's supposed to absorb a lot of the fats from the bacon. That goes right in there. We ended up just using all of it. All the mushrooms I said we weren't gonna use, that's in there now. Now, once everything is nice and mixed together and it's nice and mashed, you do need to taste this for salt. There's no salt. They're very bland. I'm gonna season this little by little, make sure I don't over salt it, because the sauce will also have salt from the soy sauce, but I think this is good. Now, this has to be wrapped and cooled down and put in the fridge for a bit. If you're doing this for like a restaurant setting, that would actually be pretty difficult to execute. Even if they were wrapped in bacon, ready to like throw in the oven, it would still take 30 to 40 minutes minimum to cook. But in this case, we have YouTube magic, so this is just going in the fridge. A few things are happening all at once now. Bacon is done for the fancy version of this. Now, this is also warmed up and ready to go, so I have to throw something in there. Into this thing, I'm gonna take a few slices of this copa, this salami, right? We're gonna pop it into the air fryer for like 5 minutes. What we're trying to do is get it crispy. Remember I also said that the fancy version is getting 4 types of fat? We have the butter, the milk, the heavy cream, and now we have bacon fat. Because this is not being roasted with the bacon, I'm adding in the fat into the potatoes. So it's not cheating. Copa, 3.5 minutes. Let's do the potatoes for the fancy version. Now remember I said, these still are gonna be peeled and I'm gonna put them through a ricer. I don't have a ricer, so we're gonna use the next best thing. This is just a strainer. You can use it in lieu of a ricer. So I'm gonna put these into here. Now I'm gonna press these directly through this thing. And it should release, oh, this is too big of a spoon. This is also gonna make them super smooth as opposed to the chunkiness that is Yukihira's, because I'm gonna add chunky in a different way. See how easy that is with one of these? Make sure we scrape everything off of here. And then look, all of the skin is left inside. This is probably done. I have a feeling. Oh my God, it's so crispy. Now this is gonna get some of the mushroom. Okay, this is where some of the chunky comes in. Give this a nice mix. And I'm just gonna leave this because I have to do the other add-in right now. Now for these beautiful potatoes that have some color on them, we're gonna leave the skin on. And take something flat, throw a little bit of oil on it. This is just like a Turkish coffee pot. Make sure you rub this down just a bit, and we're gonna do one of these. Hopefully we can keep it whole. Almost, that's okay. I'm gonna take this, and this, my friends, is gonna go into the air fryer. We're gonna hit this with just a pinch of salt. We're gonna do this for the other ones too. This is what's going in there. Now these smashed taters, a little bit of salt, they're gonna go into our oven with a fan for like 5 or 6 minutes. I'm gonna throw in just a little bit of oil, get these nice and crispy. This is gonna be awesome. These potatoes have just finished, like they literally are ready to go. Look at how gorgeous that looks. You know what, let's just dig into one. Cheers. Oh, I don't actually need these right now. These are gonna be added in right before we plate up so they stay somewhat crispy, but my God, so good. But now I can add our 4 different fats into our fancy mashed potatoes here. I'm only gonna add a little bit at a time because you still don't want this to be fully saturated. You're still just treating this as a really nice mashed potato. Give this a mix. The idea is to get these very creamy still. Gonna continue to add just like 1 or 2 spoons at a time, so it's not super wet by the end of it. And after a few minutes, I think this is ready. It still holds its shape, doesn't collapse in on itself. It still looks super creamy. Let's give this a quick taste, see if it needs salt or anything else. Definitely needs salt. One last taste. That's good. This has to sit hot. So what I have here is a pseudo bain-marie, which means just water and another pot to keep this hot. This is essentially what I would do in a restaurant. Keep the mashed potatoes nice and hot because you're obviously not making mashed potatoes to order. Take some aluminum foil, place this on top to keep it sealed and warm, and that's not a big enough piece, but that's okay. Now this is gonna sit until we're ready to plate up both, which is gonna be in about an hour because we're still waiting on Rachel to get back. We gotta have a blind taste test, you know? This little tiny gotcha pork roast, this is Yukihira's version, has actually been in the fridge for 45 minutes to almost an hour, and it kind of still feels warm, but because of time, I am gonna be wrapping it now. Now you see why I said this probably wouldn't work in a restaurant environment, but I really, really wanna compare the two. Now this is going to be wrapped in a few layers of bacon. That's a lot of bacon. That's 6 slices of thick cut bacon. Then we're gonna take our log, and I guess we'll just do that. Now we have to try to make sure we get maximum coverage. So we're gonna go up here, up on this side. Then we're gonna bring in the rest of it. And then I'm gonna turn it. This way, like the stuff on the bottom, right, the seam will stay there and you really don't have to wrap it, but I'm gonna wrap it just a little bit anyways, just in case, because it feels really thick, but it's pretty simple to put together. Now the main reason why you would wanna actually wrap this is to prevent the bacon from opening up while it's baking. Piece of string under here. This might be a little difficult because it is bacon, but I think we should be okay. I'm gonna try to be very gentle here. Try to get a couple of these on here, make sure it's nice and secure. I think we'll go for 3 across it this way, and then we'll go for 1. I think I'm gonna have to do 2 strings across the top, cut off any excess string. This guy looks beautiful, not gonna lie. So this is gonna go onto a sheet tray because Yukihira definitely doesn't use a wire rack, and this thing is gonna go in at 400 degrees for about 30 minutes. And admittedly, I reheated the oven forgetting that I kept the bacon in there, so I saved it. It cooked all the way through, which is not what I wanted, but we're gonna work with it. I wanted it to be a little under, but this is gonna work really well. But now I have to cut this right now. Otherwise I think it'll be too crispy later, and then we're gonna get nice chunks of bacon. I think this pile is enough for what I want to do. I'm not going to discard this because I still might need it later. Oh, I forgot the rosemary. This has to go on Yukihira's gotcha pork roast. Now it's been about 35 minutes on this gotcha pork roast. This is Yukihira's version. This looks really nice. The bacon has cooked really nicely. We have a kind of exploding situation, but I think this is gonna be okay. Now this does have to rest for another 5 to 10 minutes before we can cut it open because otherwise it just might fall apart. So we're gonna let this hang out while we're getting sauces ready. Now the first sauce I'm making is Yukihira's version, which is 2 ounces of very cheap red wine. Came out of a box. It's one of those. Then I have about 2 ounces of cooking sake that I'm gonna add to this. And finally, 2 ounces of soy sauce. Now I'm gonna let this cook for maybe a minute or so. We're not gonna let this reduce too far, otherwise it might be too thick. We're basically just trying to cook out a lot of the alcohol that's in there. Now, with this ready to go, remember, just about a minute, I'm gonna turn the heat down to a very, very low. We don't want it to boil because now I'm gonna throw in some cold butter. Remember, this is the cheaper butter. This is essentially mounting the liquid with butter. And what I'm doing is trying to make sure that it incorporates properly, but maybe using this pan was a bad idea. Once the butter is melted, I'm gonna kick this back to like a medium heat and try not to break the butter sauce. Now, after another like 2 to 3 minutes at a medium heat, this sauce is ready to go. You don't need to season it with salt because of the soy sauce, so this just needs to sit over to the side until we need it and we can make the second sauce. Now for the second sauce. This is where it gets spicy. Not literally, we're just gonna have a little more fun. This, my friends, is a very nice bottle of wine. This bottle of wine was around $35. That means you'd be paying north of $100 for this bottle of wine in a restaurant. Now, because I want some extra smoky flavor, I'm using this smoked shoyu. This stuff is about also $30 a bottle, and it goes a long, long way. So I'm gonna add just a small amount because we're gonna add some later. This one is gonna get the fancy butter. This is the 84%, 82% butterfat French butter that we're gonna throw into here. This is the expensive stuff. I'm gonna reduce this for another minute or so. I wanna get this a little thicker than the other one was. After this is reduced to my liking, I'm gonna throw in my 2 big dabs full of butter, kill the heat so it's not too hot initially, and I'm just gonna stir this until that butter is incorporated. There's no butter chunks left. Throw this back on the heat, not too hot, medium heat, constantly stirring to hopefully not break it. This is done. Now, we're ready to plate up. First one we're gonna plate up is the gotcha pork roast because I think it'll hold up the best. Now, here's the thing with the gotcha pork roast. I've actually made this 5 or 6 times, and each time it comes out relatively well. The only thing that I dislike about it is the prep time. So if you're making this, make sure you spend a bit of time on it. You're gonna need about 2 hours to make it start to finish. I have to remove all the twine because no one wants to eat this. I'm gonna try to be very careful because it looks like it's coming out the sides. That's okay. Okay, there's so much bacon grease in this house. We're not gonna sauce it until we have both ready. So I'm gonna put this back into the microwave just to stay warm while we finish the fancy version. But the problem is I don't know how to plate this. So we're gonna use our creative judgment here. Starting off with these little guys. This is so good. But this one is gonna be incorporated into the fancy gotcha pork roast, so it has some texture to it. Then we also have the air fried copa. This we're just gonna break up as we need it. We just want 1 piece. Then we have the bacon we need. We have a few more garnishes. Let's plate this thing out. It's gonna be weird. You're gonna need a ring mold that I have to spray down just a little bit so nothing sticks. Place this right into the center of your plate. Grab some of the mashed potatoes. Now again, the idea is you'd be able to serve this in a restaurant. So you might have this mashed potato ready to go. It's nice and hot. So this way you can utilize it for multiple dishes. If we have this, we can intro other stuff into it. First, we're gonna do the copa. Maybe only like half of this purple potato. Do just a bit of fresh chives that I had cut up as well. And then we can just gently fold all of this together. Throw this right into the center of the mold. And you see how quick that would be to pick up if you were in a professional place? Then, very secret ingredient. This is a 28-month aged Gouda. This is so good. We're gonna do just a bit of this because it is very strong. Then the bacon. This is how it's, to me, still a gotcha pork roast. We're going to layer the bacon on here, but we wanna try to fully cover this thing. You wanna try to hide it as much as possible because again, the whole theme is that you don't know that it's potato under there. Then we can remove this thing, but it's clearly still potato, so this is the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever made. I think we did it. I'm happy with this. Take a paper towel, dab any additional oil, and now both of these are ready to sauce. Yukihira's gets soy sauce, red wine sauce. Both of them are gonna get a bit of daikon sprouts. just right on top. And then the fancy version is gonna get the sauce on the side. This way it can be poured table side. This one will also get chive to denote that there is chive in it. And there are the two versions of gotcha pork roast. I don't want to say how much they are because Rachel is standing right there, so she gets to do the taste test. And then I'll tell her what each of them cost. You're gonna be trying the first gotcha pork roast, and then you'll try the second one. So this one is the Yukihira Special.
Cheers.
What do you think?
Bacony,
Okay.
salty, potatoey.
Pretty good, right?
They're pretty good.
Pretty good.
I would eat a whole log.
You wouldn't poop right for a month.
No.
How much would you pay for this?
I'm pretty sure it would be like a $25
Okay.
like thing on a menu.
Okay, that's fair. Because the ingredients for this were about $5.50 to $6. So it's not bad. To make all of this was about $5 because we only used a few slices of the bacon. Now, this one is the fancy version. Now you don't actually need a knife for this one, but dear viewers, this one has another kind of twist to it. This one has to be paired with this wine. Don't spit yet.
I didn't.
It's very nice. Okay.
It smells really good.
Sauce goes on now. Oh God,
Making
it's
a
everywhere.
mess.
Oh God, it's everywhere. Okay, maybe don't splash that far out. Now, please enjoy.
Oh, that's thick.
That is thick.
Oh, that's thick.
Now you have to take a sip of the wine. That's why it's the price that I'm gonna reveal.
Ooh.
Right?
Yeah,
That's what I said.
That's really good. It's like super rich, bacony, cheesy. Is there mushroom in there?
There's mushrooms too. But which one would you order?
This one.
This one? This one with the glass of wine.
Did you try it yet?
I did not. If we count for the price of ingredients, was $50.
Okay.
That's really good. This version, you can have it for cheaper than $50. You don't need it with wine. Let's do this, ready? Now for Yukihira's Chaliapin steak. First thing we need to do is dice quite a few onions. I'm gonna use about 3 or 4. Boom, just like that, we have diced onions. In truth, I forgot to record dicing some onions. Now in the original recipe, it says to use 1.5 to 2 onions, but since I'm doing 2 larger steaks, I opted for about 4. You want your onions to look about that. This way we'll get a nice even coating with them and we won't have to worry about not being able to cover enough of our steak. Now for our steaks. Yukihira ended up using really cheap cuts of meat, but I did buy these at my local Costco and they're really nice New York steaks. But that doesn't mean you can't use a cheaper cut like a flank steak or strip steak or anything like that. Feel free to use whatever steaks you want. You're going to have a similar effect, but these will taste really nice with these New Yorks. Now, since these steaks are pretty thick, I'm gonna go ahead and fillet one of them, but we're gonna keep this one whole. Yukihira ends up pan frying his steak, but we are also going to sous vide the other thicker steak. I can't wait to try both. It also mentioned in the recipe to go ahead and tenderize it if you want to use a meat tenderizer, but I'm gonna go ahead and opt out for not doing it and just kind of evening out the meat just a little bit. Once you have your steaks ready to go, you're gonna go ahead and place them into your pot with all of your onions or a bowl if you're doing that method, and just make sure that they end up being completely covered on the bottom and on the top, and then we'll go ahead and pack everything down. Like I had said, this recipe is fairly straightforward. The only other thing we need to do is get our rice going, which we already have, just rinsed it until it was clear and got it into our rice steamer. Now we have to make our umeboshi paste. I had to drive quite a ways into Portland to pick up some of this paste, and I will say, it's not even paste, these are actually whole plums. They're pretty worth it. I think I've only had umeboshi a couple of times and they were always in jelly donuts. But these are incredibly salty, but they're making my mouth water thinking about trying them, and we're just gonna go for it. Oh, yeah, that's good. It has a pit in it. Eat the pruny ball. You get no napkins, lick your palms. I'm thinking all I'm gonna do is really pit some of these plums and turn it into my own paste or my own kind of puree, keeping it a little chunky so that way it'll fold into the rice really nicely. Now, what's really cool about using a sous vide method as well is that we can incorporate our marinade or our rub directly onto the steak while it's cooking. So I'm gonna make a really quick white miso rub and glaze and add that to our steak once it's ready to cook. I used a little bit of white miso and some water to kind of bring it together, and then added a bit of maple syrup to sweeten it. So our timer's just gone off. That means we get to pull out all of our steak and onions. So I know it's only been about 30 minutes, and like Hit had said, I think 30 minutes is a good time, especially for some of the thinner steaks, but you can go a little bit longer with something that's a little bit thicker, like this New York that we have here that's uncut. However, because of the enzymes in the onions, I wouldn't really go over more than maybe 2 hours on any of it, just because then you're gonna start to see some discoloration in the actual meat. Go ahead and remove the onions from the steaks. I think this is one of our smaller ones, yep. You can already see there's a little bit of discoloration in these steaks from the onions, and that's going to happen. It's not a bad thing, but if it sits too long, again, it may end up hurting the texture of that steak. And this one is actually going to get the miso rub before we throw it into our sous vide. The only other thing with sous vide is that once you actually have a marinade on there and it's going to cook in the bag, make sure you season it how you want before you finish it. After hitting it with salt and pepper, gently lower your steak into the bag, trying to get all of that nice glaze on there, and then proceed to tenderize the meat a little bit. So there is our beautiful miso marinated New York that's going to go into the sous vide. So we have our regular steaks and our miso steak for the sous vide. These are just gonna get salt and pepper and fried in the pan after frying the onions, so we have some work to do. Grab your steak, pop it into your sous vide water. I have mine going right now for a hopefully medium rare once it's done. It's gonna take about an hour. This is Rindo, because she's hot and fiery. What's really cool about the Chef Step sous vide machine is that it works off of a smart app on your phone, and I wanted to show you guys that process, but I do use my cell phone to record everything. So this is set at a medium rare, hopefully 129 degrees once everything is said and done. This is gonna take about an hour, and then once it's done or close to done, we're gonna start firing the other two steaks to kind of gauge how close they are to each other. So now Rindo is ready, and we're getting ready to start frying up our steaks. We have our plum paste ready, we have our rice ready, we gotta do our onions and some sauce. I'm doing this in a cast iron pan, so what we're gonna do according to the recipe is go ahead and start frying up some of our onions, remove those from the pan, add some butter, then fry the steak in that same pan, then remove the steak and make sauce. Let's do it. So what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to get a nice little bit of a char on these onions so they get a little bit more fried than caramelized. I don't want them to be too soft like you would with a really nice caramelized onion. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna pull these off. These still have a little bit of a bite, and we're gonna set these to the side while we cook our steak. Once your butter is nice and melted, before it starts to brown, add your steak. So once we add our steak, we're gonna leave this undisturbed until it's ready to flip, and then let it rest on a cooling rack. Once you deglaze your pan with some red wine, hit it with some soy sauce, let it reduce, add your cornstarch, and then you're gonna finish it with just a small dab of butter. This is one of those moments. So the stage is set for our first set of steaks. Now we have to set up our miso steak so that way we can have them both ready at the same time. Let's do the miso. So for the miso steak, we're gonna do the same process. Brown the onions, remove the onions, add your steak, sear the steak, and make some sauce. We have both steaks ready. Let's go ahead and plate up the first steak. For my umeboshi rice, I ended up adding the rice and umeboshi to a separate bowl before I plated up. I also sliced my New York ahead of time before I decided to plate up just to make it a bit easier to eat. I'm eating this. Once you have your steak cooked to the right temperature that you want, go ahead and place it right on top of your rice. Add a bunch of onions, like a lot of onions. Keep adding onions and then fill it with sauce, like a lot of sauce. There's our first Yukihira style Chaliapin done, and now we have to do the miso. You know what, we're going big. This is our sous vide miso New York. It's the best part, right here at the tail. I can't explain to you the flavors involved in this right now. We're once again going to go ahead and slice our New York and place it on top of our rice and pile it on with as many onions as you want. I like a lot of onions and a lot of sauce. So I had to call the wife for this one. She's coming downstairs, and I already know which one I like more, but I have to have her take on this. And she has to use the chopsticks to try to cut the steak. So this is the original. We all know which one this is. So go ahead, try it. Try it with, try the steak first and then maybe try it with the rice. Is it good? Is it like buttery? Do you want some too? Come here. Steak. Oh, why did you fart? God. Can't help it, so you ruined the mood, cat. Okay, so this is our miso sous vide steak that I had a little problem coming to my feet for. I may or may not have gotten on my knees for that one. No, that's mine. That's my big bowl. What's it? This is what I have to deal with. This is what I have to do. It's okay, we have some left. All right, I'm just borrowing this. Because all in all, yes, this is a fantastic recipe and it actually is really easy to make. But man, adding a little bit of that miso glaze and doing it with the sous vide method just ups the game so much more. And granted, you don't have to do that. Remember, old is gold. Okay, this is good. The onions themselves add a lot of body and flavor to the overall dish, and you can also taste some of it on the actual steak. What's your favorite way of making a steak? Honestly, this has to be one of my new favorite ways, and I'm gonna have to play with this some more. And the umeboshi, that is such a nice touch. Hear that? Warmer months coming up, this is the perfect dessert. Aldini's Lemoncello semifreddo. Now the first thing we're gonna work on is the sponge cake, or the Genoa style sponge cake. For this, you're gonna need 3 whole eggs right into your mixing bowl, and then start mixing this on a low speed. And look at this angle. Look at what he has to do to get this angle for you guys. While it's mixing on that low speed, enjoy yourself a nice afternoon espresso, and after around 2 minutes, kick it back up to high speed. Now while it's spinning on high speed, start incorporating 105 grams worth of sugar very slowly into your eggs. You wanna start doing this slowly so you don't really have too many clumps of sugar. If it does start to clump up on the sides, make sure you scrape it down and then bring it back up to that high speed. Walk away from it for about 8 to 10 minutes. Don't forget your espresso because you should finish that a lot faster, to be honest. Now after around 10 minutes, your eggs should start to get nice and fluffy. This is the texture that you're looking for. It should start to ribbon when you pull it up and it hits the batter on the bottom and it doesn't completely sink back in. Once you have that beautiful egg mixture ready, you're going to combine 65 grams worth of flour and 1 gram worth of baking powder. Place that mixture into a sieve or a strainer and add 1/3 of it to your egg mixture. Don't add all of it at once, otherwise you're going to start clumping up all of that flour. After folding in the first third, add in the rest of your flour and baking powder mixture, and then fold in the rest of that together. Remember to scrape the bottom because some of that flour does get caught down there and you don't want that to happen with this cake. Now take 2 small loaf pans and line them with parchment paper. Make sure you do press that parchment paper really well into the pan, and then add in around 2/3 of your batter into this. I didn't end up needing all of the batter just because my pans are oddly shaped, but I did use around 2/3 for the primary cake, and once I had that laid in there and spread out very evenly, I added the rest to a second pan that I had lying around rather than making one thick cake, which I probably should have, to be honest. Going in the oven at 350. This one is probably gonna be trash. Now, like Frank Sinatra said, place this into the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for around 12 minutes and don't touch them. Now with our cakes in the oven, we don't want to open it, we don't want to touch it, we don't even want to look at it until that timer goes off because it can deflate if you open that oven up. So in the meantime, we're going to take the world's cutest saucepan and make our Lemoncello simple syrup, which goes on top of the cake, which is kind of one of the secret ingredients that Aldini had used. Now the Lemoncello simple syrup is very easy to make. You just need 100 grams worth of sugar, 50 milliliters worth of water, and 50 milliliters worth of Lemoncello. 50 milliliters, Paul. Now we're at like 45 milliliters. I hope it was worth it. Add your 45 milliliters of Lemoncello into that pot. Bring this up to a light simmer just to dissolve all of the sugar. You're not really trying to cook this any further beyond. Once that sugar is nicely melted, your syrup is ready to go. You can just pull this off the stove and let it hang out. And while we were making our syrup, our cakes were ready to pull out of the oven. Make sure you do let these cool down completely in those pans before you mess with them. And now we get to make the beautiful lemon curd. For our lemon curd, crack 4 eggs into a bowl and then remove the egg yolks, keeping the egg whites separate. The egg whites you could just eat for breakfast tomorrow. Now whisk the egg yolks slightly just to break them down, and then add 120 grams worth of sugar. Whisk it until it's nice and smooth, and then add 4 grams of salt to your mixture. Once you have your salt incorporated, we're going to zest 2 whole lemons directly into the bowl, followed by the juice from those 2 lemons. You want to make sure you get as much of that juice as possible, and then whisk this together until this is nice and smooth as well. Now grab yourself a pot of hot water. I had water this whole time. And start cooking your mixture over that heat. We're only going to cook this until it starts to thicken, and once it thickens, we're going to add 10 grams worth of butter and mix that with the heat off. You're going to continue mixing this until that butter is completely incorporated. Once the butter is incorporated, remove the water, saving it for later, and then start slowly drizzling in 50 milliliters worth of your olive oil. Make sure you continuously stir this. It seemed like the olive oil was trying to break the mixture, but if you stir this quickly enough, allowing it to cool down, it'll start to come back together. It definitely looks like lemon curd. You see that? That is beautiful. That's a really pretty texture. That's exciting. Wow, that is, oh. Okay, I see you. Olive oil lemon curd. Now that you're overly excited, place your lemon curd into a jar just to cool down and keep it aside. Next up is roasting 300 grams of almonds and 300 grams of hazelnuts at 350 degrees Fahrenheit. We're gonna use that for the praline and the semifreddo filling. Now for the semifreddo filling, crack 4 eggs into one single bowl, remove the egg yolks, save the egg whites for breakfast for tomorrow, add 120 grams of sugar and a heavy pinch of salt to those egg yolks. Whisk it vigorously until it starts to turn pale in color. Now to this, we need 100 milliliters worth of limoncello. Okay, 98's close enough. Whisk this together until it's fully combined. Now bring that pot of hot water back over, place your bowl right on top of it, and start slowly cooking this mixture. Remember, you want to take your time here. Don't curdle those eggs. Don't curdle those eggs. So while we were working on our zabayon here, our toasted almonds and our hazelnuts are done, so we're just gonna let those cool off, you know? Sometimes you gotta juggle these things. Did somebody say juggle? Don't even think about this right now. Now once your mixture comes up to around 75 degrees Celsius, this is ready to pull off the heat. Oh, pro tip, pull the bowl off towards you so don't burn yourself. Continue cooling it down and then bring over an ice bath that the ice, it's not touching. How are you cooling this down? It's not even touching. At least you can laugh at your own mistakes. Now get enough ice water in there to make sure it touches the bottom of the bowl and let it cool down completely. Pull a Josh from Mythical Kitchen and try to remove the shell from those hazelnuts. Should be good. Enough? Maybe not. It was only about half good, but we're just gonna roll with it. Remove the nuts from your container and give these a rough chop with a knife. After rough chopping them, we're going to separate these into 2 separate piles. One pile is going to be for the semifreddo filling, and the other pile is going to be for the praline later. I ended up using only around 100 grams for each of my pile. Now the last thing we need to make is some heavy whipped cream. Load up 400 milliliters of heavy whipping cream into your stand mixer and bring this to a nice stiff peak. You wanna make sure that you have stiff peaks for this. We get to assemble this, I just realized. After that realization, grab your beautiful Lemoncello zabayon and add all of your whipped cream directly to that pile. Now gently fold this together as to not deflate that whipped cream. Be super gentle while you're doing this part of it. And there's no way around this. You gotta give it a taste. Oh, hello. After having a taste of greatness, grab 100 grams of your mixed nuts, place this directly into that bowl and stir this as gently as possible as you can just to incorporate everything together. Now that that is nicely mixed, it is time to unmold your cake. Grab the primary cake you're gonna be using, whichever cake that happens to be, and gently peel back that parchment paper. Remember to be super careful with this because it is a sponge cake and it does tear very easily, so take your time when you're removing any parchment paper. After you remove the parchment paper, I decided to trim off some of the cake just so it wasn't so thick. Feel free to skip this step if you're not comfortable with it. Now we do need to use this pan one more time, but make sure you do give it a good spray for this next step. Spraying it will actually help you stick this plastic wrap to the inside of that pan. The plastic wrap is super crucial because it's going to help you demold this later. Once you have everything nicely pressed, you're ready to start forming your cake. Grab that one slice of cake you had made, placing it on the bottom of the pan, and get ready to soak it with your syrup. Now pro tip, if you have a cold or room temperature cake, always use hot syrup. If you have a warm cake, use cold syrup. This way you get the most absorption possible. And so with that pro tip in mind, I actually reheated my syrup because my cake was nice and cold at room temperature. Once I had all of that juice soaked in there, I took half of my semifreddo filling, placing it on top of that cake in the mold. Make sure you do get this as even as possible. I did notice that there was a gap on one end of mine because of how I trimmed my cake, so I took some extra cake and shoved it into that gap. I then spread this out as evenly as I could with an offset spatula, shoving more cake into that gap just to make sure this comes out really even. Now the lemon curd I ended up putting into a pastry bag just so this way I could pipe it directly on top of my semifreddo. Hi, did you think you were getting treats? I'm sorry. Oh god, that's not for you, buddy. Now with Gandalf disappointed that he couldn't have lemon curd, pipe all of that lemon curd directly on top of that first layer of semifreddo. You want to make sure you do this very tightly and very gently so you don't move around any of that cream on the bottom. Make sure you do hit the sides with lemon curd as well just to make sure it's totally full. We're gonna freeze this for like 15 to 20 minutes just so some of that stuff on top hardens, then put on the next layer because I feel like if I go ahead and put a lot of that cream right now, it's gonna smear everything together and I don't want that. I want these to be layered. So we're gonna throw this in the freezer, maybe even half an hour, so I'll be back. Now you may be thinking, Paul, you messed up the layers. The lemon curd is supposed to go on top of the cake, and I would answer yes, but I'd rather have a center layer because then I can justify my mistake and I think it looks better. Now mistakes aside, place the second portion of your cream filling right on top of your lemon curd. Make sure you spread this out as evenly as possible because this is going to be a presentation side. And you may be asking, Paul, what about the praline layer? The praline layer should not go in the freezer. Gonna say that. The reason is because if you put it in the freezer, it absorbs moisture. Hard cracked candy-like pralines don't do well with any kind of moisture around. So instead, we're gonna make the praline separately, cut it to fit as a garnish. So yeah, you gotta freeze this till tomorrow, so maybe I'll just make the praline tomorrow. I'm so excited. and I just can't hide it. You know, I said I was gonna make the praline tomorrow, but we're just gonna do it now. This is fine. You know, just suit back up, get this done. Now the praline is actually super simple. You need 450 grams worth of sugar, 115 milliliters worth of water, kick on the heat on high, and bring this up to a simmer. My candy thermometer did not fit, so I just went for color. I cooked this until it reached this beautiful amber color, and this is when I added 10 grams worth of whole butter, followed by 150 grams worth of my nut mixture. Make sure you do stir this until it's fully combined, and when it is fully combined, this is when we have to cool it down. To cool it down, I'm laying this down on a sill pad over a sheet tray. If you don't have one of these, you can just use parchment paper. Make sure you spread this out immediately as it does start to cool down very rapidly. Mine cooled down very quickly because my pan was actually a little cold. This is going to harden very quickly, and before that happens, we do need to cut it. I'm using a pizza cutter that I ended up greasing with some pan spray. I wanted to make sure I could cut this into strips that were actually going to fit the same size of my cake in the freezer. So I used the pan to measure everything out and then cut these into even-ish pieces. Once I was able to cut them, I separated them from each other so they wouldn't stick as they cooled down. Worked. Now the reason why I went through all of that to get these shapes is because of this one simple thing. That's not soft praline. That's what you want. Now we just have to wait for it to cool down for that to freeze. Now this is definitely the next day. The semifreddo does need to freeze overnight. I don't care who you ask on that one. To get this thing loosened up, I ended up using a spatula just to gently loosen up the top, flipped it over onto a cutting board, which also did not work, so I just decided to blowtorch it slightly. Not too much. You don't want to melt everything on the inside. You're just blowtorching it just enough to loosen it up. The blowtorch does definitely help loosen this thing up, but we do want to make sure we cut it with cake side down. So give it another flip to you, place it onto your cutting board, and unwrap this beautiful thing. Look at the layers in this. This is what I wanted. Now I did trim off the ends of it just to reveal the center layer, and then took one of my praline pieces just to measure the overall size of the cake. I went ahead and gave it a slice nice and cleanly with a nice hot wet knife, trimmed off any excess edges just to line it up with that praline on top, gently remove this with a spatula. Don't touch it too much with your hands because it does start to melt, and look at the layers on this thing. This is absolutely what you want. It's just so pretty to look at. Place this on whatever favorite plate you have, and now we just have to garnish this bad boy. I ended up bruleeing a couple of lemons, which was just fresh lemon slices, a bit of sugar, and hit it with a torch. And after 2 slices in 2 days, we finally have Aldini's semifreddo Lemoncello Italiano English thing. He just combined a lot of stuff together, but it's really, really good. You know what's up. Hear that? Oh, that's just so good. Look at and you get the cracking on there. So we're gonna get one of these. Oh, just everything just goes straight through. Get a little bit of the praline in there. That's divine. I don't like using that word, but that's the only word right now. The sponge tastes just of limoncello and that beautiful sponge cake flavor and the texture, and then the creaminess of the semifreddo in the middle. Then you get the lemon curd, which is really nice and rich, but then the crunch from the praline. Listen one more time. Listen one more time. You hear that? Now listen, come here. That's so good. We're gonna be tackling one of Soma's first dishes. Yes, we're talking transforming rice. And look, I even have the manga today, so we actually have the recipe, which, you know, of course, we're gonna modify. So according to Soma's recipe here, he actually shows that he uses chicken wings, sesame oil, some diced spring onion, that's gonna be garnish, and a few other things here for the actual stock. Now, here's the thing. It was actually cheaper for me to get an entire chicken than it was to get some chicken wings, so we're gonna use an entire chicken and break that down. He also uses bonito stock, which the waifu doesn't like, so we're gonna make our very own chicken broth instead and reduce that down into our jelly aspic. So the final result should look the same as it does in the manga, but it will taste slightly different because it won't have that bonito stock. Now for your chicken, I always start by removing the chicken breasts first and then the back, so that way it's a little bit more stable. So now we have our chicken cut up. I didn't actually go with an 8-way cut. An 8-way cut would just involve realistically removing the leg from the thigh right here, and you're gonna go ahead and have an 8-way cut with these chicken. The reason why for that is because I'm actually gonna sear off all of this to get a lot of nice caramelization and flavor into our stock pot, and then remove them and deglaze the pan, and we're gonna save these for later. So as far as I know for this recipe and what we see in the book, he doesn't actually say to season this, but I'm gonna go ahead and season it. They just tell you to sear these off with some sesame oil. Get a nice sized stock pot. Mine can fit quite a bit in here, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add my sesame oil list over like a medium-high heat, and we're gonna start searing off the chicken into this and then remove it once we get some color, and we're gonna finish these later. After a few minutes, go ahead and turn the chicken over to get the other side nice and caramelized, so that way we can get a nice sear on both ends. Now this is about as far as I'm gonna take these. I'm gonna go ahead and remove these and place them onto a little bit of aluminum foil just so they can hang out, and we'll finish these later. Now we're gonna sear off the rest of our chicken, and this is actually just gonna stay in here. We're not gonna be removing this. So go ahead and take your entire carcass, start getting some color on that bad boy. So now we have some beautiful color on our chicken. For that, I have one whole yellow onion, a good handful of peppercorns. I'm also gonna hit this with about 3 ounces of soy sauce and about 3 ounces of mirin. What you're looking to do is really just deglaze the bottom of this pan. That may happen very quickly for you like it did for me. There's nothing at the bottom of this pan now. I'm gonna let this sake reduce just a touch before we hit it with our water. Now that my little bit of base is reduced, I'm gonna hit this with cold water, just enough to come about an inch or two over the top of that chicken carcass. I think what's really cool about using an entire chicken carcass and a whole chicken is that we do have all of this chicken available to us for later. So yes, we are making furikake transforming rice, but we can elevate it a little bit by utilizing the rest of our chicken and plate it up with that transforming egg rice. So while that stock is reducing, get your chicken in the fridge, let it hang out until you're ready to start serving up dinner. It has been about 4 hours on our stock and it is nicely reduced. I brought this down quite a bit because we only used a little bit of that chicken carcass. I really wanted all those flavors to come together. So you can see most of our liquid is gone, but now what we're gonna have to do is strain this into another container and let it cool down completely. You're gonna want a nice shallow pan for this, just so that way when you cut into the gelatin itself, you're gonna have really nice small cubes for when you dump on top of your rice. As far as this carcass goes, there's still actually quite a bit of decent meat on here, so feel free to pick through it. Oh, that's good. Okay. Typically with broth like this, I'll let it sit overnight, but since we're in a hurry, I'm gonna toss this into the freezer for just about an hour, see if it starts coming together. Maybe let it sit a little bit longer in the refrigerator so that way we get it to congeal, so that way we can have it ready for dinner. It is now the evening, and we've been waiting for this stock to set for quite a few hours now, but let me just show you what it looks like. So this has only been a couple of hours and you can see it hasn't fully set. It's kind of getting there, but it's not there yet. But here's the thing with timing. I do have one more in the freezer that's almost perfectly set. I have my rice going. We're gonna cook off some of that chicken. We have some guests today, so that way we have some chicken ready to go with this rice. Make our eggs last minute, cut the jelly last minute, put everything together, and hope for the best. So get your airline chickens nice and seared off and pop them in the oven. Crack all your eggs from your omelet and give them a good forking. Pull this out of the oven and let it rest a bit before we cut it. So our chicken's out of the oven and now we have our chicken stock. It's nice and solidified. You can see it's still a little springy, which is great. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it in this and we'll take it out when we need it. Now, while our chicken is resting, we have one final step, and that is to make the scrambled eggs. That was awkward. Plate up time. And this is the first plate up of the furikake gohan, and I think we're gonna go with this and then plate up how I would with all of our chicken. The eggs are creamy, the sauce is all melted, the chicken stock that we did is kind of coating the rice now. That's, I'll see you guys later. I mean, this is all well and good. Let's do another plate up after I eat this. This is really good. There's a lot of rice in here though. Now we're gonna plate up for the waifu and one of our friends. Let's do this. And there it is, guys. Transforming rice, Chef PK style, and I will say it's a nice little plate. You have a little bit of chicken on there, you have your eggs, you have your gelatin, and you have the nice hot rice with a little bit of cucumber salad on top, and you're gonna have some really great flavors behind this. But this isn't even for me, I'm just gonna have a rice bowl. If there's one thing I could change with this recipe, I would more than likely allow for that stock to congeal just a little bit further. I didn't wait long enough, I only had a couple of hours. I'm gonna let this go overnight and try it again. But if your stock comes out too thin, you can always try something like chicken feet or just adding your own gelatin to it. But being able to just spoon a little bit right on top, covering the rice, makes it really, 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 really nice. Next is Yukihida's Caveman meat. We have to try to stuff all of this into this. The first thing we're going to need to do is actually marinate our steak. To make the marinade, we're going to juice 1 orange, add about a tablespoon of honey, and grate about a half of an onion into a bowl. His secret ingredient is the yakiniku sauce, so I just go ahead and liberally apply this to my marinade base. Once you have all of your ingredients mixed up together, we're going to go ahead and lay all the steak into this and just make sure it's really well covered. Luckily, my local butcher did have some really thin cuts of steak that I was able to use for this and not have to cut it myself. Throw a lid onto your bowl and marinate for this for about 4 hours.
Now this chicken pate is derived from pate de champagne, whatever the case is. It's mostly supposed to be chicken liver, but I do not like chicken liver. I do not like the flavor of it, so instead I'm going with chicken thigh. Chicken thigh has a very high fat content compared to chicken breast, so we're gonna use primarily chicken thigh as well as chicken breast to cut it. Granted, if you want chicken liver, by all means, eat up.
Start off by slicing your chicken breast into about 4 even thin cutlets. We're also going to remove some of the excess fat from the chicken thigh and then go ahead and slice both your chicken thigh and your chicken breast.
I'm gonna be using a meat cleaver to chop this up, but feel free to put this in a food processor.
When you chop this by hand, you do want to make sure you get this thoroughly processed. Otherwise, you can use a food processor or simply buy ground chicken. Pop this into your bowl and save it for later.
Now there's a super small segment in the show where Edina mentioned something about mayonnaise, and I thought that was a really cool addition to the pate, so we're gonna make our own. They don't really elaborate on what's in his mayonnaise, so we're gonna wing it.
Mayonnaise is relatively simple to make. We're going to use 1 egg, 1 tablespoon of Dijon mustard, 1 tablespoon of rice vinegar, and about 6 ounces of oil. You could use any oil you want. Begin by blending everything but the oil and slowly start adding in your oil until it starts to thicken up. Once everything has been emulsified, season it with salt and pepper, and you should have a really beautiful mayonnaise. Add about 2 very large tablespoons of mayonnaise to your chicken and about 2 tablespoons worth of heavy cream. Now for the vegetables: carrots, green beans, and mushrooms.
They also didn't elaborate on which vegetables were cooked which way, so again, I'm gonna wing this. I feel like that's the name of the game today. I'm glad I wrote this recipe down.
We're first going to start with our mushrooms. Go ahead and remove the stems and save these for stock if you would like to do that. Slice them super thin into a julienne and then finally into a brunoise. When everything's said and done, you should have really gorgeous bits of mushroom. Throw these into a bowl to get ready to saute. To saute your mushrooms, throw a little bit of oil into a hot pan and start sauteing them with just some black pepper. Right before you're about to plate them up, hit them with a little bit of salt and let them cool down. Only really cooking these for about 60 seconds. Next, to prepare the green beans, we're going to go ahead and heat up some water with about 4 tablespoons of salt. Chop off the end of your green beans and drop them into your boiling salt water. You want to cook these for about 30 to 40 seconds, not too long, and then drop these into an ice water bath.
Now keep in mind, it is super important to shock your vegetables, especially the green ones, because it helps keep their color, keeps their texture, and if you did blanch them properly, they're going to be nice and green like we said, but they should still do this. That's a good green bean.
Once our green beans have cooled down completely, we're going to slice these into little rounds. These don't have to be perfect, but you want them about the same size as your mushrooms. Now for the carrots, we're going to go ahead and clean these up and peel them, and then we're going to go ahead and slice them into fairly thin slices. Once you have your nice slices, we're going to put these on some aluminum foil, dress them with a little bit of olive oil, salt, and pepper, and then bake them in the oven at 400 degrees for about 12 to 15 minutes. This will give them a beautiful roasted flavor. Now to cut these, you want to slice these fairly thin, and then we're going to brunoise these to the same size as the mushrooms. Now that we have all of our vegetable ready, we're going to add our roasted carrots, our blanched green beans, and our sauteed mushrooms to our chicken and mayo. Give this a good stir until it's fully incorporated. Take about a tablespoon of your chicken mixture and saute it up to give it a taste.
It's definitely not pretty, but you want to do this just to make sure you taste for salt, taste for pepper, anything else you may want to add. It's good, but definitely a little bit of salt. Yeah.
Now that we've fully seasoned our chicken mixture, we're going to spray the inside of these 2 cute little pans. We're going to line these with parchment paper just to prevent any of that chicken from sticking, and then fill these to about 3/4 way full. You don't want to fill these up too much. We're also going to use a little bit of plastic right on top to tamp these down, and then trim off any excess parchment paper. We're going to line them with plastic and then line them with aluminum foil and put them into a bigger Ziploc bag.
If you wanted to do these, you could easily do these in a water bath in the oven at 325 degrees. Just make sure that that water doesn't climb over the top of these, just about halfway up, and you should be good to go. But I'm gonna be lazy and I'm gonna use this. It's fine.
After being in our sous vide for about an hour and a half, I went ahead and temped these to 158 degrees, which is perfect for what I need. Remove both pâtés from the water bath and remove them from the pan. Careful, these are going to be somewhat hot, and look at that chicken compressed glory. Next, bust out your thick cut bacon. For each pâté loaf, I used about 4 strips of bacon, laying them side by side, slightly overlapping each other. Lay your pâté loaf somewhat closer towards the bottom and start rolling your bacon over it. You want to try to create a seam so that way you have a side to fry down first. Over medium heat, throw in a little bit of oil into your sauté pan and sear it seam side down. This is going to prevent it from really opening up while it's searing. You do want to make sure that you sear each and every side to get some nice color and texture on that bacon. Because let's be honest, no one wants soggy bacon. Once your bacon is beautiful and golden, put this onto a wire rack to cool down. Now it's time for meat layer number 2. You're going to remove that marinated steak from your marinade, pop it onto a plate or cutting surface, and try to wrap this around your bacon chicken log. Sear this seam side down if you can find one, and hopefully it stays together, which, yeah, that didn't happen, did it, big guy? So for attempt number 2, I actually used butcher's twine to enable myself to wrap the steak around that bacon pâté, and after getting a few strings all the way around, it held up beautifully in searing. You're once again going to want to sear each and every side. Now, unfortunately, because of the amount of sugar in the marinade, it does burn relatively quickly, so you want to make sure you're paying attention to this.
Look at that friggin' hunk of meat. It's kind of ridiculous, guys.
For our reduced consomme, I actually had leftovers from the transforming rice video, so this is what I'm going to use. Feel free to use whichever stock you like. Now for that beautiful flavor injection, I'm going to go ahead and disperse this into the pâté in random spots to try to create that effect of random pockets of juice. Go ahead and remove all of your butcher's twine at this point and get ready to plate up.
And since I couldn't find a place that would sell me a nice small bone, I got chopsticks.
Insert your chopsticks ever so slowly.
Dude, look at this. Oh my god. Why does this exist? Okay, here we go. Let's plate this sucker up. It goes on a white plate. That's about it.
I made some extra sauce with yakiniku and yuzu juice before the plate up.
And there it is, guys, the caveman meat. The only other thing is the aesthetically pleasing bone that ran through the middle, but you know what? It's fine. Just put a skewer in it. Unfortunately, the manga and the anime were really vague with a lot of the things that they did, so I kind of took some freedoms with whatever we wanted to do while trying to keep as true as possible to the show. Now we just gotta... Rachel, come bite my meat. Just take a bite.
It's a nice piece of meat.
Take a bite. With the skewers, you gotta pick it up like a monster. That's what they do.
Is that what they do in the show?
No, I swear that this is what they do in the show.
He's lying to me.
No, I swear, I have the manga right there. I'll show you. Gotta bite right in the middle.
No.
Come on. It's ridiculous.
That's a lot of meat. You're gonna pee.
It's pretty good though. Yeah. That's pretty tasty. You can just take the chopsticks out. You don't need to have a bone. A little piece fell on my plate. Let me just get my chopstick. Honestly, guys, it's a little difficult to make. There are some technical aspects to it, but you're essentially making a really fancy meatloaf wrapped in 2 kinds of other meat. The vegetables actually give a nice sweetness to the inside with the yuzu dressing on the outside, giving it that pop that it really needs.
This is 7 pounds of some of the world's most expensive beef, and I'm going to ruin it because of Food Wars. In Nikumi's battle against Yukihira, she throws down A5 Wagyu beef. At $110 a pound, you don't really want to mess with this too much. I also invited a group of friends over to give this a taste and see whether or not it stacks up to Yukihira, because yes, we're going to be making both dishes today because I know you guys are going to be crap if I didn't. Smash like because it's coming up on my birthday, and to share this video because this is my month's budget. Now we're actually going to be starting backwards. In this case, we're going to be prepping Yukihira's dish first. The reason for that is because I don't want A5 beef to be sitting around.
And lo and behold, I already have the steaks marinating in onions.
For Yukihira's dish, all you really need to do is to take your couple of steaks, take a ton of minced onions, and make sure the steaks are fully covered in the onions. These have been marinating for about 3 to 4 hours, so that way they're super tender. I also did hit them with the crisscross cut, essentially making sure that a lot of those enzymes hit the inside of the steak. This is going to make the steak super tender, and this was Yukihito's secret weapon against Nikumi's A5.
I'm only gonna hit this with just a splash of oil because we also have to use butter for Yukihito's dish and for Nikumi's. There's a lot of butter and a lot of fat in this food.
In anticipation of all the fat you're about to eat, do your tongue dance because that's super effective.
I only have 2 hours before people arrive. It is currently 3 p.m. Told them dinner's at 5, so I gotta get all of this done before they get here.
Don't believe in you, believe in me who believes in you. And also, we're making 2 dishes at the same time versus 1 in the same 2-hour window, but we can get this done. To expedite the process, I'm going to be searing off both of these steaks ahead of time and then baking them off later right before we need to plate up. This is kind of like banquet style, so we can do it this way. Oh, remember I mentioned butter? Yeah, hit this with a large dab of butter right into your pan after searing those steaks. Grab your onions and run around the kitchen looking for a utensil because you forgot to grab all of your mise en place you needed, and then take those onions and place them right into that pan with that butter. We're going to cook up and soften these onions with the butter. If you can't get all the onions in there, don't worry about it. Remember to season this with black pepper and some salt. Give your onions a toss, making sure that all the fat from the pan is being soaked up by those onions. This is what your onions start to look like.
So there's actually no vent above me, and the fire alarm did decide to go off, but that was a fun run around.
Now continue cooking your onions until they start to slightly caramelize. Remember, we don't want to cook these all the way through. We want them slightly al dente or to where they're just slightly underdone. Once those onions are done being caramelized, place these into whatever heat-proof container you have and set them to the side to cool down so we can use them for later. And now for the sauce.
Is this bad for carbon steel? I don't know. I do it all the time. Sorry, not sorry.
I am going to apologize for this, but I am going to also deglaze my carbon steel pan with some red wine and hit this with some soy sauce to create our sauce for our steak later. This is essentially a beurre rouge, so we are going to mount this with cold butter after turning off the heat on our sauce. Make sure you mix this butter completely with that hot liquid to finally make our nice, thick, delicious sauce.
I always like to taste this. Make sure it has enough salt. Probably does because of the soy sauce. Oh, that's good. That'll go good with the onions.
After destroying whatever was in the sink, place all of your sauce into a heat-proof container and set it to the side to cool down. After, get it into the frame, at least, please.
Here's the thing with Nikumi and cooking her A5. I honestly think they didn't check their facts. And there are 2 points which are very polarizing in this episode. At one point, she sticks the needle into the meat, places it to her lips, which is very, very suggestive, and she says this is a perfect 64 degrees, and I'm assuming Celsius because they are in Japan. 64 degrees Celsius is about 150 degrees Fahrenheit. 150 degrees Fahrenheit is about a medium well steak. But then when she served it to the judges, that's not well done steak. There's a lot of red there. So I'm gonna go with option number 2 of following what the plate up looked like. So at least I have it out. We're going with version number 2, the plate up. Not this one. Not this, not that one.
Listen, I had to really put this into context to tell you guys that I really wasn't comfortable throwing all of this meat into the oven like this. But since we're going for it, make sure you do salt this all the way around with just some sea salt. We're not putting anything else on it, just making sure it's nicely salted before we get this ready to throw into the oven.
This is $700 worth of beef. This is ridiculous. I am sorry for anyone that I'm about to offend. Just listen to it sing. This is like the 12 nights of Christmas, 10, 25 nights, how many ever nights of Christmas? That's what this is. Here's another point of contention. She butter bastes fattiest meat on the planet.
Slap that fat slab of butter right onto your steak and then start butter basting the top of this. Make sure that that pan isn't ripping hot because you don't want to overcook this or burn that butter.
It's really, really difficult to hold up 6.5 or 7 pounds of meat to butter baste.
Isn't that what all that working out is for? Whatever, dude. Just make sure that you flip the meat onto each side to continue butter basting.
This is a disaster, guys. This is a disaster.
I don't need complaining, I need results.
I'm just trying to get a nice even crust as well as I can all over this ribeye. Otherwise, it'll cook unevenly later.
We're only gonna be doing this for about 2 to 3 minutes on each side.
Oh God, my towel's on fire. No, don't smoke out the house again. No.
Who entrusted this man with $700 worth of meat? I don't know, it wasn't me, okay? Just whenever you get it done butter basting, remove it from the heat.
This, I hope, is our savior in all of this thermometer.
Ever so gently insert that thermometer in the most etchy way possible and then remove that hunk of meat from the pan and place it onto a sheet tray with a wire rack.
Now, it gets to go in the oven until it reaches an internal temperature of 115 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about a medium rare. C'est la vie. It really does pain me.
While the meat's doing its thing in the oven, we are going to make that garlic butter pilaf, and for this we are going to need both butter and beef fat. We're going to need both of these to make this garlic butter pilaf, and then add a quarter of an onion diced.
Luckily, I had all those onions from Yukihita's side, so thank you, Yukihita.
I'm also adding in around 10 cloves worth of garlic that I sliced nice and thin on a mandolin just to get these nice and tender. Now you obviously need something to stir this with, so please go find yourself a wooden spoon and give this a nice mix, making sure that all of that butter and all of that beef fat has fully been tossed with all of your garlic and your onions, making sure that none of that precious garlic escapes. Continue cooking this until everything is nice and tender.
This also smells incredible. There's nothing wrong with this.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with making pilaf this way, and once that garlic is nice and tender, this is when we're actually going to add in 2 cups worth of jasmine rice. Make sure you fully toss in the jasmine rice with your onions and your garlic and all of your fats, making sure that there's no fat at the bottom. Season it with a bit of salt, and once it is nice and incorporated, this is when we add in 4 cups worth of water.
This rice is how my mom always made rice, and she makes some of the best rice on the planet, and I will stand by that. Except she never used butter or beef fat, but just the pilaf method.
Once that water starts coming up to a boil, we are going to throw a lid on this and cook this for about 10 to 15 minutes over a medium heat. Walk away, leave it alone. After those 10 to 15 minutes, your rice should be done, and what you're looking for is to make sure that there is no liquid at the bottom of your pot and that the rice is nice and tender.
Nikumi also mentioned that there's quite a bit of butter in this, so we're gonna finish this with butter and some salt.
Why do you do this so forcefully?
Sweating and smelling like popcorn tonight.
I can confirm, we smelled like both beef fat and popcorn. Make sure all of that butter is nicely melted with all of your rice. Give this a taste to make sure it is fully seasoned. This is the second best time to season this.
That's delicious.
Now throw a lid on it and keep it warm on the stove.
We're gonna put this back on the stove and just turn it off. Leave it, it's fine.
Now, since I am throwing somewhat of a dinner party for my guests, I wanted to make sure that they had something else on the table other than rice and meat all night. I picked up a bunch of pickled vegetables from Awajimaya, from daikon to shredded daikon to whatever that is, to some seaweed, to whatever that is, to some pickled cucumber, to some more pickled cucumber, and placed it on this really nice tray. My sous chef wife was nice enough to pour me a Japanese lager. I did a little dance, and we are ready to pull this A5 out of the oven. Witness all of its glory.
Would anyone like some beef fat to take home?
That Wagyu beef fat would be amazing on French fries.
That's a big hunk of meat.
It may be a big hunk of meat, but it still needs to rest before we cut into it. So remove the thermometer and place this behind you, so this way we can let it rest for about 10 to 15 minutes. And while it was resting, I decided to explain Food Wars to my friends.
The clothing explosion is what's happening in their mind. And their meat juices are flying everywhere. It's crazy. It's probably what's gonna be happening tonight after all this meat.
How would you guys describe Food Wars? Let me know in the comments down below. For this, I did pick up some brand new bowls, so this way we could have something nice to plate up with. Plated up my garlic pilaf first, then grabbed our hunk of A5. This thing looks almost deep fried and almost too beautiful to cut. Almost.
I don't know how to cut this because in the show, it's like shaped like a rose.
Now I just want you to listen to this.
Oh.
Everyone is super excited to see the inside of this, especially after that crackling. And of course, I did cut off a small chunk, gave it to one of my good friends, and look at his face after eating it. That is the face of someone who has just experienced Food Wars in real life. I ended up slicing just a few chunks of the A5, placing it right on top of each bowl of rice. The A5 is actually super rich, so you don't want to give anyone too much of it. The center of the roast is more rare than the ends, and that was really nice to see because I was worried that I had overcooked it, even though I only cooked it to 95 degrees Fahrenheit. But just look at how gorgeous this bowl of food is. Make sure you take a picture for the gram so we can post it later. And after serving my friends, I wanted to see what their reaction would be after digging into this.
Clothes are popping off already.
I know, it's just everyone's like, oh.
That's insane.
It's so rich.
I'm never gonna eat a steak again.
Does it feel like overly rich?
I don't
think so.
I wouldn't say overly.
Give me a couple more bites.
I don't know that term.
Like, it's a little bit almost too much.
I'll take yours. Yeah.
Don't worry, there wasn't any fighting for any bowls of food, and I wanted to give you my take on this.
It's almost just like eating butter. Yeah, this is really good. Even though it's really rich, I don't feel like it's overdoing it.
If you looked up decimate, it would be me eating that bowl of food earlier. Now take your plum paste and a bunch of steamed white rice, mix it together thoroughly, and then place some of that rice into your bowls of choice. I actually ran out of the other bowls, so I'm using these. And I am slicing this nice and thin because I wasn't able to give a whole steak to everyone. This actually puts it at an advantage, so this way they don't have to fight it. Top this with a ton of your onions, followed by all of your sauce, and Yukihita's Chaliapin steak is ready to test. I wanted to make sure they got this second, just like they did in Food Wars.
So we went from $110 a pound from the A5 to $4 a pound. In the show, they had the expensive one first. So give this one a shot.
What is the orange stuff in here?
That's a salty surprise.
What did you do to it?
This is where
I shouldn't have had the other one first.
Yeah.
This is very good, but
It's good flavor, but it's definitely tougher.
Okay, so after trying both, raise your hand for the second dish. Okay, raise your hand for the first dish. You guys have been asking for this for quite a while. Kake no tane fried salmon, it doesn't get much better than this. Well, maybe. Am I allowed to show that? I mean, whatever. Please don't demonetize me. When we make this, I want you to guys know that you don't actually need kake no tane. You can use something like this. Triscuits to fry fish, so good. Use whatever crackers you want, okay? It's fine. It'll be okay. The first thing we need to do is crush all of our kake no tane. To do this, I'm gonna put all of this into a big Ziploc bag and try to crush them with my hands, which obviously doesn't work. So we're gonna remove all of the air out of the bag. Otherwise, it's like hitting a balloon. Grab your favorite rolling pin and start crushing these bad boys, and just, it's so loud. After a little ASMR action, just make sure that the rice crackers are really broken down. You want this to be somewhat fine. It doesn't have to be powder, but you want nice little granules. Now for the pepper sauce, what we're gonna need is to separate 2 eggs. I know Yukihira only uses 1, but I'm gonna be making a lot more fish than he did. Separate your whites from your yolks. The whites are gonna be used to batter the fish, so you wanna make sure that you give those a good forking to just make sure that all the albumin is broken down. Unfortunately, I could not find kinoe, which is the Japanese pepper plant, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this into a black pepper sauce. You're essentially making mayonnaise by hand, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna start whisking all of our egg yolks, which are the 2, I don't know why I said all, with oil, and you're gonna slowly start adding in your oil, and I mean slowly, super slowly, until you get this really cool pale color. It's gonna be nice and thick, and once it has this consistency, this is when we're going to season it with salt and really coarse black pepper. Make sure you give this another good whisking just to make sure all of your seasonings are incorporated. We got that thick boy sauce, super thick. If you actually want it a little bit thinner, add in just a touch of warm water to this, but look at it, it's so nice. This dish is incredibly appropriate for everything that's going on right now because he was able to use things out in the environment, things that were scarce and things that he just had to find on hand. So in this case, we are substituting some vegetables that are currently unavailable, things that are in season, things that we could find locally. That's gonna be bok choy and asparagus. Bok choy can be incredibly dirty, so make sure you give it a really good rinse and then wipe it down with a damp towel. You also wanna make sure they're really dry. We're gonna cut off the ends of the asparagus because they're super fibrous and you can't really eat them. Then we're gonna split them in half so that way they fry nicely. We're also gonna cut the bok choy in a similar way to have them about the same size as the asparagus. Make sure you remove the greens from the bok choy because these will cook differently. They explained using a river fish for this, so I'm going to use some nice steelhead. I want to rub my knife along the top of the skin just to make sure there aren't any rogue pieces of fish scales hanging out. We also want to make sure we look for pin bones. This is super common in most fish that you'll buy, and you don't want to bite into one of these with a super tender piece of fish. Once all of your pin bones are removed, we're going to go ahead and start slicing the fish into hopefully even-ish pieces. Just make sure they're not too thin, otherwise it'll get really dry when you cook it. Now that we have the Avengers assembled, we're going to take our fish and dip it first into the egg white, followed by immediately dropping it into your kake no tane. You want to press this down to make sure you get good coverage on the fish.
It already smells so good.
We're going to fry these in vegetable oil at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for about 5 to 6 minutes or until golden brown. Force push this guy away and let's get ready to cook up our vegetables. Throw in your vegetables and start cooking them over a medium heat. After a few minutes, our fish should be done. Look at this guy. You want to make sure you put this onto a paper towel to drain, but oh man, it's so golden delicious. Get your second piece out of there and let's pay attention to these vegetables. We do want to char these up just a little bit, get some nice color on them, and once they have a little bit of color, this is when we're actually going to season them with just a little bit of salt. Toss in your bok choy leaves just to wilt them a touch and you should be done. I know it says plate up, but can we just take a minute to appreciate this? We'll take 1 for the gram. We'll take 2 for the gram. Just two. To plate this up, we're going to take a little bit of parchment paper and put it onto a plate so that way the fish has something to sit right on top of. Pile on those vegetables, followed by your 2 pieces of your beautifully fried steelhead kake no tane salmon. Hit it with some of that good thick boy dressing. I mean, it's so thick I can't get it into the bowl. And just like that, a beautifully plated and fried kake no tane steelhead salmon.
And there it is, guys, our kake no tane fried steelhead. This is actually relatively easy to do, and you can do this with whatever breading you want. Granted, in Food Wars, Yukihira made this with the kake no tane because that's what he had on hand, but crush up some Ritz crackers, I don't know, do some Triscuits, do panko, do whatever you want, really, because that's the real challenge. Oh, that's good. And here's the thing. I didn't salt the salmon because the kake no tane is salty. Look at the inside of that fish. Look at how beautiful that is. This steelhead is so good. It's so tender. It's so flavorful. I'm pretty sure she uses chopsticks, but oh my God. Oh, I don't even want to eat these vegetables. I think these are just here for show. Vegetables are crispy. They're nice and lightly fried. We use the bok choy and the asparagus. Use whatever you have on hand, like I had mentioned. This is fantastic. I'm really sad we didn't make this sooner.
After taking a look at this recipe and having a conversation with a few friends about this, when you put this pizza together, it's basically a Philly cheesesteak. So that we're gonna make Philly cheesesteak, kind of. So the first thing we're going to be actually making is our teriyaki sauce for the shigurenai beef. I think that's how it's pronounced. For this, we're going to use 2 tablespoons worth of sugar, 200 milliliters worth of soy sauce, 200 milliliters worth of mirin, and then finally 200 milliliters worth of sake. You can use cheap cooking sake for this, but I had some really nice taiku. That's all I really had on hand, so we're going to be using that as well. Now the goal for this is to actually not cook this too hard because those sugars in everything will start to caramelize. You really want to just cook this enough to where the sugar dissolves, bring this up to a nice simmer. Once all your sugars dissolve, give this a taste and just, you know, give it some love. It's so good. I'm pouring this into an old whiskey bottle we had got from Scotland. In particular, the Dalwhinnie 15. It's so good. Pick up a bottle. Now for the pizza dough. For this, I'm actually reaching out to my On Baking cookbook I had received in culinary school. There's a pretty decent pizza dough recipe in here, so we're going to be using that. First, we're going to bloom 12 grams worth of dry yeast into 60 milliliters of water at 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Now give this a good stir so that way it can sit for about 10 minutes and get all nice and creamy. Now into your mixing bowl, we're going to dump in 470 grams worth of all-purpose or bread flour. Bread flour is preferred in this if you have it. 20 grams worth of sugar. We're also going to add in 6 grams worth of kosher salt and 180 milliliters worth of cold water. Now the olive oil is optional for this, but it does give it a nice flavor, so we're going to add in about 30 milliliters worth of that. I like to give this a good forking just to kind of get everything incorporated before I add in our bloomed yeast and water. Now throw on your dough hook onto your KitchenAid or your stand mixer and give this a good mix for about 4 or 5 minutes on a low-medium speed. While that's mixing, entertain yourself with random hand gestures just like this, and here's a bird. Now after those 4 or 5 minutes, just give it a little bit of a pull, you know? You want to make sure that this is tacky but still not super wet. I'm going to go ahead and actually mix mine for another 3 or 4 minutes just to make sure it has enough gluten developed. After about 7 to 8 minutes of total mixing time, our dough should be good to go, and you want to just kind of roll this into a ball. You can do this on the cutting board as well. Now grab yourself a bowl and lube it up with a little bit of fresh olive oil just so that way your dough ball doesn't stick to it while it's proofing. Now get this thing covered, and we're going to let this rest for about 30 to 45 minutes or until it's doubled in size. We just need to get a couple of things ready for the shigurenai beef, and for that we're going to be using quite a bit of ginger. I know that Aldini uses that needlepoint or julienne style ginger, so go ahead and get about a nice 2-inch piece worth of ginger peeled, and then we're going to go ahead and julienne this, and that just means you really want to slice this pretty thin. Because he doesn't cook this any further or cut it any further, the thinner it is the better, simply because it'll cook really nicely. Now we're going to do the same thing with the onion. We want to go ahead and julienne this as well to be about the same thickness as the ginger. That's going to be super important for when we saute up everything together. Now we're going to actually make the pizza sauce, which is the white miso sauce that Aldini had made, and for this we're going to use 2 very generous tablespoons worth of white miso and also some yuzu extract. Now if you don't have yuzu extract, you can use lemon juice instead, and for this we're going to be using 3 tablespoons worth of that yuzu extract plus about 1/2 worth of a zested lemon, and then finally 1 teaspoon worth of sugar. Go ahead and give this a good whisk and just bring everything together so that way your sauce is, well, saucy. You want this to not be too wet, not too thick. Give it a little taste. That's good. So now to actually cook this beef up, grab yourself a nice sized sauce pot, and I'm going to use some really thinly shredded beef. I picked this up from my local Japanese market, but feel free to use whatever steak you have on hand. Just make sure it's really thin. They actually use a slicer to get it this thin, so that's why I picked it up instead. After about 2 minutes of sauteing over a medium heat, I'm gonna add in all of my ginger and my onions and make sure all of this good is fully incorporated. You wanna make sure everything is together before we add in some of our sauce. We're gonna add in about 1/2 cup worth of our sauce, or about 4 ounces worth of this, and then start cooking it over that medium heat until everything is kind of cooked down together. Once the beef is cooked, we're gonna go ahead and hit this with about a teaspoon worth of sesame oil. It gives that really nice nuttiness to it. You actually wanna reduce this sauce until it's almost entirely gone and nice and thick. We're gonna keep this into a bowl and at room temperature just until we need it for later, after we give this a taste. And I will be honest, I just wanna eat all of this right now. Now that we have most of our fixins ready, we can start getting our pizza dough ready, and this big boy is ready to go. It's been about 45 minutes. You just want to dump this onto a lightly floured surface and go ahead and start stretching this out into the size of your pizza shell. This is going to be about a 16-inch pie that I'm making, simply because I am also using a pizza stone. Now, this next part, I don't know.
Don't do that in the house.
I highly recommend not doing that in the house. So now we're gonna take some of our miso dressing and place this over 1/2 of the pizza. This is gonna be our beef side. Now for the other side, we're gonna need to get our cheeses. And for this, we're gonna be using some fresh Parmesan cheese, a little bit of mozzarella, actually a lot of mozzarella, some ricotta cheese, and finally a little bit of gorgonzola. Now they didn't mention this in the anime, but we have to put cheese on both sides. And for that, we're gonna be using mozzarella for the entire pizza. Then on the cheese side, we're gonna add in our Parmesan just to cover the mozzarella. You don't wanna actually use too much of this. Same thing with the ricotta. The ricotta, we're doing nice little ricotta balls right on top of that Parmesan. You don't wanna overdo it with that either, and especially with the gorgonzola because it's so strong. Just put a little dab on them, you know, just a little. Now for the beef, I do like a nice thin layer of the beef on here. It's so good, I used almost all of it. Now a nice crack of black pepper over the cheese side. Make sure it's nice and coarse for this. One last thing is to brush the crust with olive oil. This is gonna help protect it, but also give it a really nice color and flavor. Now we have to get this onto our hot stone that I have heated up to about 450 degrees. This was very, very hard because I didn't actually have a pizza paddle and I had to enlist the waifu to help me with this. It almost failed, but we got it on some parchment paper. After getting it on the parchment, I went ahead and tucked the crust back in. Don't worry, this is gonna be fine. We went ahead and baked this at 425 degrees with the parchment paper for about 5 minutes, and once it kind of came together, I removed the parchment paper and baked it for an additional 10 minutes. And after that 10 minutes, look at our pizza! It looks so pretty! Absolutely love the way this came out. But there is one last thing I needed to add. I actually forgot the shallots, so I went ahead and sliced them up and sauteed those guys right before placing them on top of the pizza. Nobody has to know. If we did this in a restaurant, you guys wouldn't know. You just know because it's on camera. Now after about 5 minutes of resting, I go ahead and pull off the pizza from the stone. We're gonna cut this on the cutting board, obviously, not on the stone. You don't wanna cut it on the stone. We try to get 8 nice pieces out of this pizza, and after cutting it, we finally have Aldini's Doppio Mezzaluna pizza. So there's the, I can't pronounce the name. I think it's Shigurenai pizza, which is the beef with the shallots and the ginger and the teriyaki sauce that we made. Hold up, you really think we're gonna go in on this without the secret ingredient Chemical X? Come on, guys. So for this, we're actually gonna cook up 2 artichokes. These 2 artichokes were actually given to us by my wife's bosu, and that was actually really nice of him. I didn't expect to actually have artichokes for this. But after you get them cut and trimmed, we're gonna go ahead and boil these for about 10 to 15 minutes with a lid on it. You wanna make sure you have that lid so they get kind of nice and steamy in there. After pulling those out and letting them cool, I salted them pretty nicely, and then I ate an entire artichoke to myself just to get that effect. Okay, here we go.
Oh, hot. Oh yeah. It's interesting because this has the white miso on it and the yuzu. You get a little bit of the miso just for a little bit of sweetness, but then you get the yuzu that kind of really, it makes your mouth water a little bit more. And it's almost like you can't really taste as much of the artichoke flavor anymore. Oh my God, I'm gonna black out. Okay, but remember, that was supposed to be the second course. The main course is technically the cheese pizza. There's the cheese pizza. Nice crust on there. That's really good. The gorgonzola is a little strong, mostly because that's kind of what I bit into. But other than that, all the other cheeses are super mellow. That's really good. The crust is like super crunchy on the bottom, but still really soft all the way throughout. We baked this pretty high on our plate. Thankfully, waifu over there helped me
get it onto there, and it turned out pretty freaking good. The Elder Dragon Hojo Miyoko coming through with a pineapple fried rice, and something that I hadn't really seen before until this. Taking your fried rice and actually baking it into the pineapple is a super interesting idea, and we're gonna put this to the test. I gotta be honest, I really just wanted to eat pineapple fried rice today. Everyone's made this dish, it looks delicious. I gotta put it in my mouth. I just really wanted fried rice today. Here we are. First things first, we need a little shot of espresso. Now let's get all of our dry spices set up. For this, we're going to use 1 tablespoon worth of granulated garlic, 1 tablespoon worth of cumin, 1 teaspoon worth of ground mustard, and once we can actually figure out this jar, we're going to use 1 teaspoon worth of turmeric. This is going to give it that really nice color. We're also going to use 1/2 teaspoon of ground cinnamon. You can use a whole cinnamon stick if you have it, but I like the ground stuff. 1/2 teaspoon of cayenne pepper. This is going to give it that nice spice that I really, really like. And then also, if you have it, you can use a curry blend. This is very common. You can find this in most big grocery stores, and it has a lot of the stuff that we're using today. That way, you don't have to buy a bunch of spices you may not use again. And you know what? We're going to go ahead and throw a 1/2 teaspoon of this in as well. Now, ground allspice and ground cloves are totally optional, but I really do like the flavor that they give, so we're just going to do a little sprinkle of each, literally 1/4 teaspoon. These can be super strong and overpowering, so don't overdo it. Now we have our fresh plate of spices. Honestly, you can make your own by toasting and grinding them, but this will work. We're also going to use fresh garlic and fresh ginger. This way we're going to have granulated garlic and fresh garlic. We're going to go ahead and prepare both of these more or less the same, but just make sure you get all of your ginger trimmed so that way you don't have any of that peel that you have to deal with. We're also going to be using about 3 to 4 cloves of garlic. You can up this or make it less if you want to, but then we're going to take this and grate them over a microplane or a zester. This gets it really, really fine as opposed to just chopping it up with a knife, which you can do with a knife, but it just makes it a little bit easier and it makes it incorporate into the rice just a little bit better. And if you are using a microplane, just remember to turn it over and get all that good off the backside. You really do want that. Now for the vegetables. Honestly, you could use whatever hard vegetables you want, but we're going to use bell pepper, carrots, and onions for this. For the bell pepper and the carrots, we're going to dice these more or less the same. Just remember to clean out the inside of the bell pepper. You don't actually want that part of it. And then we're going to go ahead and do a small dice on these so you can see what I mean. We want to make sure that all these have the same exact size, so that way when you put them on a spoon, you have a little bit of each piece on the spoon. Now go ahead and put this into a bowl. You don't have to separate these by any means. It'll be fine. Now we're going to use about 1/2 of this carrot, and then finally realize that you should have just kept the carrot whole when you needed to peel it so you don't have to peel 2 carrots. I'm only going to be using 1/2 of the bell pepper and 1/2 of the carrot, and I'll just save the rest for hummus. Now we're going to go ahead and cut the carrots in the same way we cut the bell pepper. The entire thing with the fried rice is you want a nice mouthfeel, so you want to be able to have each piece of your vegetable on the spoon at all times anytime you take a bite. So once you go ahead and dice these up into your small dice, go ahead and pop them onto your bell peppers, and we're going to go ahead and move on to your onions. Now, these white onions are optional, but I think they add a tremendous flavor to the stir fry itself by a little bit of sweetness, a little bit of tang. They do the whole thing. We just need 1/2 onion. And finally, for me, no fried rice is complete without some fresh green onions. I like to cut the green onions for fried rice at about 1/4 inch so they don't instantly disintegrate into your wok when you start to cook them. You don't need too much. I like to use about 2 ounces of green onions. Now, for the pineapple under the sea. Make sure this pineapple is thoroughly washed because you are going to be using it as a cooking vessel. Most melons and pineapples carry a lot of dirt, but go ahead and cut off the top, and we're going to save this as our garnish. Now we're going to go ahead and cut the entire pineapple in half, so that way we have a top and a bottom. We're going to need to stuff the rice into one and use the other one as the lid for when we start baking it off, but we need to remove the flesh. Now to remove this, I'd like to take a paring knife and cut around the outside at about a 45-ish degree angle to start cutting towards the center of the pineapple. This is going to help loosen the flesh from the pineapple, and then take a spoon and further start loosening it up until it comes out as one big chunk. Now there is a reason for this. I like to cut my pineapple to be uniform with the other vegetables, so again, you have everything on a single spoon. Be careful when cutting towards the root or the core of the pineapple. It gets kind of tough, but now we're going to go ahead and slice this so that way we can get it ready to dice. Again, we're going for that nice small dice, little bit of a 1/4 inch size for your pineapple, so that way it's about the same size as your onions and your carrots. You are going to want to place this in a separate bowl because you're going to add this at a different cooking time than the rest of your vegetables, so make sure this is separated. Oh, and save all this good juice. We're going to need that. Now we have all of our mise en place ready except for the rice. You'd be asking, Paul, why don't you have rice ready? You need old rice. I mean, I made this 2 hours ago, but it's still old enough. We're using a short grain rice for this one instead of jasmine or anything like that, simply because I'm pretty sure that's what she used. But jasmine or a long grain rice would be really, really nice for this too. Just remember, using cold, day-old-ish rice is going to be your best bet for a couple of reasons. If you're using hot rice to make fried rice, you're basically cooking the rice 2, and in this case 3 times. So you may run into the issues of having it be kind of mushy. Instead, make your rice a day ahead or just bulk prep rice and throw some in the fridge if you're going to be making fried rice later in the week. Then whenever you want, you can just pull out a bunch of this and just make fried rice. Now to get things started, we actually have to cook off our egg. Get your pot screaming hot with a little bit of oil in there and dump in 2 scrambled eggs. Now what we're gonna do is actually not hard scramble this in your wok. That's because we actually wanna remove this once it's about a medium stiffness, and that just means it's not very gooey, but also not chalk. The reason why you do this is so you can introduce it back towards the end so it doesn't overcook completely. Now add in a little bit more oil to your wok and add in all of your hard vegetables, your carrots, your bell peppers, and your onions. And we're gonna go ahead and hard stir fry these. That just means you have it cranked up to the highest heat you possibly can with the flame that you're using. Once your onions and your carrots are a little bit translucent, we're gonna add in our garlic and our ginger and start stir frying that together with the rest of your hard vegetables. Once your ginger and your garlic has completely incorporated itself, that's when we're going to actually add in all of our dry spices. Now with your heat turned up pretty high, we're gonna continue to saute this until everything starts to fully incorporate itself and you see some of the dry spice start to stick to the wok. Once it starts sticking, this is when we're actually going to deglaze it with our pineapples and all of that pineapple juice. I'm also going to add in a little bit of this black Chinese vinegar. I love this stuff. We're gonna use about a tablespoon of that as well as a tablespoon of rice vinegar. If you don't have any black vinegar, just use another tablespoon of your rice vinegar. Make sure you completely deglaze the pan so nothing is sticking to the bottom. Season your spoon because we don't season the stir fry, and give this a complete toss until everything is beautifully incorporated. What you're looking for is to not have a bunch of liquid at the bottom. Then I'm gonna go ahead and throw in a little bit of peanut or cashew or whatever other nuts that you have, or just leave them out, but they had a nice crunch. Now we're gonna add in 3 cups of our cold, day-old, 2-hour-ish old cooked rice. Don't be afraid to dump this all in there, it'll be fine. Add in just a touch more oil to this to get some of that crispiness back to the rice and make sure it's totally broken up. The goal is to make sure that all of the rice is fully incorporated with all of your spices and all of your vegetables and everything so there aren't any weird pockets of rice. And finally, your last 2 ingredients, your green onions and your egg. And what I like to do is just honestly just chop up the egg. You could cut this on your cutting board with a knife, but just use a spoon, it's fine. When I think of pineapple and spicy, I think of lime juice, and thinking of lime juice makes me want to crush this to get it all over my kitchen. Now we just have to give it one final taste test because after this, we're going to go ahead and stuff it in the pineapple. So taste it now and re-season it if you really need to. Mine needed a little bit of salt. Give it another taste, make sure it's good to go. And this one is good job. This one is omega good job. Now they mentioned that they had seasoned the inside of the pineapple, and this is going to help further season your rice, but you don't need to overdo it on the salt. Now we get to stuff the rice into the pineapple, and the goal is to stuff enough in there to still fit the lid on to where it's a complete seal. Use a spoon to gently pad the rice in, but don't be too forceful, otherwise you will crush the rice. Throw your lid on it and make sure this guy doesn't roll around. We're gonna bake this in an oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for about 15 minutes. Go ahead and pull this guy out, remove whatever rice is off your cutting board, and just give it a little love tap, you know, maybe shake it loose a little bit and unveil your Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time treasure. It looks gorgeous. Now I gave this a big old whiff, and I will say it did have a lot of that pineapple fragrance and it smells awesome. Now go ahead and grease up whatever bowl you want. You don't want it to be too big, and we're just gonna grease the inside of this so that way when we start packing in our rice, it'll actually release itself very easily. We end up using all of the rice out of the pineapple and include the bottom of that pineapple because there's a lot of good left on there. So I like to scrape all that off and just put it right on top. Now use your spoon to gently even this out and pat it down so you're not crushing your rice. You don't want to crush this, otherwise it'll be mush. Now we're gonna flip this over on a plate. We're gonna one-shot this thing. Watch this. No problem. Your greased bowl should instantly release, and now we're going to garnish it with our pineapple top thing. And there it is, guys, our pineapple fried rice from Miss Hojo Miyoko from Food Wars. Seriously, omega good job. And say hi to Gandalf. Hi, buddy. He doesn't care about us right now. There it is, guys, the pineapple curry fried rice from none other than Miss Hojo Miyoko from Food Wars, and her name's a tongue twister for me. I will admit, this is incredibly fragrant. There's a ton of awesome smells coming off this, especially the pineapple. It's making my mouth water. You guys want a bite? You guys want a bite of that? Mm-hmm. Oh. It's so good. Wow, all the spices come through so well. Has a nice kick to it. You get a little bit of crunch from the peanuts. The pineapple isn't overcooked, which is why I added it towards the end. The rice is perfect. It hasn't exploded at all. None of the granulars are broken. This is delicious. What's your favorite way of having fried rice? I love anything spicy, so this kind of is right up my alley. Today, I'm going to be making Food Wars food for 24 hours. I'm going to be making the souffle omelet for breakfast, followed by the Loco Moco Don from Nikumi for lunch, and then the Chaliapin steak for dinner. This was heavily inspired by Inga over About to Eat, and you should totally watch all of their videos. They're really, really good. So let's get started with this souffle omelet for breakfast. So in this case, we're gonna just separate our 3 eggs into 2 separate bowls. Super, super easy. We're gonna go egg whites into 1 bowl and then yolks in the other. It's pretty important to make sure there's no yolk with the whites, otherwise it won't whip properly. I'm only doing 3 eggs because I am also still trying to meet my macros for the day. So if you wanna do more eggs, you totally can, but 3 eggs is gonna be enough for me. That's it. We'll just set our eggs to the side for now. Because I also want to make sure that our sauce is ready before we actually whip the eggs, because otherwise they can deflate. So start the sauce before you whip any of that. And the parsley too. Now, I'm using cherry tomatoes because since I'm making the Loco Moco Don later, we are gonna need cherry tomatoes for that, so you could just use them for both. It's really not that big of a deal. I'm just gonna cut these in half though to make our lives easier, and 1 for me. I'm also gonna be using some garlic. You can just use powdered garlic, whatever garlic you have really. I always keep fresh garlic on hand, so I'm just gonna use that. I mean, you could chop this up however big you want. I like mine to kinda look like that. A little in between chunky, you know, I like the chunky boys. Now in the world's cutest saucepan, we're gonna hit this with a bit of oil. Is there oil in here? There is, just a little, come on. That's all I need, just a touch, like just a very, very small amount. Pop our garlic right into here. And then we're just gonna toast this on the stove, and then we'll bring the cherries over too. Cherry tomatoes are gonna go with the garlic. Now remember, a big thing is that we're not really trying to spend all day making breakfast, but it just, you know, it's up to you. I'm able to do this, and I'm still only gonna take about 30 minutes to make breakfast, which is still a good amount of time for making breakfast, to be honest. A lot of the time, my breakfasts take about 10 to 12 minutes, and I have the same thing every single day, except for today. So this is kind of a treat for me, to be honest. Now, once the garlic is fragrant, we're not really trying to brown this too much. I just want to be able to smell it. We're gonna take our cherry tomatoes, we're gonna throw those guys right in there. Give this a quick stir. Now we're gonna bring the heat down to like a nice like medium. We'll let that hang out for a minute. While the cherry tomatoes are working and turning into our sauce, we're gonna finish chopping this parsley. Again, you can just leave this out if you don't really want to keep parsley in the house. I think the main components are really the tomato sauce and the eggs to make the omelet, and that's really it. Okay, now we have egg whites and egg yolks. I'm just gonna hit this with a splash of half and half. You can also do a bit of milk or cream or whatever you have. I just always carry half and half, so not too much. One of those, and that's it. Now again, before I really start doing this, I wanna make sure that that sauce is done. Otherwise, you don't want this to deflate like we talked about earlier, so we're gonna go finish that first. You can already see these cherry tomatoes are starting to break down. Well, maybe you can see it, there's like 0 lighting over here. But yeah, they're starting to break down. They're starting to turn jammy. We're gonna cook this for another, I don't know, maybe 3-4 minutes and then hit it with a little bit of red wine, and that's pretty much it. I forgot the wine though, I forgot the wine. Hit that with a little splash. Nothing crazy, just a little bit of wine. A little bit of salt. Fresh cracked pepper. Just let this reduce for another couple of minutes and it's done. I wanna make sure you are stirring this pretty often because there is a good amount of sugar in cherry tomatoes. If you let them hang out too long, they do have a good chance of burning, so just keep that in mind, you know? That's pretty good. That looks pretty good to me. We don't need anything else. Let's let it hang out. Let me show you the sauce. It's thickened up pretty nicely, yeah? That's all you're looking for. And since it is hotter than the sun, I'm gonna let it just cool down on the stove before I stick my fingers in it. Now we can whip the eggs and then make our breakfast. Like, I'm super hungry, to be honest. It's about 11 o'clock and I haven't really eaten yet. I had to get my workout in before I started all of this. We're gonna whip the egg yolks first, so those are ready. Wash this and then whip the egg whites, because those are gonna be the most temperamental. Kind of see, like, as you finish whipping your egg yolks, they start to lighten up in color, and that's really what you want. Oh, that looks good. I'm happy with this. Now give this a rinse, because if you have fat on your whisk in the form of egg yolks, in this case, the egg whites might not whip as well. Now for the egg whites, we're going for a like soft peak, maybe even a medium peak, nothing too crazy. That's good. That's a pretty soft peak. We're just gonna roll with this because I don't really want to over whip this. Yep, should have stopped there. Now we got egg whites everywhere. So we're gonna take like a third of our egg whites, doesn't have to be perfect, put it into our yolks. Then we're gonna stir this together so it's a little more fluffy when we pour it back into that. This part is pretty vital. If you don't do this and you just mix it all together, you're probably gonna have a flat omelet. And to be honest, that's fine. Just eat your flat eggs. It's okay. Now we're gonna take this mixture, now that the egg whites are incorporated with the whites, the egg yolks are incorporated with the egg whites, we're gonna put that into that. Now we can do one of these. Then we can fold all of this together. It makes it seem like so much more egg than it is. This is only 3 eggs. I'm just trying to make sure there's not too many streaks of egg whites left. Don't really want that. You can see it's still nice and fluffy. Let's cook this thing off and eat some eggs. Eat some hopefully jiggly fluffy omelet. I'm using some nonstick spray because I don't want to add any more butter or fat to this, but feel free to use whatever oils you want. Trust me, it's okay. I'm gonna take all of this. We're gonna pour it in right away. Just gonna kind of help it. Don't force it too much. Let it kind of settle. Throw a lid on this guy and yeah. I have it like on a medium heat. We're gonna let it steam for about 5 minutes and it should be pretty close to done. This has only been going for about 4 minutes and I'm pretty sure it's ready to go. We're gonna try to flip this thing. See if I can pull this out. Okay, it has a nice little bottom and I can still fold it, so that's nice, yeah. And we're just gonna kind of lightly bring this onto the middle of the plate. There, fluffy jiggly omelet. Pretty easy peasy if you ask me. Look at that, that's really nice. You get that jiggle? I mean, it's nice. It's super fluffy still. It has a little bit of color here, which is kind of what you want. You know, you still got the fluffiness down here. That's all right. I'm okay with that. Gonna hit this with our tomato sauce, just right on top. You know, do one of those. I'm gonna use all of it because this sauce is actually pretty tasty. Huh? Salt and pepper. Don't forget, because remember, we didn't really season this, so hit this with a pinch of salt. And then some fresh cracked pepper, just like all over the place. This is gonna look, I'm gonna have to get some of this off for the thumbnail. A little bit of parsley, and there we go. Souffle omelet for breakfast. It's literally that easy. Now what's really nice is that even after taking some thumbnails, like it's still pretty much jiggly. Like you can see, look at the jiggle. I don't know how much more jiggle you want than that, so. It's literally like eating a cloud. It's so easy. Even a caveman can do it. Is that still a thing? I'm just gonna eat this. What's nice about that egg white omelet, there was multiple eggs in there, is that it doesn't feel super heavy, which is really nice. I even had it with a piece of toast, didn't have the yogurt with it. It was great. But now we're going to start prepping lunch, which also is fairly straightforward. I think breakfast took me just about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes from start to finish, so that's not too bad. But for lunch, we're making Nikumi's Loco Moco, which I have a dedicated video to. Today, we are gonna wing it. I'm not looking at any measurements. I'm just going off of memory, so take it for what you will, but it's gonna be pretty close. First thing is I'm just gonna prep out some of the cucumber salad that sits right on top. This is just a, what is it, 1 hothouse cucumber. We're gonna just dice these real quick, super easy. There, boom, diced cucumber, nothing fancy. Literally just put it back into the container. Do the same with these. Then once you have your cucumber cut, we are going to do the cherry tomatoes, which is just the other half of the pack. I bought 1 pack for both breakfast and lunch, and that's all you really need. I'm just gonna give these a quick rinse though, because I don't think I washed these. It's good enough, quick rinse. Oh God, always good to have towels on hand. Seriously, Costco, like 20 bucks for like 50 of these. Now same thing with the cherries. I'm gonna cut these in half, nothing fancy. We're just making lunch for ourselves. You gotta remember that. Like it's really super cool to celebrate food wars and celebrate anime with food, but I also don't want you guys to really overthink it, yeah? Just keep that in mind while you do this stuff. Then we're gonna pop these with our cucumbers. Cucumber salad, it's almost done. I had leftover diced red onion from taco night the other night. My wife and I did taco night, so I'm just gonna throw these in here too. Totally optional, but I like red onions with cucumber salad. There, now cucumber salad is ready to go. We don't need to dress it or anything. I'm just gonna throw the lid back on it. This is done, ready for later. Now we're gonna make the white wine vinegar dressing. Now this dressing goes very, very quickly, super easy. I got myself 1 shallot that I already diced up, nothing crazy. Put a shallot in there. This will help emulsify it. I'm also throwing in maybe like a tablespoon of mustard. I got this Portland stuff. It's really nice, it's organic, but use whatever mustard you want. That looks good. Then I'm also gonna hit it with a splash of my vinegar. You know, you wanna do a pretty decent amount of the vinegar though, because this is what's really gonna help bring everything together. Do about that, that looks good. Then I'm gonna do a hefty portion of olive oil. You can also use canola or whatever. I have olive oil, so I'm just using this. Pinch of salt.
Black pepper, always. Give a couple cracks of that. Shout out to the pepper cannon, the best pepper grinder I've ever had. And now we just blend it. This one is kind of weird. You gotta like put this thing upside down. Oh, is this on? That doesn't look on. We'll know when we turn it upside down. Now we're just gonna blend it. It's gonna be really loud. Just like what, 20 seconds, maybe? That's really it. Making vinaigrettes is super simple, adds a ton of flavor to your food. It's not really a lot of effort. Let's see what this thing looks like. Make sure you do give it a taste. Should be nice and creamy from all the mustard and the shallot because it helps emulsify. But since it doesn't have like an egg yolk or anything, it may separate. It's just shake it back up. It's okay. There's our nice little white wine mustard vinaigrette. This is a little more loose than I would typically like, but I didn't do as much oil, so it's okay. That's good. I like the saltiness there because it's not overwhelming, has a nice bite from the mustard and the vinegar, because we can re-season the salad as we go, so don't over-season this. Got myself one of the best containers on the planet. I love these things. They're on Amazon for like 10 bucks for a set. Put that away. Dressing is done. So salad is really just this and this. Remember, she didn't do too much because it was a buffet, so this is all you need. And then now we can actually move on to the ground beef, and it's just a beef patty. There wasn't anything too crazy with it because a lot of the flavor was coming from the vinaigrette. So in this case, I'm using some really nice, like organic, again, Costco. Shout out to Costco, please sponsor me. Organic grass-fed beef, which I like. It's only a couple dollars more than their regular ground beef, but I think the flavor is a lot better. It's worth the extra couple bucks. If you don't like ground beef, honestly, use turkey. Make a turkey patty, whatever you want. Remember, this is your lunch, but this is also anime food for 24 hours. So actually, I have an idea. To make my life easy for later, I'm gonna pre-portion this. And I think that was a pound. So we're gonna do 4 4-ounce portions and just call it a day, like nothing crazy. We're gonna use this so we don't have to waste more stuff and clean, because there's so much cleaning involved. And you also don't have to measure. You could have as much ground beef as you want, but I'm measuring just for macro's sake. That's about 4 ounces. We're just gonna do that, form it into a ball. And that's literally it, 4 of these. I'm just gonna put it right back into there. I think this is actually more than a pound of beef. Yeah, because that's 5 ounces. This is definitely more than a pound of beef. Let's just do 5 ounces. Form these into your little balls. Remember, we're not seasoning these. Don't add anything to them. Straight up ground beef. Bam, done, donezo. Wash hands, please. Throw a lid on it, and Nikumi's lunch is done. That's it. Other than the rice, which we're gonna be making after everything else is prepped out. Yeah, throw it in the fridge. Now with lunch prepped and ready to go, we're gonna start doing dinner, which again, like I started doing this all about an hour ago, and if I'm able to meal prep 3 different meals in 1 hour, I find that as a win, especially when it comes to Food Wars food. So next up is the Chaliapin steak. This is pretty straightforward. We're gonna dice up 2 whole, I think these are just sweet onions that I bought, just 2 whole onions. You wanna use either a white onion or a sweet onion. Remember, no peels on your onions. Nobody wants those. I'm gonna dice up both onions at the same time, but I'm only gonna put half at the bottom of my little container, and then the other half is gonna go on top of the steak. Turn the onion, and then do one of these, okay? Get nice diced pieces of your onion. Okay, now to begin crying, gonna take all of these onions, we're gonna further mince them up, make them a nice pile, and just go to town. We do like a speed cutting montage. Oh God, my eyes. Okay, that's enough. We're gonna take approximately half of the onions and place them into a nice flat container so our steaks can lay in it. Should be good, nice little bed of them. And then this stuff is gonna go on top of the steaks. Oh God, I have to open a window or something. Oh my God. I tried to go outside for a second, but there's a severe rainstorm. So now I'm stuck indoors with all this onion. Good choices today, Paul. Great choices today. Now, as far as the steak goes, I tried to find cheaper cuts of meat. Everything is expensive right now as far as meat goes, so I found some steak. This is flat iron. I was able to only find it for about $5 a pound. Find whatever cheap steak you want for this, or use a really nice steak. I don't care, but you're gonna smother it in onions, so maybe do the cheaper option. Now we also have to make sure that we score this, which I didn't do in my very first video when I made this, so we're gonna score this so it's accurate, at least a little accurate. We're gonna go just lightly score, very, very thin, almost like you're trying to get that crackling on pork skin, if that makes sense. So you can see it's like super thin lines. Maybe you can even see that, I'm not even sure. Then we're gonna score the opposite way. This should make it to where like you can eat the steak very easily, even though it's gonna be tender enough, even without scoring it, it'll be okay. You could also skip the scoring step if you really don't want to. The scoring is also gonna help get all the enzymes of the onions onto the inside of the steak to make it super tender.
but there you go. That's it. We're not trying to cut through it at all, but that's pretty much it. Now we're gonna lay this into our onion bath over here. Press that down into that. Do the same thing with the other flat. I got two because I'm gonna feed the wife, obviously, when she gets home, and I know she likes steak, so this is for her. In spirit of sharp knives, I'm gonna give away a Mise en Chef knife, and all you have to do is follow me on Twitter, hit like on this video. I will send one of you guys a knife. Now we're gonna take all of our onions, place these right on top, make sure it's totally covered. I might have to like squeeze some of the onions into the side just so the sides get some action. Then this is gonna sit in the fridge until dinner, so quite a while. 4 or 5 hours from now, but really you can go like 1.5 or 2 hours if you're prepping this ahead. Bam. You know what's really cool is that I ordered the Nikumi A5 Wagyu beef to see how her dish stacks up to Yukihira, so make sure you get subscribed for that. That's gonna be coming up within the next couple of weeks. Now all we have to do is make umeboshi paste, which takes a couple of minutes, and that's it. Now the umeboshi paste, honestly, is super easy. I'm not exactly sure what Yukihira did because they didn't really explain it, but what I'm gonna be doing is take some of my pickled plums and just removing the seeds from them and then just mushing it up into a bowl. Umeboshi's done. I have to go buy more now. Oh, here, we'll mush this. Just do one of these. You could probably use a knife, but I just washed mine, so I'm just gonna do this. Okay, pickled plums are done. Here, you wanna see it? I probably should show you. That's what you're here for. Yeah, little mush, now in the fridge. Now, as far as the rice goes, I'm just using some basic short grain Japanese style rice. Nothing fancy here. This is maybe something you would just steam ahead of time. You could have this in the fridge already, so that way you don't have to prep it the day of. In my case, I haven't made rice in a couple of days, so I'm gonna do about 4 cups of dried rice to just make sure I have enough for like if I want some for breakfast or something for tomorrow, but feel free to just do a couple of cups if you really want to, or just, you know what, use Uncle Ben's. I don't care, you do you. If you are using this style rice, make sure you wash it 3 times, you know, so the internet doesn't get mad at you, okay? Also, it's better for the rice. I wish I could show you what's happening, but basically I'm literally just washing the rice. It's not that interesting. We have officially washed the rice 3 times, which takes just a couple of minutes. It's not that big of a deal. Honestly, wash your rice. Now, since I am using my rice cooker, if you're doing this on the stove, cook it a little differently, but because my rice cooker is pretty amazing and it's gonna keep us hot all day, I love using it and just keeping the rice in there. What's interesting about this is that a lot of people use the finger or the knuckle technique, which is great for a pot, but these rice cookers are super efficient, so keep that in mind. So they actually do have line measurements as to like how much water you'll need. So I'm just gonna use that. Cook your rice, again, however you really want to. We got our water in here and now we just throw it on the thing. That's it. It is officially 12:20. We've been prepping maybe for about 90 minutes now, so it took a little longer than I thought, but I was cleaning in between, making sure it looked halfway decent for you guys. Now we're just gonna wait till lunchtime, so I'll see you during lunch. Okay, let's make some lunch. Kind of lunchtime. I got some work done. I'm ready to eat again. I'm gonna start by making my little salad first. So I recommend using whatever spoon you're gonna eat with, just so that way you don't have to wash more stuff. Give our little cucumber tomato salad a toss. I actually want quite a bit of this just because it's super filling. That looks pretty good right there. In the anime, I'm not sure if Nikumi actually dresses this with some of the dressing, but you very much should. Otherwise, it's just dry cucumbers and tomatoes. Why not? Like, look at how beautiful this sauce is now. Look at this, this is so good. Should I do a couple of spoons of that, just right on top. This way, this is nicely dressed now. We're still gonna need some of this for the top of the burger patty though. Then we're gonna hit this with just a pinch of salt, black pepper, and then we are going to make our burger patty. That's it. Oh, and then we gotta fry the egg too. Gotta have the egg. So let's take one of our burger balls. And, oh God, my mic just fell. Questionable. Now that I've scotch taped this to my chest hair, I don't need any more chest hair. We can finish making this burger. Now we're only gonna use one of these. I have a small pan over here, so we're gonna head over to the stove. I just have this over like a medium heat. Like, you don't need it too hot. I'm gonna form this guy just a bit. I probably should season it too. That's fine, we'll season it after. And I'm gonna smush this down a bit. I don't want it to be this thick. Let's throw a lid on this. We're just gonna let that steam for like 3 to 4 minutes. And if you have a bunch of burger meat left, you can save this for the next day, or if you're feeding multiple people, I'll probably eat this for lunch tomorrow or something like that. So just keep it in the fridge, or you can freeze it. So good, just eat this by itself. I gotta turn the fan on, otherwise the house will smoke out, so I'm sorry for the noise. After just a couple of minutes, this thing is already steamed, ready to go. We're gonna give this a flip. Get some like nice Maillard reaction on there. Yeah, maybe, I don't know how dark this scene is. I'm gonna throw the lid back on it. We're gonna let that cook for, I don't know, another 2-3 minutes. Medium rare, medium, probably medium for me, it's okay. Remember, I started this rice earlier today and it's like super nice and fluffy now. That's why I love using that rice cooker. I'm gonna measure out 150 grams of rice as per my daily allowance, which isn't very much rice, guys. That's 160 grams right there. That's all I'm getting for this. It's still a good amount of food. Gotta put this back in the steamer. We're gonna place our cucumber salad right on top. Or I guess, you know, let's do half and half. Let's do like right there on the side. That looks really pretty. Okay, and then we'll do the burger right here, and then we'll do the egg on top of everything. There's our nice fat, thick, that's a thick burger. I probably could have smashed it a bit more, but that's totally fine. Now, we're gonna fry the egg in this burger grease, because why not? Easy, yeah? I'm gonna throw a lid on this, let this steam for like 2 minutes or so while this is resting, and then we can enjoy our lunch. Okie dokie. I may or may not have just steamed it a little too long. Like you can see, throwing a lid on it makes it so that this is a little more opaque, but it's okay. I'm okay with that. Oh, we need to put a little bit of dressing onto the actual burger. This way you get all that nice juice on there. Do one of those. Because remember, this doesn't get gravy. And you know what was interesting? Is as I was putting this dish together, Nikumi made this as an overall thought process of how when she lost to Yukihiro, right? Because he had put acidity amongst all of the fat that he had used for his Chaliapin steak, which we're gonna make later tonight. And that little bit of acidity really does make a huge difference when making dishes like this. So again, you know, use a little bit of acid to cut all the fat. We're just gonna do one of those right on top. Look at how beautiful that is. Easy peasy. This is the moment of truth right here. You see this? Should I puncture? I think we should. That's the one. I'm just gonna dive in. I'm gonna try to get a bite of everything. A little bit of the burger, some of the rice, some of the salad, the egg yolk, cheers. This is a fantastic lunch. I didn't season the egg though, so I'm gonna hit this with just a little bit of salt. I'm gonna finish this, get some work done, and I'll see you back here in a minute for dinner. This is actually super easy since pretty much everything is prepped out from what we had earlier in the day. First thing I'm gonna do is just remove my steak from my onions. We're gonna keep half the onions for us for right now, for me, and then the other half is gonna be for Rachel for later. So let me scrape off some of these onions because I want these to saute in later. I actually want a lot of the, I love these onions. I have made this a couple of times and I want a lot of them. Take this bad boy out. Try to get as much of the onion off the steak as possible so it kind of sears nice and evenly. Oh, it smells so good. You can see it actually looks like it almost opened up more. Then we're gonna get the onions that are on the bottom because that's where all the meat juices are. Dang, that's a lot of onions. Okay, we're gonna sear off our steak over on the stove, cook our onions, make our sauce, have dinner. Now I'm gonna start with just a splash of olive oil. Come on. Get that nice and greased up. A lot of the time when I cook, I like using a brush to get it super even. This way, you're not using a ton of oil. It makes it really, really nice this way. I also don't want this to be super hot. You don't need to sear this too hard. I'm gonna season my steak, salt and black pepper. Drop this on here. Season the other side. Now with that steak, a big thing too is that we're just gonna cook it to low. Cook it to whatever temperature you want. I don't know if a well done would be really good in this application, especially for that style of steak. I'm probably gonna take it to like medium, maybe medium rare, and just call it a day and let it rest. So it's only gonna take like 4 or 5 minutes on each side at the most. And then while the steak is cooking, I wanted to do some garnish. I have some green onions. I'm using like 3 stalks of green onions, but feel free to use as many green onions as you want. This is just gonna be a garnish. This is a very onion forward dish. Okay, we got this garnish done. We have our umeboshi is in here. This stuff is ready to go too. We're gonna stir that into the rice later, and it's honestly that simple. A lot of the times we overcomplicate some of this stuff, and especially with Food Wars, I know it's super over the top, especially some of this stuff as like, I like to call it power creep, where it gets really intense later on in the show, but a lot of this stuff can be made within a couple of hours. Like I've made 3 Food Wars dishes today. So it got a little warm. I want you to see look at that nice, can you see the char on there? Now we're just gonna flip this guy. I'm gonna turn the heat down a little more because I feel like it's cooking too fast. One last thing to do is right before you pull off the steak, we're gonna hit it with just a dab of butter. This is gonna finish cooking the steak. We're gonna do a little one of those. It's not really enough to cook it with the butter. I think adding butter is just enough flavor, you know? You don't wanna actually put in too much. It's gonna give it a nice nuttiness, and that's all you're really trying to do here. What's nice about adding the butter right now is that later on when we add the onions are gonna absorb all of that butter and just make it so much better. So once you have your steak done, we're just gonna take this off, put it on our plate. Gonna let this guy rest until we're ready to plate up. And I mean, look at that guy. I'll show this camera maybe, probably can't see it. It's pretty nice. It doesn't take too long to cook. I think it's actually like a little over medium at this point, but it's okay. Now we're gonna drop all of our onions. We're gonna saute these until they absorb all of that butter, all of that meat flavor. For the onions, we're gonna let them go for maybe 4 or 5 minutes. They need to soften up a little bit and then render down, so that's gonna take some time. Just let it hang out for a bit. The onions just need to be seasoned. They're nice and soft now. Black pepper. Now these are ready to go. We're gonna put them on the plate. I'm just gonna put these on the plate with my steak. So again, I don't have to make too many things dirty. That's so much onion. I'm gonna leave like, we'll leave like some of them. Because we gotta deglaze the pan. We gotta use this for our sauce. The sauce is pretty simple. We're gonna need red wine and soy sauce and then a touch of butter. I'm just doing a very small amount. I don't need that much sauce here. I think the sauce, if you go too hard, it's gonna overpower a lot of it. Some soy sauce in there. Just a splash of soy. Hit this with our butter. Turn the pan off. I wish my pan wasn't concaved. It's kind of not flat. That's it. That's your pan sauce. Now, the thing is if you want this pan sauce thicker, you can always add more butter and make it a much more richer sauce, but I don't think it really needs it. I don't think he had it that thick. It's still kind of just a pan reduction. Okay, now we can plate this thing up. So I got my giant bowl here. I'm gonna go ahead and measure my rice out. Again, about 200 grams of rice. Then I'm gonna add the umeboshi straight to this. So I got my like umeboshi kind of paste over here. Take this. I'm gonna add a good amount. I love this pickled plum in the rice. It's a game changer. I always keep this in the house now, so I'm kind of sad I'm almost out. I need to go buy more. Gonna cut this into the rice. We can just mix it in with our spoon. It's gonna be okay. But this is gonna work exactly how we want it for this application. Get all this back in the center just so it looks fairly pretty. Then we're gonna go steak right on top. I'm gonna go with some of our sauce on the steak. Then we're gonna go significant amount of onions. I'm gonna eat all of these onions, but for the thumbnail, I'm not gonna put all of them on there. You guys know why. Then do a little more sauce. Then our green onions. There it is. Chaliapin steak. I don't know how to pronounce it. There it is, guys, the last dish of the night. We made Food Wars food for 24 hours, ending with the Chaliapin steak. The real question is whether or not I can eat this with chopsticks. We didn't do it the first time, and I'm just gonna put the rest of this on there because we can. So let's see if this steak, I don't know if you can actually, unless it's like short rib. I feel like if it were short rib, you probably could cut this without a knife or without pre-cutting it, even scoring it. I can kind of pull it apart. Look at that. Cheers. It's rich, it's really tender, really nice sour punch from the umeboshi, from the pickled plum. Cuts everything, it's so nice. It's just a well-composed dish. I want that. Today, yes, we are doing one of our best girls, Megumi. Hopefully we can do her justice. We're gonna be making her onigiri 3 ways. We're filling one with pork, one with chicken, and one with cheese, just like how she did in the series. I'm really excited for this because it is by far one of my favorite snacks, and I can't wait to eat a bunch of these with a little bit of sake later. Let's make some onigiri. Best snack, 10 out of 10. I'm using Nico cow rose rice from my local Japanese market, and we're gonna just eyeball this. Now, pro tip for measuring rice water, you can always just fill it and then fill it to the first knuckle in your finger and you're good. And this is how you give binging with Babish a heart attack. That's about right. While your rice is cooking, you can get the rest of your mise en place ready. I have ginger, shallots, onion, green onion, miso, yuzu, sake, honey, Havarti cheese, because like sesame oil, and then we have our chicken and our ground pork. Luckily, the pork was already ground, but the chicken we're gonna have to mince up. For this recipe, I'm only gonna use 1 chicken breast, so we're just gonna keep 1 on the side for later. So now with our minced chicken, we do have that ready as well as our pork pre-ground, so we're just gonna have to get it out of the package. And then we have our different condiments. The first one we're gonna do is her chicken shio. Now, according to what I could find, it was chicken, scallion, sake, ginger, sugar, and sesame oil. We just don't know the amounts of each. So I'm gonna kind of wing it and hopefully go for somewhat of a salty sesame oil, kind of toasted flavor
to that chicken. It should be really nice when it's ready. Then with the ground pork, we're gonna do miso, honey, and sake with a little bit of garlic, but we also don't know the amounts for any of these. So just constantly taste your food. Make sure it's not too sweet, not too salty, not too spicy, whatever you're doing with it. Since we don't have accurate measurements because of not being able to find the recipe from the show, we can still make these, but just make it your way. Come on, you guys know the name of the game by now. So for the chicken, we're gonna go ahead and saute this up with a little bit of sesame oil to give it that nice nuttiness behind it. Once you start to get some color on this chicken, throw in your ginger. I'm also at this point going to add just a little bit of onion, throw that in there as well. Get your onions translucent, and then we'll add the scallions, the sake, and a little bit of soy sauce. This goes relatively fast because that chicken is so minced up, but now we gotta try this. I like to keep my green onions until the end so that way they still really nice and fresh, but it does smell really good already. Oh, that's good. Yep. Okay, bye. End of the video. End of the video. Take all your chicken, throw it into a container so we can utilize this for later. So now the pork seems really nice because what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a little bit of honey and a little bit of white miso, and that's gonna give it a really nice sweet, salty aspect, whereas the chicken was more of the spiciness of the ginger and the onion with that really saltiness of the actual soy sauce. The two are gonna contrast really beautifully together, and I'm really excited for this pork. Let's get to it. I'm gonna add about a tablespoon of crushed garlic to this as well. A little bit of onion. So once your pork actually starts to brown and get a little bit of color, this is when we're gonna hit it with a little bit of our sake just to deglaze that pan. And right before this sake is totally reduced, we're gonna add our white miso. Remember, white miso is very nice and very subtle, but it's also incredibly salty. So I'm gonna start with about a tablespoon. Turn it on low, give it a taste. Seems like this could go for another tablespoon. Once you're at this stage where it's nice and creamy and you can see everything's kind of coming together, this is when we're gonna hit it with our honey. What's really nice about this honey is that it is local and it smells phenomenal. What you want to do though is make sure that you don't add the honey too soon while you have a bunch of heat, because you're actually gonna change the flavor of that honey, and that honey is really nice. So I just added it at the end to get some sweetness. This looks really good. Oh my God. Okay, show, that's fine. Now for the final ingredient, we're gonna use a little bit of Havarti cheese. And the reason for that is because it is really nice and creamy, but also somewhat mild. I'm not sure of what cheese they had actually used in the anime, but we're gonna go ahead and use this guy. At the market the other day, I picked up some of this furikake seasoning that's actually tamago, and I wanna see what it tastes like with the Havarti. Maybe we can mix those two together and make some magic. Remember that rice we started at the beginning of this video? Ready. I'm gonna take some of this rice and pop it onto this parchment just to cool it down so it's a little bit easier to work with. Once your rice is at a nice, manageable temperature, grab yourself a small bowl of water. We have our rice, we have our water, we have our filling, pork and chicken. Let's make some rice balls. First, we'll start shaping our rice. Get your hands a little bit wet so the rice doesn't stick, and then, but before we make the rice balls, you have to realize that the rice, it has feelings. It doesn't want to be crushed into oblivion and put into submission. It wants to be gently brought together very nicely. What ends up happening is you actually end up breaking the rice granules and you end up smushing everything together, and what happens is a lot of those starches release, makes the rice really gummy. You want to bite into your onigiri and have the rice still somewhat fall apart. That's super important. It does take some time and it will take some practice, but it will make the mouthfeel taste so much better than a gelatinous snowball. A little plastic wrap will go a long way. That's essentially what you're looking for. You can see that the rice granules are holding together, but they haven't quite exploded yet. You kind of want to go for that. Take your thumb, insert. You should have a nice hole to work with. We're gonna go ahead and fill with pork. We're gonna take our index finger and our thumb and close it into a triangle. Make sure that it is a little bit wet and start shaping it into your triangle. And you should get something like that. Now repeat that like 30 times. Now that we have our rice balls ready to go, what we have to do is actually add a little bit of seaweed just to hold everything together, and we're gonna plate up. And there it is, guys. You have your beautiful onigiri, just like Megumi had made in Food Wars. I'm really excited to bite into this, but I know we have to give it to the waifu. Babe, where are you? But to serve these up, I'm gonna hit it with just a little bit of soy sauce, just so she doesn't have to worry about it. I made you rice. Okay, so that one, actually I don't know what any of them are because I lost track, so enjoy. You can't shimmy yet. Don't. Don't blow all the seaweed everywhere. Which one did you get? Oh, you got the cheese one. The cheese is pretty good. I actually really like the cheese in there. Oh, weird. Both of them. You have to try the other ones. Do you want some? Do you smell fish?
No, he's dangerous.
This is the pork one. The pork one.
Winner.
I think it's pork. This is the chicken one.
Winner.
You know, all in all, onigiri are surprisingly easy to make, and they're very easy to eat. And I will say, I could probably go through a dozen of these in one sitting just because of the novelty of it. Have you guys ever had onigiri? Let me know what your favorite flavor is. By far, honestly, one of my favorites is red bean, but the waifu hates red bean, so I didn't make it today.
Oh, no. Putting
Mayo.
in rice. This is disgusting. Who put
Mayo.
よくぞ聞いてくれました。お答えしましょう。チャーハンっす。
For the dong pulled pork, I am using the Walks of Life recipe. If you want to check it out, check out the link in the description below. I'm using about 2 pounds worth of pork belly that I'm cutting into 6 even-ish pieces. And I say even-ish because the tail was a little bit smaller. Now you're also going to need 1 bunch of green onions and about a 2-inch piece worth of ginger. For your green onions, go ahead and cut them in half and trim them up just a little bit. And then for the ginger, you're only going to need that 2-inch piece. Go ahead and peel it with a spoon and then get some really thin slices out of this. Now we are going to blanch the pork for about 30 to 40 seconds just to remove any scum off of this. So just bring some water to a boil, drop your pork in, and then rinse off the pork. Now in that same pot after cleaning it, go ahead and lay a bed of green onions down, followed by your ginger. Now go ahead and place the pork skin side down so that way it's touching all of the ginger and the onions. Now the magical flavors from this come from this Zhaojing wine, and we are going to need about 2 cups worth of this wine. It's going to help sweeten it up and tenderize everything. You're also going to need about 4 ounces worth of light soy sauce and about 2 ounces worth of dark soy sauce. Now I am going to sprinkle about 3 to 4 tablespoons worth of raw sugar on top of this to kind of give it a nice glaze. Throw a lid on it and bring this over to a medium-high heat until it starts boiling. Once it starts that hard boil, immediately bring it down to a super low simmer and cook this for 90 minutes with the lid on. After 90 minutes, remove the lid and rotate your pork. Be careful though, because it is starting to get tender and chopsticks are a bad idea. Use tongs or something else to rotate the pork, then go ahead and cook it for another 90 minutes on that low heat with the lid on. After that second 90 minutes, our pork is ready to go. Look at that jiggle. Now I am going to be cooling down my pork. Yukihira probably didn't because it was a competition, but I don't want to cut this while it's hot into small pieces. So I am going to cool this down overnight until we're ready to use it for fried rice the following day. After it's been cooled down, you can see how much of that fat has actually congealed. So just go ahead and clean up the pork, just a little bit of any onions, and remove the skin if you want to. And then we're going to cut this into small bite-sized pieces. The goal is to have these bits of pork the same size as the mirepoix later. So you do want to have somewhat of a small dice for this and make sure you're not handling it too much, otherwise that pork fat will start melting in your hands. Yes, it melts in your hands, not in your mouth. Or maybe it melts in your mouth too. The next thing we need to make is our green bean puree, except for I don't know what's up with that green bean. Now go ahead and trim up your green beans. You can either use a knife for this or just peel them back with your hands, but remove the tops and the bottoms from your green beans. Once you have them all nice and cleaned up, we're gonna be blanching our green beans in some salted water. Go ahead and drop your green beans in for just about 45 seconds to a minute, not too long so they stay nice and crisp, and then immediately place them into an ice bath. This is gonna stop the cooking process immediately and allow you to have these really nice crisp green beans. Remove the green beans from the water after a minute or two, and go ahead and start slicing these into really small little rounds. Again, you want all of your mise en place to have the same size, so that way when you dip your spoon into your rice, you're gonna get a little bit of everything. Now we're gonna start off with 1 teaspoon worth of chili flakes, 1 tablespoon worth of steamed lentils. Lucian, would you like some puree? Would you? It's not fancy feast. To this, we're gonna add 1/8 of a teaspoon of turmeric, followed by 1/8 of a teaspoon of mustard powder. We're also gonna add in about 1/8 of a teaspoon of cumin and just a heavy pinch of salt, followed by a couple of cracks of black pepper. After you get all of your seasoning in there, go ahead and saute this on that medium heat, nice and slow and low so you don't burn any of that good. Now once you have everything else in there, drop in your green beans that you had cut previously and saute this up for just about 1.5 minutes. We are going to finally hit this with a little bit of dry, unsweetened coconut. Super important that it's unsweetened because you don't want the sweetness to come from this. After that's done, go ahead and place this into a bowl, and there it is, our next piece of mise en place, the puree. Now for the aquapazza, or the crazy water, I am using about 8 ounces worth of halibut, 2 tablespoons worth of fresh parsley, a half a teaspoon worth of chili flake, 6 cloves worth of sliced garlic, and then 1 cup of cherry tomatoes. I'm using cherry tomatoes because it won't create such a thick sauce because I really want it to be more liquid than anything. Add in about 3 ounces worth of olive oil to your pan over a low-medium heat, followed by your garlic, and get those sweating just a little bit. You want to make sure it's not too high so you don't start actually crisping up that garlic. Add in your cherry tomatoes very carefully because they will start to splatter and attack you if you're not careful. Now you do want to blister these just a little bit, season it with a good amount of salt, and then finally we're going to add in 4 cups worth of water. Use the lid as a shield while adding in your water, and then immediately place the lid back on, bringing this up to a nice hard simmer. You want to make sure you simmer this for about 25 minutes and re-season it if needed. This is when I'm going to add in my seasoned halibut. Season it with salt and black pepper and lay it down right on top of all of your tomatoes in your sauce. After cooking this for about 7 or 8 minutes, we're going to go ahead and try to flip this with chopsticks again, which is a bad idea, but after getting it flipped and kind of tearing the fish, which does taste pretty nice, go ahead and add in your parsley and cook this for an additional 4 to 5 minutes until that fish is cooked. After you have removed all of the fish essence, go ahead and remove the fish out of your pan, followed by straining out all of your crazy water. Now you can go ahead and toss this. You crazy, this is going to be so good with rice later. And there it is, our aquapazza, the next piece of this crazy puzzle. See what I did there? Now for that secret sauce that everybody said WTF about. We're gonna take 2 eggs and realize that one of them was already cracked. So we're gonna take 1 egg and drop that into boiling water, grab a second egg out of the fridge and drop that into the boiling water. And we're gonna cook these for about 6 minutes to get a really nice soft yolk in the middle. Remove those from your water and add them to an ice bath immediately. After cooling them down for about 5 to 7 minutes, we have this really beautiful soft boiled egg. Now take your soft boiled egg that you just cooked very carefully, peeled very carefully, crack it in half, and just drop it straight into your container because we're just gonna blend the crap out of this, let's be honest. Add your second egg to that same container, and then we're gonna take a 1/4 cup or 2 ounces worth of Kewpie mayo and add this straight to our eggs. He mentioned special mayonnaise, and there's nothing more special than Kewpie. Now season this with salt and black pepper, and then start blending this with an immersion blender or a small blender if you have it. Once you get this nice and emulsified, you actually have this really beautiful mayo-y rich sauce kind of thing going on. It actually tastes like deviled eggs. I have to admit, it's really good. Just make sure you re-season it for salt and black pepper as needed, and smother this on a sandwich. Now we get to make our pilaf with that aquapazza. You're gonna need about 1 tablespoon worth of butter and 2 cups worth of short grain rice with your aquapazza. This may not be enough, so we may have to add some water to it. Take your big old dab of butter and add this to a heavy bottom sauce pot. He'd mentioned he'd use some sort of a clay pot, which I don't have, and we're just gonna use a heavy bottom pot instead. Once you have your butter almost all the way melted over a medium heat, add in your rice and start toasting this up just a little bit, coating all of that rice with that melted butter. Hit this with just a touch of salt and continue toasting this for about a total of 5 minutes. You don't want to go too long on your rice. Now after toasting it, add in your aquapazza, making sure that the heat is still over a nice medium. You don't want this to come up to a boil too quickly. If the liquid doesn't come up to that first knuckle, add in just a little bit of water just until the liquid comes up to that first knuckle. You can alternatively make more aquapazza, but I felt like this was strong enough as it is. Stir this just so that none of that rice sticks to the bottom. Due to the oil that's on the bottom, it will start to stick. After steaming this for 12 to 15 minutes, you'll start to see that no liquid is left, and make sure you scrape the bottom of this pan. All of that oil will start to crisp up the rice on the bottom, which actually gives it this really beautiful color and texture. Now throw the lid back on it and steam it for an additional 10 minutes, then remove all of your rice and cool it down until you're ready to actually make your fried rice, which is going to be, again, the following day. So this is a 3-day fried rice. Now the last thing we need to get together is our mirepoix. We're gonna need celery, carrots, and onions for this. You wanna slice your celery into small sticks and then do a small dice on your celery. You wanna do the same thing with a peeled carrot. You're not gonna need too much of either one. And a traditional French mirepoix typically has 25% celery, 25% carrot, and 50% worth of your onion. The biggest thing to make sure that you're doing is dicing these to about the same size, so that way they all start to match up and they all fit on your spoon when you start to eat the fried rice. Once you have all of your celery, carrot, and onion cut up very beautifully, looks gorgeous, just take all of it and put it into a bowl and just mix it. It's gonna be fine. You're just gonna throw this into your fried rice either way, right? Right? Just make sure it's even, you know, as even as you can get. After all of that work, we have everything finally assembled. Our beautiful mayonnaise, our beautiful pork, our beautiful puree, our mirepoix, our Aquapazza rice pilaf, and now we need a wok over high heat. Unfortunately, my heat doesn't get that high, so we're gonna try our best. Go ahead and season this with some oil and get that oil smoking, and then dump the oil very carefully, not in a trash can because it'll melt your bag. Add in a little bit more oil and then add in about a 1/4 cup worth of your mirepoix first and get that going. You wanna start sweating those onions just so everything starts working. Add in about a 1/4 cup worth of your pork or more if you just wanna do more pork. And start cooking up that pork until it starts to get nice and crispy and the fat starts to melt just a little bit. Once that starts to happen, realize that you do need better heat. So remove the grate because we're doing this thing. We're just gonna go for it. Now that you have a little bit better heat, start to really cook up all of that good in there. Once your pork gets nice and crispy, add in about 2 to 3 tablespoons of your puree and get that going. You wanna make sure you don't cook this too long with the puree in it because those green beans can soften up quite a bit. Now it's time to add our Aquapazza pilaf. I started off with adding in 1 cup worth of rice, realized I just wanted more rice, so I added in 2 cups. This is when you really have to start moving that wok to start getting all of the rice coated with all those beautiful fats. Hit this with just a little bit of salt as needed and continue to stir fry this until you start seeing some color. Once that happens, hit this with 2 tablespoons of your beautiful deviled egg mayonnaise, because that's basically what it is.
Oh, no. Putting
Mayo.
in rice. This is disgusting. Who put
Mayo. Well then, and continue to hit this over high heat. You want to make sure it's constantly blasted over that high heat. All of that egg beautiful mayonnaise is going to start to cover all of the rice. And after about 2 minutes after adding the mayo, place all of this into your bowl of choice, or just start to eat it right away, but we're just gonna actually plate this thing. Press it down gently with your spoon, do the little flip-de-doo, and nailed it, and now you have a beautiful bowl of rice on top of your plate, except for that little guy. Just tuck that in. Add in a little bit of parsley for garnish if you would like, and there it is, our odorless fried rice from Food Wars. And there it is, guys, Yukihita's odorless fried rice from the very last season of Food Wars. This is kind of a culmination of everything that he's really learned throughout his career on Food Wars. I say career, but he's still a student. But I'm not gonna lie, this looks pretty, like my mouth is watering looking at this right now. So, I mean, look at it. It breaks apart really nicely. Like you would think that it would actually kind of be a little soft, but we did cheat and cool it down. But let's even get a little bit of, oh God, it's so hot. Okay. Cheers. This is fantastic. He says odorless, but it's definitely not odorless. You really do smell the Aquapazza in there, which is that fish fumet style sauce we had made to actually cook the rice. Then you get a little bit of spiciness from the puree, which were the green beans we had made. Then you get some of the sweetness from the mirepoix. You get this really beautiful fattiness and this richness from the pork. That mayonnaise gives it this little bit of almost a deviled egg flavor to it. It's kind of weird. I'm kind of thrown off. It's really freaking good. It has this this bite that makes you want to eat more. And it's rich, but it doesn't feel overly heavy, if that makes sense as well. And that's probably coming from the green beans we had made. Let me know if you guys have ever made anything like this before. I would love to know. This is basically dirty rice to me, which dirty rice is just anything you have laying around mixed with rice. Tempura has to be one of my favorite things. One of my very first jobs when I got back from Japan was for a sushi bar, and I mean, it was called Bamboo Sushi, super original. And I had to learn how to deep fry tempura and fry 10 pieces of shrimp at one time. That's a story for another video. But I will say, tempura, can you deep fry frozen eggs? I don't know, we're gonna try it. I hope it doesn't explode. So per request, I have frozen some eggs, $1 for the dozen. This is what they look like now. Yes, they are cracked. Yes, they did explode. Yes, they have been frozen for about 4 days. Three days. Some kind of time. But what I want to do is I actually want to try to tempura fry these frozen eggs just like Soma did, but I also soft boiled some other eggs. So we're going to deep fry both of these and compare the two. Now, I have tempura fried or deep fried something like this before, and I know they come out really, really nicely, and they don't have to fry as long, and they don't need as thick of a batter. From what I've seen for these really hard frozen eggs, you're going to need a little bit of a thick batter. So when you start with tempura, you gotta start with the batter. And for that, we're gonna need some pastry or cake flour, something incredibly light, a little bit of cornstarch, some fizzy water, and a little bit of ice. So for this tempura batter, we're gonna need about a cup of cake flour because we're not gonna be frying too many of them, about a tablespoon of cornstarch, and then a cup and a half of your fizzy water. I'm actually gonna do a cup of fizzy water and a half a cup of ice to really keep this batter incredibly cold. This is what our tempura batter now looks like. It seems like it actually might be a little bit thin, probably because of the flour that I'm using. I'm gonna add just a touch more. I'd worked with a one-eyed chef named Beto, and he had always told me your tempura batter should really feel like slightly runny vanilla ice cream. So that's kind of the consistency we're going for. So we have a nice tempura batter. Now we gotta peel these really frozen eggs. In order to do this, I'm gonna go ahead and run these under some hot water to really get those shells off, and we'll come back to these. I have to admit, this feels kind of awkward to have frozen eggs like this. I'm gonna throw them back in the freezer just for a minute so they kind of come back together, and then we'll start deep frying these bad boys. Now I also have some soft-boiled eggs. If you really want to learn how to make some amazing soft-boiled eggs, these are 7-minute eggs, and I learned these from my chef Adam. So now we have our soft-boiled eggs, we have our tempura batter, we're going to need a little bit of flour itself with a little bit of cornstarch thrown in there. This is going to be our breading station. Now we have our soft-boiled eggs, our dry flour with cornstarch, and our tempura batter itself. I made this tempura batter a little bit thick to help hold all the eggs together, but it seems like it's gonna hold up really nicely. So now, since my candy thermometer is actually at work, I don't have a thermometer for this oil, but you do want to reach this to about 350 degrees to start frying it. That's super important. You don't want it to be too hot, otherwise you run the risk of it actually burning without cooking the batter. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna take my fork and I'm gonna go ahead and drizzle some of the tempura directly into the oil. That way we get a gauge for how hot it is, and you can kind of adjust it and play it by ear from there. It seems like my oil is a little hot. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this down just a bit. That way we have a nice mellow oil around that 350 degree mark. So we have our breading station ready to go. We have our eggs frozen. We're gonna start deep frying the frozen eggs first because those are gonna take a little bit longer. And then we're gonna deep fry our soft boiled eggs because they won't take nearly as long. Well, here we go. Oh God. So our oil was a little bit hot. So obviously our oil was a little bit hot and I could feel that the egg is cooked on the inside, but what I want to see is this went for about 6 minutes. I want to see if the inside is cooked, regardless of what the tempura actually looks like. Okay, that's not bad. The egg yolk is still a little frozen in the middle, while the tempura is still really hot on the outside. I think if we play with the oil for just a little bit, or if you have a candy thermometer, you're going to actually get a really, really nice yolk. All right, let's try the other two. Now what you gotta do is make sure that that yolk is cooked. Otherwise, you're gonna, oh God. I mean, that's not bad looking at all, guys. It's just that is not what you want. So hopefully this color comes out a little bit nicer. I 100% burned my tongue trying that. So the thing is with deep frying frozen eggs is that you do have to wait a substantial amount of time for those eggs to cook into the middle. The reason that I don't think I would do this method is simply because I know that the soft-boiled eggs that we have over there are going to be done within minutes rather than 5 or 6. In any kind of a setting where you have to get these things out quickly, and that'll happen, so that just exploded, you don't want that to happen at all. I mean, at the very least, it looks kind of cool. And now my house smells like burnt egg. Look at that. Looks like a brain exploded. This is your brain. This is your brain on Food Wars. All right, we got one more egg that's frozen. Hopefully this guy survives. It has another just about a minute left. So we have both of our eggs out of the fryer, and one of them completely exploded, and the other one looks like it opened up just a little bit. Hopefully the egg yolk is fine. To be honest, that is not cool.
Now, I want to show you the difference between these two frozen eggs that Soma had done and just using a nice soft boiled egg. The threat of explosion is very minimal with these eggs. That's a good thing. And while those two are cooking, I'm gonna make some kimchi fried rice. So we have our kimchi fried rice, and it's right down here, and you can see the color difference in the eggs. But this isn't for me. We're gonna take this to the waifu, who's upstairs playing video games, so hopefully she's decent. Okay, let's do this. She doesn't know I'm bringing this upstairs. Hey babe, are you decent? I brought you dinner. Okay, try it. You're gonna have to tell me if there's a difference in the eggs.
Wait, there's two different ones?
Yes. Let's see that egg. Where is it? Look at that golden deliciousness. Okay, open the other one, open the other one. You can't try it, you have to open both.
This one's not as easy.
Pretty sure that one exploded.
It's disgusting.
It's just a deep fried egg. All right, guys, let's see if her clothing comes off.
It's hot.
Try the food. Don't shimmy at me.
This is terrible.
So in this house, the shimmy is as close as you'll get to her clothing explode. I want to go try some. So I want you guys to see something. This is my soft boiled egg that I had deep fried. You can see how nice and runny that yolk is. There's the other soft boiled egg, and then here's the explosion that we had earlier. Well, the wife liked it. The only thing to do is try it myself. It's hot. That's pretty delicious. Hot, hot. So all things considered, to be honest, I think freezing the egg is a little bit of a stretch for what you're really gonna do with it. The reason why I say that is because yes, it is a really cool idea, and it allows you to have a very interesting take on frying an egg, but that's not much you can do with it after you've already frozen the egg. Instead, why don't you go ahead and soft boil a dozen eggs, marinate some of them, keep some of them to deep fry, serve some of them as is. It allows you a lot more versatility, and to be honest, if I deep fry an egg again, I'm gonna go ahead and soft poach them, just because, I mean, look at it. Look at that. Look how delicious, look at how golden and amazing that looks right now. All things considered, you know, Soma did a really cool thing. It was a very innovative thing. I haven't seen anything like that in quite a while, but I'm gonna stick to my soft poached eggs. Do you want some eggs? No? No? No eggs. Come here. Do you want some eggs? Do you want to try it? The one dish that changed Food Wars forever, and that dish is the galette that Saba made for Erin. After tasting this dish, she finally said, food seemed fun to me. I want to experience it today and take you guys through it and see whether or not this dish lives up to the hype. Now, I have made thousands of galettes at this point, and they are super simple to put together. Galettes basically are free-formed pie dough or pie shell. They can also be pastry shells. Galettes are mostly a technique versus an actual dish. So the first thing I'm gonna be doing is making my pie dough. This recipe comes courtesy of Serious Eats. If you guys wanna check out the link for that, it's down below. Into my food processor, I have 350 grams worth of all-purpose flour, followed by about 25 grams worth of sugar, 5 grams worth of salt. We're gonna pulse this for just about 10 seconds to get all that dry stuff ready. This is essentially a foolproof method, and instead of laminating dough because that takes so long, we're doing it this way. It's just so much easier. I'm gonna take about 280 grams worth of butter. Yes, this is a ton of butter. I'm putting almost all of it in there. Oh, there goes my water. Oh, I have wet socks. Why is it that when you spill any kind of liquid while you're cooking in the kitchen, that few ounces seems like an entire tidal wave? Now we're gonna pulse this until we get this crumbly texture with the butter and then add in the rest of it. Really don't want to go too long, because then what'll end up happening is if you go too long, the butter will start to melt, and you don't want the butter to melt. Gonna make sure we give this a nice scrape, make sure there's nothing on the bottom. Add in the rest of our butter. This is the remaining bit that we have for a total of 280 grams. Yes, this is a lot of butter. That second pulse went for about 10 to 15 seconds as well, and this is what flour and butter start to look like. You can see how crumbly that texture is. That's really what you want to go for. Now, once you have this is when we get to add our water that I had to remeasure. This is 6 tablespoons worth of water. I'm gonna do about 3/4 of it right now. Pulse this up. It's gonna start to come together, so let it do its thing. You can hear it slowing down. Once we get to that point, I think my blender is starting to slowly die. We're gonna add in the remainder, just a little bit of water. You don't need too much. Scrape this down, making sure that all of that starts coming together. One more time. There we go. Come on. Come together. See that? Once that happens, that's it. We're gonna remove this and start working with it. If you don't have a food processor at home, you can definitely do this by hand. It's just gonna require a lot more effort. Now we're gonna take all of this dough, pop it right onto your working surface. Now because it is pastry dough, I don't wanna actually use too much flour to bring this together. All I'm doing really is trying to form this very, very quickly, just so this way I can pop it in the fridge. Pastry dough or pie dough should be a little loose, and that's gonna be totally fine. I'm really just bringing this together by hand, so this way it can rest, because we don't wanna work with this right away. Once you have this makes a lot of galette, by the way, but once you have this ready, this is when we're gonna cut this into quarters. This way we're gonna have 4 galettes total. And also it's gonna rest a lot faster. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now you can wrap these individually if you want to with plastic. Since I'm mostly gonna be making these all today, I'm just gonna throw them in some Tupperware. I just want these to rest for, I don't know, maybe like an hour or so, just so this way the butter gets cold again. It's really important that when you're using this for pastry dough, butter and the dough is cold. Almost to a point to where we're gonna roll it. After we do this, fill it, cool it again, then bake it. That's how important it is. Now with the pastry dough out of the way, we get to make the filling, and the filling is gonna be delicious. Now when you make a galette, you do have to cook the filling ahead of time. For this galette, we have mushrooms, cherry tomatoes, bacon, asparagus, goat cheese for a goat cheese spread, and then we're gonna top it off with an egg. The other challenge that I'm gonna have for this is to make sure I cook everything in a single pan. Someone on Discord asked me about that, and so yes, we're gonna be doing this in a single pan. Well, minus the baking tray later. For the mushrooms, all I'm gonna be doing is cutting off the stems and then cutting these into small, like bite-sized pieces. You don't want anything in this galette to be too big, otherwise it's gonna overpower everything else that's next to it. All I'm gonna be doing for all of this mushroom. Once you have your mushrooms all cut up, place them into whatever container you want and set them to the side. You're not gonna need them immediately. As far as the asparagus goes, I would say try to find pencil asparagus if you can, but my local grocery store only had regular jumbo asparagus, so we're gonna work with it. We're gonna slice these into nice little rounds instead. This way it cuts relatively quickly, and this is why I was saying that pencil asparagus would probably be a little bit better than this. Pop your sliced asparagus right into your container. This is what it looks like. It's just nice and chopped. Cherry tomatoes, we're not gonna need all of these cherry tomatoes, but I decided to wash them because I just keep them in the fridge so I can snack on them. And I'm pretty sure in this picture on the anime, it was cherry tomatoes. Really hard to tell, but I don't think of anything else that I would use in lieu of cherry tomatoes for this. For the cherry tomatoes, we're gonna cut them in half and then quarter them. So this way you get nice little bite-sized pieces of cherry tomato. These are gonna go in like right at the end. We're not gonna be cooking these very long at all. Next thing is gonna be the bacon. Now the bacon, you just want nice thin slices. I think what we're actually gonna do too is we're gonna cut each slice of bacon in half. Then we're gonna cut those into smaller bits. So that way you get this kind of thing that you're working with. Now we're just gonna slice up all this bacon. Look at all that beautiful, beautiful bacon. This is why I cut it in half initially and then started slicing it, because if I didn't, I think they would be just a little bit too big for our galette. Containers, hello? Bacon, done. It's so good. You already know when there's bacon in it, it's going to be delicious. And for those of you who can't have bacon, absolutely use some chicken thigh. It's gonna be amazing. You could also use turkey bacon. That's an option as well. Wipe down this because there's bacon all over it. Now, as far as that creamy component goes, I have some Cypress Grove goat cheese. This is all I can really find for goat cheese around my house. And this one has some herbs in it, but that's gonna be totally fine because then I don't have to add my own herbs because I'm lazy. Also, Cypress Grove is absolutely one of my favorite cheese manufacturers. So this is why I purchased this one versus the generic brand that they have. So good. I have to take a bite of this. Oh my God, I'm so excited. My mouth just started watering. Oh yeah, all the herbs, the fennel, rosemary, garlic. This is gonna be a treat. Now, when you get your goat cheese too, make sure you don't buy like the crumbly goat cheese because that's really dry. You actually want the softer goat cheese. Now this, you could absolutely just take some dabs on it. Why would you take a dab on it? That doesn't make any sense. Take some dabs of this and place it onto your galette, but instead I'm gonna thin it out with just a bit of heavy cream. This is good, right? Yeah, it's good. Always smell your dairy. Always smell your dairy. I wanna start off with just 2 spoonfuls of heavy cream and start mixing this together. You could just put this in a blender as well, but I don't need to do that for this amount. Okay, 2
2 spoonfuls, definitely not enough. Oh God, there's 3 more. You want it to almost be the consistency of really thick cream. There we go, there we go. This is what I wanted. That's the texture that we really want. And now with the goat cheese done, all of our mise en place is ready. We need to cook off our filling first. What's great about galette fillings is that you can absolutely make these ahead of time. You can have that dough ready in the fridge. You can have some of this cooked off the night before and then just start adding this in and then throw it in your oven and you can have galettes every morning, really. Probably shouldn't. It's a lot of fat, but it's delicious. Now I'm not using any additional grease because I just want the bacon to render and get all of that bacon fat in there for our grease that we need. We're gonna cook the bacon until it is nicely rendered down. I wanna keep this over just about a medium high heat, nothing too crazy because I don't want it to actually burn. I want this to render down. Now this bacon is almost done cooking, but we still need to add the rest of our vegetables. This is when I'm gonna add some of our mushrooms. We're gonna saute this up just until those mushrooms get nice and tender, then finish it with the asparagus. The cherry tomatoes are gonna go in when we bake it. I'm gonna hit this with a bit of water so it starts steaming the mushrooms. Throw a lid on it and let it cook for just, I don't know, 3-4 minutes. You wanna make sure that they're nice and tender. That's really hot, don't do that. This is when we add in some of our asparagus. Imagine how good that's gonna taste. You know it's gonna be amazing. Now I'm not gonna season this until I taste it because bacon can be really salty. That's perfect because the goat cheese also has some saltiness to it. Turn off the heat, get your container. These can tolerate heat, it'll be okay. We actually use these in restaurants in hot water baths, so this is gonna be okay. Make sure this is cold before you add it to your galette. It's been about just around 30-40 minutes on that dough to cool down. I'm gonna go ahead and start rolling this thing out so we can enjoy our galettes. This will probably be close to like a 6-inch galette. What I wanna do is make sure I just bring this out. I like to do it by hand first before I bust out the rolling pin, but you can just bust out the rolling pin. Keep rolling this out until you get it to that nice 1/4-inch thickness. And if you want, you can trim it, which is what we're probably going to do. But I also think that's a waste. Galettes traditionally are supposed to be free-formed. They're not supposed to be perfect. And you know what? I am gonna trim it just a touch, just so it's not so sloppy. Make sure you keep the scraps. You can still use those. Those are not bad at all. You can re-roll this into another one if you want to. Now that we have this bad boy, now we get to fill it. Grab some of this goat cheese cream, place that right into the middle. I wanna make sure I spread it around just a little bit. Take care not to put too much pressure into this, otherwise you can rip the dough. Now what I'm trying to do is imagine where all the filling is gonna sit. So this is gonna fold over just like this. That's a lot of goat cheese, but this is a lot of food. Now once I have my layer of goat cheese on there, this is where we pile up the other ingredients that we cooked earlier. This is the bacon, asparagus, and the mushrooms. Get a nice pile of that in there. Finally, a couple of these cherry tomatoes. Don't need too many of these. You know what? I am gonna egg wash this. We're gonna egg wash it twice. Egg wash is gonna help protect it and give it a really nice color after it's done baking. 1 egg, no cream, no water, straight up egg. I'm gonna do just a thin amount of egg wash onto the dough on the inside. I probably should have done this beforehand, but I don't like covering my egg with all the ingredients. I don't think it's necessary. Now for the galette part of it, bring this up, fold it over, and then you wanna like pinch, so you'll get like a crease on the one side over here. We're gonna fold here, and then fold here, and then you get like this beautiful little pocket right over here. Pinch the two together, and there is the galette. That's what your galette should look like. Really, really simple stuff. The one in Food Wars was really, really angular. And I don't know if you can do that exactly without cutting the dough, and I don't think you should cut the dough. Sheet tray. Parchment paper on your sheet tray. Then your galette goes right onto there. Now egg wash the galette on the outside very thoroughly, otherwise it will burn on you. Last thing, a little bit of flaky sea salt just on the crust. This is gonna make it super savory. And then this bad boy is going in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for about 8 minutes. Rotate it halfway through. The only other thing we have to do is make that over easy egg, and we're gonna make that as soon as that's out of the oven. This actually went a lot longer than I thought it would. Granted, the last time I made a galette was in a bake shop with a convection oven, and this is just a still oven, so yes, it did take a lot longer, but this thing is gorgeous. Look at the color. I don't like to cut into these immediately, so we're gonna let this rest right on the stovetop while we're doing the egg. Let it go for like 10-15 minutes, otherwise you're gonna incinerate your mouth. You don't want that to happen. Now I'm using the world's cutest egg pan to make this single egg. Again, you can do whatever egg you want on top of it, but this is clearly a sunny side up egg. A little bit of grease in there. Oh God, that's hot. Another method you could do for your egg if you didn't want to do sunny side up is you could crack the egg on top of the pastry like halfway through its baking and let it just cook, and that'll be totally delicious too. Now once most of my egg white is cooked, the heat is off. I just want this to like steam for just a second. Just for a second. Let's get this thing plated up. Now, what plate should we use? All of my plates are so ugly. So this is kind of unfortunate. I went to plate this thing up and this happened. It was that tender. I'm just gonna make another one. Oh God.
Really? At the 11th hour, Paul? Well, here's the second one. Note to self, do not pick these up while they're still completely warm because they fall apart. Because I have an egg I can eat while I wait. God, really? Literally last second. This is round 2 and it looks just as good as round 1. I'm going to not touch this at all until it is fully cooled down. This thing is cooled down for a bit. I'm gonna be very careful. I'm gonna move it straight here. We're not gonna, that's it. Don't wanna mess with this. Now we're gonna take another egg that I made because the previous one had definitely overcooked. Slip this on here somehow. Please don't break on me. And that's beautiful. The only thing is that now the egg completely covers up the filling. It's kind of sad, but I think we'll just roll with it. Should we cut the egg? Should we attempt to cut the egg? I'm just gonna do it, guys. We're gonna be so sneaky here, no one's gonna have to know. There we go. Now it looks better. Oh, what is happening today? This is the dish that changed Food Wars forever. After eating this, Edina thought food was actually supposed to be fun and not whatever she was taught by her dad. And the real reason why I think this is supposed to be super fun is you can fill this with anything you want. It opens up a whole world of possibilities, and that's what I really think she saw in this. We're gonna cut straight into the middle. The pastry is just so flaky. You guys wanna see the inside of this? Look at the inside right there. Look at that crust. That's so nice. Okay, we're gonna take a big old bite. Cheers. That is so incredibly flavorful. And look at the crust, I'm so happy with it. That's fantastic, especially for being a non-laminated dough. Now I can see why Edina said that this was the dish that changed her mind about food, because yes, I can absolutely see that. Crispy, juicy Nikumi. Let's make some pepper buns. To make things easy, we are going to be starting off with our dough for this recipe, and you're only gonna need 4 ingredients: yeast, salt, water, and flour. First, we're going to go ahead and bloom 2 teaspoons worth of yeast into 8 ounces worth of water, and this water needs to be around 90 degrees Fahrenheit, just so that way you can get the yeast nice and active. Get that mixed up and set it aside for about 10 minutes. Now in your stand mixer, add 3 cups worth of cold water, followed by your now bloomed yeast. And you want to make sure you scrape it. You want to make sure you get all of that yeast in there. Add in 3 cups worth of all-purpose or bread flour into this, and then 1 teaspoon worth of sesame oil. This is going to give it a really nice flavor. Affix your dough hook onto your stand mixer, and we're going to mix this for about 3 to 4 minutes until it gets nice and shaggy, but then we also want to make sure we scrape all the stuff off the bottom so that way everything gets really nice and incorporated. Mix this for an additional 2 to 3 minutes until your dough starts to have a little bit of a shine to it, it pulls really nicely, and you're able to actually roll it into a boule or a ball. You want to make sure you don't overwork it at this part, so don't spend too much time here. Now grab a little bit of oil and grease up that same mixing bowl we had used because we don't want to get another bowl dirty and there's no reason to, and add your dough straight into this and find a lid, not that lid, a lid that fits, and we're going to set this to the side until it doubles in size, or about 30 to 35 minutes. Now for the beautiful pork filling. Now, unfortunately, my local shop did not have ground pork and I don't have a grinder, so we bought some nice little loins, and we're gonna go ahead and slice this up by hand into nice little chunks. Make sure all of the fat is included with this. We're gonna put this into our food processor later. But now we need to make our 5 spice, and for this we're gonna use about 5 cloves, 1 teaspoon worth of dried cardamom seeds, 1 star anise pod, 1 stick of cinnamon, about 2 inches in length. You can crack this in half to fit into your bowl, and then of course the coup de grace, some Szechuan peppercorns. I'm using about 1 tablespoon, just a little, you know, I like the flavor, a little bit more. And then 2 tablespoons worth of black whole peppercorns. You really want to make sure you have a decent amount of black peppercorns in there for that spice. Dump this into a saute pan, and we're gonna just go ahead and smoke this just a little bit to start releasing those oils. You don't want to smoke this too far, like I almost burned mine like a derp, but they came out fine. We do want to allow these to cool just for a little bit before we start grinding them so all the oils stay nice and intact. Now I'm using my mortar and pestle for this. Yes. But you can feel free to use a spice grinder if you have one. Once everything is nice and ground, you're ready to go with putting this into your food processor. So in your food processor, add in all of your pork along with 1 egg, and this single egg is really going to help bind these meatballs. We're going to also add in about 1 teaspoon worth of kosher salt, followed by your spice blend. Make sure you get all that good in there. We're also going to hit this with 1 tablespoon worth of soy sauce for the nice saltiness, and then also our homemade teriyaki sauce.
Alternatively, you can add in 1 tablespoon worth of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon worth of mirin, 1 tablespoon worth of sake, and 1 teaspoon worth of rice vinegar. Now go ahead and blend all this up, and you want to make sure you blend this for quite a few minutes until all those fats are emulsified. I blended mine for about 3 minutes or so on a high speed, just until you had a nice, chunky, creamy texture with that pork. And again, feel free to just use ground pork for this, it would be perfect. Now go ahead and remove all of your now minced pork into a separate bowl, and we're gonna add in a bunch of green onions. I'm using about 5 or 6 stalks here, and you wanna make sure you cut these up into decent sized chunks so that way they don't disintegrate when we bake them later. Now go ahead and fold in all of your green onion into your pork mixture. Make sure this is fully incorporated so that way you don't have any weird pockets of onion. Now we finally get to put these together, and unfortunately I had my oven on heating up a little bit on this dough, so some of the edges are a little weird and dried out now. It's fine. We're gonna go ahead and pound this guy out now so we can actually go ahead and cut some of that off. It was just the edge. It's fine. The dough on the inside, it'll work. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. So go ahead and trim off any excess naughty bits that we may not need. Flour your working surface, and we're gonna go ahead and measure these things out to about 105 grams per. This will give us a nice even amount after measuring the entire dough, so we kind of know what we're working with. After cutting everything up, I was able to get about 5 portions worth of our dough. Now we do have to ball these up so that way when we roll them out later, they will roll out nice and evenly. You don't want to overwork these too much, but just make sure they're a nice little ball. Go ahead and do this with all 5 of your pieces so that way they're ready to go. Now you're gonna need a few more things to finish these, and one of them is gonna be the white sesame seeds that we're gonna dip these into, along with a little bit of egg wash and just a touch of water in there. Grab yourself a nice baking pan lined with aluminum foil to land on right when you're done rolling these out. Start off with the first ball that you had rolled out, because that's gonna be the most well rested. We want to continue to roll these out until they come out to just about 1/8 of an inch in thickness and about 8 inches in diameter. You don't have to be precise with this, but you just want to make sure you get that thickness right. Go ahead and roll everything out and get these ready to start stuffing with your pork mixture. Start off with just 1, and I'm going to stuff these with 2 ounces worth of our pork mixture. You don't want to overstuff these because they will have a chance of exploding. Now bring in all of your sides and crimp them slightly, place them onto the cutting board and ball them up just a little bit, just enough to bring everything in. Now repeat this process with all 5 of these guys, and we are ready to start dipping these in our sesame seed. Now make sure you do egg wash each and every one of these before you dip in the sesame seed, otherwise, well, nothing is gonna stick. And just make sure you get all up in there, every little crack. Now take 1 of your buns and dip it directly into your sesame seed, roll it around a little bit to get that full coverage, and it looks so fun. It looks really cool. Repeat this process with each and every one of the buns, place them back onto your baking sheet, and then this is super important, make sure you puncture each one of those pork buns or they will explode. We're gonna bake these at around 400 degrees for about 20 to 25 minutes until they're nice and golden. You can also probe these just to make sure the interior is at around 160 degrees, and then we're gonna let them rest for about 5 minutes so the dough just softens back up just slightly, and there it is, our beautiful black pepper buns from Food Wars.
I feel like I need a napkin or a towel or something. Hold on. Now look at that thick boy. You do want to let them rest for that few minutes, and it actually softens up the dough. Oh, this smells so good. It's a heavy boy. That's a heavy boy. Here we go. My mouth is watering. Oh my God. Look at that. No. That is too good. You instantly taste the black pepper and the Szechuan and a little bit of that sesame oil. You smell it. It's just so fragrant. And then you get the bite of the green onions. That's why you don't cut them up too hard. So that way they actually have a little bit of their structure left. It's just basically a giant pork meatball wrapped in bread. Oh my God. Nope. Nope. That's amazing. I don't know what it is. Why this is one of my favorite snacks now.
お待たせしました。お召し上がりください。スフレレジェドグラス。さあ、いただくとしましょう。神の舌持つ少女の皿を。
Edina souffle pancakes were just a flex on Megumi and Momo at the same time. That's all there is to it. Just a big old flex.
The first thing you're really gonna need to do before we start is have some red beans soaked and ready to go. I soaked 2 cups worth of red beans for about 2 days before draining them and adding fresh water to it. we're gonna bring this to a boil and start simmering these just until they're really soft and mushy. As these things start to simmer, you do want to skim off the top, it just makes it for a cleaner flavor. And after 45 minutes to an hour, you're gonna get some really smushy red beans that burn your fingers, and just don't do that. Now go ahead and drain all of that excess liquid, and I like to drain my red beans for red bean paste for quite a while, probably about 20 minutes or so, just to make sure any excess water is removed. Now take those drained beans, put them back into your pot, and we're first going to add 1 1/4 cups worth of granulated sugar. I know Edina uses brown sugar, but just hear me out. The granulated sugar actually helps break this down just a little bit better. And since I am going to be using dark brown sugar, I actually used some of the granulated sugar to cut it. I also used a potato masher to help kind of those beans break up just a little bit more so the sugars penetrate everything really thoroughly. And then blended this with a stick blender. You can use a stand-up blender, but because I wanted to keep everything in the pot, I did use a stick blender at first. Once you have it nice and creamy, we're gonna add in a full 1/2 cup of brown sugar. This is dark brown sugar, so you don't really need too much of it, but it's going to give it that molasses flavor. Now hit it with your stick blender or pop it into your regular blender once again, just until it's smooth, but you also wanna reduce this until it's a thicker paste. Once you have a nice thick paste, this is ready to cool down. Place this into a bowl to cool down completely, which I don't understand why I used a bowl. Paul, put this on something, this is better. Use the plate. We're gonna use the plate to cool this down overnight. We're gonna need this cold. Now for our first piece of garnish, this is actually going to be the black sesame tuile. The black sesame tuile seemed really interesting, but it's also really easy to make. We're only going to need about 1.5 tablespoons worth of melted butter, and we are going to employ Chef Mike for that, followed by 1 tablespoon worth of sugar and 2 tablespoons of dark brown sugar, because muscovado is actually very difficult to find in my area. Technically, muscovado and brown sugar are very similar, but if you're going to use them, just cut it with a little bit of regular granulated sugar. We're also going to hit this with 50 grams worth of all-purpose flour. Once you get everything nice and mixed up, make sure everything is totally combined, and that way you don't have any weird pockets of butter or weird pockets of flour. After it's thoroughly mixed, we're actually going to be putting in about 1/2 teaspoon of black sesame. Get this completely folded together. It's kind of weird to kind of do it like this instead of in a stand mixer because it's such a small amount, but just spend some time kind of folding this all together. Once you have it all folded together, grab yourself a tablespoon worth of your batter, and it doesn't have to be perfect. You just want these to be as even as possible. Place this on a silicone lined mat. You can also use parchment paper on a sheet tray. That's going to work just as well, but just make sure each one of your cookies is nice and even. Give these a little bit of a pat and throw this in the oven for about 6 minutes at 350 degrees. Keep an eye on it because they do brown very easily. After those 6 or so minutes, these are ready to go. Remove this from your sheet tray so they actually start cooling down a bit faster, and while they're still somewhat warm, we want to cut these out with a cookie cutter. You can skip this part if you don't have a cookie cutter and just break them apart by hand. It's going to look just as beautiful. But to keep it true, we actually cut these with just a 2-inch ring mold and set these on a paper towel so a lot of that excess fat leaches back into the towel. Oh, and save these for ice cream. Now we're going to make the first part of our batter, and the first part of the batter is going to require strained Greek yogurt. For this, since I didn't really have a small strainer, I am just using a coffee filter like Edina did and placing this into a measuring cup held up with tape. I mean, what are you going to do? I really love Siggy's Greek yogurt. It's some of my favorite. This is previously strained, but we are still going to strain it again. It isn't going to leach too much liquid though. I add about 90 grams worth of my strained yogurt into the coffee filter, and we'll just let that sit for about 20 to 30 minutes. Now separate your eggs. We're going to be using 3 eggs total, 2 egg yolks with 3 egg whites. So just make sure you have your egg whites and your Paul, I said 2 egg yolks, bro. Come on. Get this, just get your stuff together, you know? That's fine. We'll use that later. You have 3 egg whites in one bowl, 2 egg yolks in the other bowl. We're also going to be adding in about 20 grams of half and half or really nice whole fat milk, 10 grams worth of vegetable oil. This is going to be really important to give it a nice color. Just a dash of vanilla for this, and whisk this together just to break up those egg yolks. And then finally, we're going to be adding in about 40 grams worth of all-purpose flour. Get this thoroughly mixed together so that way there's no weird clumps. You want this to be really smooth. This is going to have a very thick consistency at first, but it's going to be okay because we still have to add in our Greek yogurt. Once your yogurt is strained and it kind of looks spreadable, almost like cream cheese, this is ready to go. I only added in about 45 grams at first of my Greek yogurt just to see what the texture looked like. You want this to look like really thick pancake batter. So I left out my other half of my Greek yogurt and just ate it later. Now set that to the side and let's focus on our egg whites. I like to mix my egg whites at first just to get them nice and frothy before I add in just a pinch of cream of tartar. This is actually going to help stabilize the egg whites, and you can use something like distilled vinegar as well, but just a small amount, no more than a quarter teaspoon. As you whip this together, add in 40 grams total worth of sugar in 3 parts. Continue to whip this and introduce more sugar until all of your sugar is introduced and you have these really beautiful stiff peaks with your meringue. You want to make sure you have stiff peaks, but do not over whip it because it will break the egg whites, so just pay attention to it. Now we have batter A and our egg whites. We're going to have to introduce these two together, but we also need to get our ring molds ready because as soon as we introduce these two batters together, this has to be cooked. Since I didn't have 2 of the same size ring molds for this, I went ahead and took my first ring mold, lined it with aluminum foil to make a second ring mold of about the same size, and just kind of taped it off on the outside. Since we're not cooking with it on the outside, this is going to be totally fine. Don't worry about it too much. Once this is nice and taped off, I went ahead and trimmed the excess aluminum foil just so it's easier to work with. We don't really need all that extra aluminum foil. Now go ahead and bend the tops in just for a little bit of stability, and then go ahead and start slowly sliding off that aluminum ring from your original ring mold. Now you have 2 of about the same size ring molds, and this is going to work out for a one-time use case. Alternatively, you can make 2 aluminum molds. So now we're going to actually start folding in our egg whites into the first batter. First, we're going to take 1/3 of our egg whites and whip this into our batter. This is actually going to make that other batter a little bit lighter, so the folding process is a little more gentle and you're not constantly folding too hard. And what I mean by folding, you want to use a spatula and slowly start bringing the bottom and the sides back towards the middle. This is what a folding technique is. This causes a lot less of that air to escape the air pockets from the egg whites. This is how you make the souffle pancake. If you were to just whip this by hand, it does lose a lot of its body and texture and a lot of its egg white fluffiness. Once you have everything nice and folded, you do need to cook this immediately. I'm using this really cheap electric skillet that I have just because it works out really well for me, but you can use this over a low heat saute pan or skillet. Make sure that ring mold is really greased up so nothing sticks, otherwise it's just not going to be good. We filled these up about 3/4 of the way, but in hindsight, fill them up more than that because there's no baking soda in this. Add your second ring mold to your skillet or your pan and fill that up just the same height. Now these are super different than normal pancakes, so we do have to steam these. And to steam these, you just want a big lid or a bowl, or in this case, a really deep bottom sauce pot. We're also going to be using a little bit of water to help steam this process. So after the first 2 or 3 minutes, add in just a touch of water to start steaming it. I ended up cooking the rest of that batter and you could see how nice and fluffy these were, and I gotta say on the first taste, so good. Now to help the steaming process, I ended up adding a little bit of boiled water to this stainless steel bowl just so that way it had a little bit of a steaming kind of going on underneath it without me paying too much attention to it. After about 10 minutes or so, you're going to be able to move these around. The key really is to make sure that the egg whites are dry to the touch on top. If they are still wet and they're still really jiggly, do not flip these. It's going to collapse on you. Once you can flip these, flip them very gently, so that way they don't have too much of the air pockets collapse. We're only going to cook these for an additional 4 to 5 minutes just to cook the bottom side. After those 4 to 5 minutes have steamed and cooked, these are ready to go and need to be plated up. I'm going to leave these on that pan just to let them rest for just a second. Now grab your favorite plate and let's get ready to plate up. I already have some of my red bean paste out and ready to go, and I ended up thinning this out with a little bit of hot water just because it was a little bit thick, just so we have a nice paste to work with. Now grab your first pancake. You can choose whichever one you want, but I chose this one because it looked like it was actually a little bit taller than the other one. Peel off your aluminum foil and just make sure there's no, aluminum anywhere. That's not good. Layer this with a nice layer of your Anko red bean paste. You can go as thick as you want on this, but I chose to do about a 1/4 inch thickness on here. Release your second pancake from the mold. That one stuck just a little bit, but we still got it out just as nice. Pretend you look like you know what you're doing, like you've worked in a restaurant before, to get that beautiful angle on those pancakes. Dollop this with a little bit of fresh whipped cream. Hit this with just a few berries. Since I couldn't find edible flowers, it's going to be fine. Raspberries are really good right now. And a little bit of fresh mint. Dust it with just a tiny amount of your powdered sugar. You don't want to go overboard with powdered sugar. This is just to break up some of the brown color. And then finally, just a little bit of warm, beautiful, all-natural maple syrup to finish Erina's Souffle de leche. There it is, guys. Erina's beautiful souffle dorayaki pancakes. You know I love some souffle pancakes. I'm excited. Look at them. Look at these guys. Yes. So when I cut open to this, you can see all of the beautiful air pockets that are still there. Look at this. Look at this bite. Oh yeah, baby. Wow. It tastes like having dorayaki because of that red bean paste. It's not overly sweet, which is really nice. Oh wait. Oh no. I forgot the tuile. You gotta be kidding me. Well, that was a fail, wasn't it? I got really excited and I forgot the tuile. But we did make the tuile. So here it is with the tuile. But that thumbnail was gonna look so good. Let's try it with this tuile now. The betrayal of the tuile. The tuile is really nice. It adds a nice little crunch to it too. Oh yeah. Oh baby. Dojima. What's up, Kohai? Today we're making Dojima Gin's team's version of the Hachis perimeter from that battle that the students had on the Totsuki train arc.
なんつう滑らかなポムピューレ。不思議な魔法でありえねえほどきめ細やかに作った綿菓子って感じだ。
Now the first thing we're going to do is work on the mirepoix for both the Espanol sauce and for the sofrito we're going to need for the beef later. Start off by peeling around 300 grams worth of carrot. Once you have your carrots peeled, move on to the celery, which we do need to clean up a bit before we start rough chopping this. These looking kind of jank. We're going to get rid of some of this. So I guess we're using like 200 grams of celery. It's fine. Once you remove some of the jank celery, go ahead and rough chop half of that celery, keeping the other half for the sofrito. Same thing with carrot. We're just going to use this one honker. This is a carrot. Now that you figured out that that's a carrot, get that rough chop and place this into the same container with all of your celery. We're also going to rough chop 1/2 an onion. This is about 200 grams worth of onion. The other 200 grams we'll do a small dice on, so that way it'll look really nice and pretty for the sofrito. You should have about 2 parts onion, 1 part everything else. Now this is going to be for the Espanol sauce. You can see it's not too much mirepoix because we're really not making a ton of this sauce. Now moving on to the nicer cuts that you're going to need for that beef filling, and for the sofrito, we're going to use the same celery, making sure that we cut these into thin strips. They basically want to look like a long julienne in a way, but really just try to make it somewhat thin, looking at about 1/4 of an inch of thickness. This is what my celery starts to look like as I start to prep it. Now grab all of your celery, making sure you bunch it up into a nice little bundle, and then starting at one end, start dicing your celery. Remember, when we're dicing the celery, don't dice it too small. You want it around 1/4 of an inch. Otherwise, if it's too small, it's going to get lost with all the beef, and you're not going to have a lot of texture behind each bite. Once you're done with your beautifully diced celery, place all of this into a small quart container, making sure you spill half of it all over the table. Now we're going to cut the carrots just about the same way as we did the celery. You're going to start off by making some thinner slices of your carrot. This is kind of what you want your carrot to start to look like first. Once you have your carrots nicely sliced up into around 1/4 inch of thickness, we're going to slice them into somewhat of a baton, or really like a rough julienne. These don't have to be perfect, just really take your time with it, getting these nice strips. The reason why we're doing the nice strips is so now you can take your nice bundle like we did earlier with the celery, and then you can start getting that really nice dice, trying to match it up to about the same size as the celery that we did, just so everything is nice and uniform. Now we more or less have our carrots ready to go. They're not super even, but they don't need to be. It's okay. Now once you have your carrots ready to go, just place them on top of your celery that you cut earlier in the same container. It's gonna be totally fine. Now working with that next half an onion. This onion again comes out to around 250 grams, and we wanna make sure that we give it around 5 to 6 slices going into the onion before we start cutting this into our brunoise. After you do those first slices, make sure you slice it across the top. This way you can start getting a really nice brunoise, almost a little bigger than a brunoise to be honest, for your onion. You just want to make sure again that your onion is around the same size as the carrots and the celery you did earlier. Otherwise you're gonna have big old chunks of onions and the carrots and celery are gonna get lost and you're just gonna have a bad time. Now take all of your onion and place this into the container with the celery and the carrots, and now defend your leaf village. I'm gonna throw a lid on this. Oh yeah, there's the mirepoix. Oh god. Now that we have all of our mirepoix and our mise en place ready to go, we can actually start making our Espanol sauce, because this does take quite a bit of time to reduce. You're talking about 2 to 2.5 hours. So now for the Espanol sauce, you're going to start off with around 50 grams of butter into a deep pot. After that, you're going to immediately add in all of your mirepoix. The reason for this is we actually want the mirepoix and the butter to cook together. You're going to get some browning from this, and it's going to start caramelizing the vegetables just a touch, not enough to really add too much color or make it to where it's caramelized onions. After around 10 to 15 minutes, minutes over a medium heat, this is when we're going to add 50 grams worth of flour to start making our roux. We want to make sure that the heat isn't too hot, otherwise you will burn the flour and burn your roux. You're going for a brown roux on this. It's one step above a blonde and it's going to be just a little more deep in color. This takes about 10 minutes, so feel free to do whatever is happening on screen right now and enjoy your happy dance or your copy of Annie Bites at the Kickstarter down below. After doing your happy dance, we're going to add in 25 grams worth of tomato paste. We want to actually cook the tomato paste down to remove a lot of that acidity and just bring out some of that tomato flavor. After cooking down your tomato for a few minutes, we're going to add in 2 whole cloves worth of garlic. Make sure you give that a nice stir, and this is what your mirepoix starts to look like. You can see it's actually starting to thicken up because of that roux. This is when we're going to add in 1 liter worth of beef stock. You can either purchase a really nice one or have some homemade. Mine I pulled out of the freezer earlier and I'm able to use it for this stock, so make sure you utilize those bones when you need to. Give this a stir, making sure nothing is stuck to the bottom. That is really important when you're making this. And once it starts coming up to a simmer after a few minutes to start activating that roux, we're gonna move it to the other stove because this needs to reduce by 1/3, which is going to take about 2 hours, so we don't need to burn up this butane. 2 hours on the stove. We'll also make sure it's kind of covered, you know, like lids slightly off. You know what I'm talking about, yeah? Now for this enchilada sauce, or it's actually going to be an oil, you are going to need a mortar and pestle, and if you don't have one, you can choose a blender. Blender is going to work totally fine, but traditionally it's done in one of these guys. Now in your mortar and pestle, we're going to add in 4 anchovy fillets with 2 whole cloves of garlic, followed by around 20 grams worth of capers with some of the caper juice, and then we're going to start breaking this down with our mortar and pestle. Be super careful while you're doing this initially so nothing splashes into your eyeballs, because I have had caper juice in my eyes before and it is not exciting and I do not recommend. After a few minutes, you'll have something that looks like canned tuna or Gandalf or Lucian's food, and that's kind of the consistency you're looking for before you add in 100 milliliters of olive oil to finish off your paste. This is what it starts to look like. Can you see that? It's kind of pale. And now the other thing is too is that I feel like if I strain this right away, it's going to lose a lot of those developing flavors. So we're actually going to put this into a smaller container first, let it hang out for like 15 to 20 minutes at room temp, and then strain it, because then I feel like the flavors are going to be so much better. Oh, that does not look appetizing. Now after removing all of your paste and letting it sit for a little while, we're going to go ahead and strain this. And to strain this, you're going to need a coffee filter and a small strainer. Place all of your cat food looking oil into that piece, and we're going to let this strain for around 15 minutes, trying to press it with a spoon gently to try to get some of that oil out of there. And unfortunately that didn't work, so I removed the coffee filter and it worked so much better without getting any sediment in there. This is going to work out fine, I think, I hope, kind of. Now then, you may be asking, Paul, what about the mashed potatoes? You're going to take potato, put it in the pot. We're going to add water. Now I need more water. Boil this thing, like 45 minutes, maybe? Or throw it in the microwave for 7, I don't care. Now summon the world's cutest sauce pot along with 50 grams worth of butter and an equal amount of heavy cream. Now while the potato's working, we're just gonna put this over the stove on a super low heat just to make sure it's nice and hot and melted, but don't try to like scald it or anything like that, just melt it slightly. Once the butter is melted, that's it, it's done, turn it off. So our Espanol sauce has been going for just about 90 minutes. It hasn't gone for that full 2 hours, but it's reduced, I think, enough. It's reduced by half, which is a little further than I wanted it to go, but it's still really rich. I wish you guys could smell the smells in here. Absolutely, just like you want to drink it. Don't do that, that's really hot. Now we do need to strain out this sauce completely because you don't want any of those chunks. You want this sauce to be nice and smooth and velvety when we're ready to work with it later. Get all of that good strained out of there, and you can really keep this and turn it into a pureed soup later, but that's for another video. Make sure you get all of that sauce strained, getting as much out of there as possible because we just spent 2 hours reducing this and we don't want to throw any of it away. Once you get your sauce strained into that other pot, this is when we're going to hit it with around 30 grams worth of whole butter. Place this directly into your sauce and start mixing it together. You don't actually need to bring this back over to the stove. The butter will fully melt with the residual heat from that sauce. Once that butter is melted, you're gonna have this beautiful velvety sauce left. Make sure you do give this a taste for salt, pepper, or any other seasonings you may want to add right now. Oh my God. Oh, that's good. We're gonna leave this on the stove. Can already taste everything. Oh. Now to finish this dish off, take another 20 grams worth of butter and place it into a heavy bottomed pan. Get that melting and mix up all of your mirepoix because we had it layered, which was a stupid move on my part, and place around 1 large handful of your mirepoix directly into this pan. Bring this back down to around a medium heat. We're not actually trying to get a ton of color on these vegetables. We're just trying to get them tender and get them sweating from a little bit of heat. Cook this for around 10 to 15 minutes and this is what your mirepoix should look like. Not too much color, but still really tender. From here, add in 2 parts worth of beef. So I used around 100 grams worth of mirepoix and 200 grams worth of beef. And my preference is 80-20 ground beef on this. Make sure you hit this with a good amount of salt and a good amount of black pepper, like a little more black pepper than you think you need. Give this a good mix and continue cooking this over a medium heat until the beef is fully cooked through. This is what your beef should start to look like. This is ready to eat right now, like throw this into a bun and call it a day, but we need to add our Espanol sauce. I'm adding in 45 milliliters worth of our sauce directly to the ground beef and mirepoix mixture. Now we need to reduce this sauce once again. This is going to fully fortify this sauce with the ground beef and the mirepoix, making it very rich and super flavorful. Make sure you keep this heat around a low medium heat so that way it doesn't reduce too quickly and break. Continue cooking this for around 10 to 15 minutes until that sauce is almost fully reduced. You do not want this to be too wet, otherwise it will bleed into the Parmentier later when you start stacking it.
Oh my God. Little more pepper, little more pepper.
After reseasoning it and tasting it once again, this is how far I have reduced all of my Espanol sauce, making sure it is not super wet.
This is ready to go. We have mashed potatoes to make. Let's assemble this guy. I'm so excited to try this and see how it compares to the other one, you know, Team Saba. My bad. It's a really good song. So now for the mashed potatoes, super simple. We're gonna heat up that cream and butter again, just because it kind of cooled down. It's been a minute. Get yourself a nice heat-proof stainless steel bowl. We're gonna grab the potatoes out of the water. Probably not with your hands. Don't do that. That's just dumb. And then we're gonna peel the skins off. This should come off. Woo! Yeah, that's warm. This is hot. It's fine. We don't need fingers.
If you want to keep your fingers intact, you can also remove this with a knife or a spoon and then grab yourself a potato masher and break this down slightly. If you don't have a strainer to press through or a ricer to make sure that this gets super creamy, you can just use the potato masher to try to get them as smooth as possible. Or one of my favorite ways is just using a KitchenAid. Start pressing all of your potato through your strainer, allowing it to fall into the bowl below. This is going to give you an incredibly creamy mashed potato.
See, that didn't take too long. Look at all it looks like snow. Look at how cool that looks. A beautiful potato. Make sure you scrape all that good off there.
After pressing all of your potato through, hit this with your cream and butter mixture we had heated up earlier. Make sure you season this with a decent pinch of salt. This is going to be to your liking, so that's totally up to you. Give this a quick mix and then give it a taste.
So good, so freaking good. Okay, let's assemble this bad boy, huh? Grab yourself whatever plate you want. I'm just using one of my this is like the only plate that I use. You're also gonna need a ring mold. If you don't have a ring mold, check out my harina souffle pancake video where I show you how to make one out of aluminum foil. Super easy to do. We're just gonna use one of these, grease it up, a little bit of pan spray, easy. You can also just grease it up with some butter or oil, but make sure it's not too much. I think I actually put a little bit of too much pan spray. I don't want it on the plate, you know? Nobody needs that. So I'm going to use a portion scoop. You don't have to be this extra. You can honestly just take some of the beef, put it in a bowl, mashed potatoes on top, brulee it, done.
Now the scoop that I'm using with 3 full portions of this potato comes out to around 100 to 110 grams worth of mashed potato. What you're looking to do is fill this up 1/3 of the way up your mold, then grab the back of a spoon and start pressing this directly into the mold to make sure it's nice and tight. This will give you really nice layers later, and this is what my potato starts to look like. Once you have that nicely packed in, this is when we're going to add 1/3 worth of your beef as a layer in that mold. This way, when we finish it off with the mashed potatoes later, you're going to have an equal portion of potato on the bottom and the top and an equal portion in the middle of your beef. Again, make sure you press this down with the back of the spoon and try to work somewhat quickly. The reason for that is you can see some of the oil leach through this ring mold, and honestly, pro tip, if you want to form these and you want to make quite a few of them, make them on a sheet tray first and then transfer them to the plate later. Now finish this off with another portion of your potato. I'm actually going with 2 scoops with a potato to start because I did actually put in a little extra beef. Let's be honest here, I wanted more beef than potato, and get this nice and smoothed out. Add a touch more potato if needed to fill out that layer, and once you're done with that, this is when we're going to get some freshly grated Parmesan. This is going to be that beautiful Parmesan layer that they were talking about. I'm using my microplane to make sure it's nice and small, so this way when I go to torch it, it torches really nicely. Make sure that the layer isn't too thick though, otherwise it won't torch properly, so that's totally up to you with how much cheese you want. Clean up some of the oil off of the plate just to make it look a little more pretty and presentable, and we are ready.
Oh, look at that, like a glove. Oh baby, that looks so good. That looks so good. Holy crap, hold on. Where's my phone? I need pictures. Okay, not gonna lie, the oil actually looks really beautiful on this. Can you see the color difference, right? It just provides just that little bit extra. Okay, we're almost done, we gotta torch it.
My thing broke. A little aggro, a little aggro. Don't want to burn the house down. Look at this freaking magic. Get some on the mashed potato, you know, right there. Get a little crust. Now for the final bit, our little touch of our anchovies oil. You don't want too much of this because it is very strong. We're just gonna do a little dollop. It's kind of hard to see, but again, we don't want to put too much of it because it is strong. That is it. There it is, guys. Team Dojima's Hachis Parmentier. Perimeter. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really excited to dig into this. It's been a labor of love today. It's been about 2.5 to 3 hours of total cook time, and this looks so worth it. Just like my Kickstarter is gonna be worth it to you. Oh, look at how beautifully this cuts. That's exactly what I was looking for. Like I can take a chunk out of it and just look at this. Look at those layers. What else do you want? Cheers. The potato flavor, the anchovy flavor, the caper flavor, the filling of the beef and the mirepoix, the sweetness of the Espanol, and the slight saltiness from the Parmesan. Everything works so well here, and I'm going to say this on record, this is better than the Saba version. It tastes so much more nice. It tastes so much closer to a cottage pie. Absolutely love it.
Sa o machi to! Wagyu! Yukihira Kobashi butter pilaf inari sushi.
Yukihira's Inari Pilaf Sushi for that Saito battle. I don't know where he came up with this, but I mean, I'm down. Now the first thing we really want to make is the sauce, and for the sauce we're going to need some kiri mochi, and this feels like a brick. So in a sauce pot goes about 1 cup worth of soy milk, unsweetened soy milk, don't use that sweet stuff. Then we're going to dice up this kiri mochi. Now it is very thick and very dense, so just take your time cutting this. You do want to cut this up into smaller pieces, so that way it incorporates itself into the sauce just a little bit better. Once you have your kiri mochi all diced up, we're only using about a half a kiri mochi for this. Go ahead and drop it right into your soy milk and bring this up to a medium heat to bring it up to a simmer. Now make sure you do constantly stir this because that kiri mochi does stick to the bottom, and once it's stuck, it is stuck and it gets burned and it's not fun. Once all of your mochi is dissolved, you shouldn't see any more chunks in this, and that's really what you're looking for so your sauce is nice and creamy. Now the cheeses we're using for this are the same cheeses we used for the doppio pizza. You're gonna need 1 ounce of mozzarella, 1 ounce of Parmesan, just go ahead and chop this stuff up, and about 1 teaspoon worth of this gorgonzola. Now gorgonzola can be overwhelmingly strong, so just make sure you don't use too much of it. The last cheese you're going to need is about a tablespoon worth of ricotta. Now we have all of our 4 cheeses, and all of these are going to go straight into our sauce. Bring your sauce back up to that medium heat and just start dumping in your cheeses. There's no rhyme or reason to this. You can put in your cheeses however you feel like putting in your cheese. Now keep in mind with the cheese in there, you do want to constantly stir this because the cheese can burn to the bottom and you don't want that to happen. Now season this with a good helping of black pepper and just a pinch of salt. Get this all stirred up together and just make sure you do give this a taste at some point. But that's pretty much your sauce. We're just gonna go ahead and leave this here and work on the rest of it. Now for the apple butter, but it's really an apple Parmentier. We're only using 1 apple for this, and I'm using a Fiji apple, but feel free to use whatever apple you want. You want to grate this directly into the pan that you're using so all of those juices and all of that goodness goes right into it. And to give it some pop and keep it from going brown right away, I am going to add in just about a half a lemon worth of juice. This comes out to just a little over 1 ounce worth of lemon juice. We also need to hit this with a little bit of sugar. I used about a half a tablespoon worth of sugar for this just to sweeten it slightly while it starts to cook. Now we're going to cook this over a nice medium heat just until the apples soften and until a lot of that liquid actually starts evaporating. Now go ahead and give this a taste and make sure it is sweet enough. You don't want it overwhelmingly sweet, but you also don't want it too bland. Once your pan looks like this with just a little bit of that liquid left in it, this is when you turn the heat down. And this is when we start adding in some fresh, cold, whole, unsalted butter. I'm going to be using about 3 tablespoons worth of butter for this, but you only want to add it in 2 parts. Add in about 1.5 tablespoons at first, and then follow it up by adding in the rest later. The reason for this is because you want the butter to fully emulsify before adding in too much, otherwise you may end up with a big runny mess of butter, apple, weird mush. With that last batch of butter that you threw in there, make sure the heat is off and you constantly stir this to get that butter and those apples emulsified. You're stirring this to a point to where all of that butter is completely gone. Give this a taste just to appreciate how delicious it is. Now, these are the only tofu pockets I could find at the store that come with a little seasoning packet that you're not going to really need. These tofu pockets in particular come pre-seasoned, but we are going to re-season them feel free to not season them again, and you could just literally use these out of the package and be good. If you do want to rinse them off, you can, and just remove some of that excess liquid that they have because it is overwhelmingly sweet in my opinion. Once you rinse all of it off, take a little bit of dashi that you had from a previous recipe, add in about a cup worth of dashi followed by about 2 tablespoons worth of soy sauce. We're going to hit this with about 1 tablespoon worth of sugar, give it a little bit of a swirl, and we're going to bring this over to the stove. Once your liquid has come to a simmer, go ahead and drop in all of your tofu pockets. These don't need to cook too long because they have been previously cooked. I went ahead and simmered mine for about 4 minutes until they absorbed a decent amount of liquid. Now carefully remove these from the pot, and again, be careful because they can tear and burn your fingers. Once you have removed all of your tofu from your pot, go ahead and try one because, you know, it's delicious. We can finally move on to the pilaf. For the pilaf, I'm using about 6 ounces worth of chicken breast, and for the chicken breast, you do want to dice this into small bite-sized pieces. The reason why you want them as small dice is because you want them to be about the same size as your shrimp. I'm using about 4 ounces worth of shrimp for this, and again, you want these as a small dice, so that way they actually fit in your inari pocket. Yes, there is a rhyme and reason for why we're cutting them this small. Once you have everything diced up, you can place them in the same bowl because we are going to cook these at the same time. Now we're only using about 1/4 of an onion, and this comes out to about 2 ounces worth of diced onion. This is just going to give the rice a little bit of flavor. I'm not sure if Yukihira actually use this, but you need your onion in your pilaf. So we have 2 cups of rice, our shrimp and chicken, a little bit of onion, a small dab of butter, about 1 tablespoon worth, and 3 cups worth of chicken stock to get this pilaf going. Now in a nice hot pan, add your butter in, and you do want to make sure this butter is totally melted. Then add in your rice first. I know a lot of people would normally add in their onion first just to get the onion cooking, but I actually want the rice to absorb all of that butter flavor because it's a butter battle. I mean, come on. Now we're going to add in our onion, and we're going to cook this until the onion gets nice and translucent. This just means that it kind of turns into almost an opaque color in a way, to where you're not caramelizing it, but it's just getting those onions nice and tender. Once your onions are done, we're going to add in both our chicken and our shrimp at the same time. Hit this with a generous helping of salt and a good amount of black pepper because you want this seasoned really nicely. Start tossing this until you get a little bit of color on that chicken and shrimp. This is actually going to start turning into that nice opaque white color that you're looking for because you're not going to get a lot of actual caramelization on it. Now add in your 3 cups worth of chicken stock directly on top of your rice. This is going to start to deglaze the pan, and alternatively you could deglaze this with sake or wine as well and then add your stock. You want to give this just a little bit of a stir and then go ahead and throw on a lid that still doesn't fit. None of my pans match up with any of my lids. So grab yourself another pan and use that pan as a lid so that way you can actually cook your rice. That's a stupid idea. We're just going to transfer it to the other pan because it's bigger and I actually have a lid for this one. Now with a lid on your rice, you do want to simmer this at a light simmer for about 15 minutes before checking it. Mine went for a solid 15-16 minutes before all of my liquid was gone and my rice was perfectly cooked, so I was super happy with this. At this point, you do want to give it a taste, see if it needs any more salt and pepper. This was really, really nice the way it was, so I just kind of folded the rice over and just let it hang out for a little bit. 10-15 minutes, it'll be good. And you're really going to eat this, aren't you? Aren't you? Now, right before we're ready to stuff our inari pockets, we do want to add in our apple butter towards the end of this process, so that way you don't cook out too much of that apple butter. Give this a taste and see if it has enough sweetness for you. You want just a little bit of sweetness. Mine wasn't sweet enough, so I added in all of the apple butter we made and folded this in gently to not break any of those rice granules because that's the last thing you want to do. Now we finally get to stuff these inari pockets. So grab yourself a tray lined with aluminum foil and then grab your little inari pockets. Now be very gentle with this because they can tear and rip, but you want to fold these over kind of like, I guess like a sock maybe? Do people do that? You want to fold over just a little bit of the top so this way you can add in your rice without really fighting the inari pocket. So grab yourself a spoon and start stuffing your inari pockets. I started with about a tablespoon worth of rice at first just to see how full these would get. They actually can take a significant amount of rice, but you also don't want to overstuff them because then you risk tearing them and it's just not a good time for anybody. Once you have about 2 tablespoons worth of rice in there, go ahead and bring those folded edges back up, bring those together into a little tiny little pocket of joy, and you want to place this seam side down on your foil so they don't open. Repeat the process with all of your inari pockets, and just remember to take your time so that way you're not really fighting it, you're not going to tear anything, and once you're done, you have all these beautiful boys ready to go. Now once they're all lined up, add a little bit of your sauce on top of each one of your inari pockets. You don't want to add too much because it can oversaturate it and become really, really strong. Once you have all of your sauce on your inari pockets, we're going to set this in the broiler in the toaster oven for about 7 minutes until you get some color on them. While those are broilerizing, go ahead and garnish your plate, you know, a little shiso leaf. And these are what they look like out of the oven. Just a little bit of color, nice and toasty, boys, and we're going to put on 3 on this plate. You can definitely stack this with all 6 if you're just going to go for it, but 3 looked really nice. You can add more sauce to it at this point, but I felt like they had just enough to give it that beautiful flavor. And there it is, Yukihira's rice pilaf inari sushi. There it is, guys, Yukihira's pilaf inari sushi. I can safely say I've never actually had anything like this before. I've never seen anything like this before with maybe a pilaf or even hot sushi rice inside of an inari and then baked. So here we go. You know what? It's not bad. It's super buttery. It's really rich, but you get a little bit of the sweetness and the lemon juice in there from adding that apple butter late. Remember, don't cook it with it. It was actually pretty good. Okay, that's pretty delicious. Get off me, leaf. We don't need any greens. It does come down to balancing all of those different flavors, and I really feel like you got to go off of your own palate, just like I did. Good morning, fellow foodies. My name is Chef PK here on Chef Paul Reacts, and today we're going to be making Shokugeki no Soma's egg white souffle. My way though. The first thing you'll need for this are your eggs. I have about a half a dozen eggs here. I have 6 eggs. I have a ring mold, but I'll show you what we're gonna do with later. I have a single egg pan. Now, this is not necessary if you don't want to use a ring mold. It just makes things a little bit easier. A little bit of non-stick spray, and yes, if this is good enough for Alton Brown, this is good enough for me. A little bit of half and half and or heavy cream if you have it. I prefer the heavy cream, but all I have is half and half. Black pepper, salt, cream of tartar. You may be asking, Paul, why do you need cream of tartar? This is gonna be the stabilizer for our egg whites. I mentioned egg 3 ways, and what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna separate all of the egg whites from the egg yolks. When you separate your egg yolks, the most important thing is that your egg whites stay exceptionally clear. You don't want any fat from the egg yolks in here, simply because once we start aerating it, the fat will interrupt that process and it won't actually allow it to become aerated. We're gonna hold off on using these until later. I'm gonna show you what we're gonna do with these guys. Now, I'm keeping 2 of these to the side because we are doing something very cool with those later. Now for this. When you start whisking egg whites, just keep in mind you can use something like a KitchenAid to help you, but with this much of a small amount, I don't think it's worth really using. So we're gonna hand whisk this to a nice medium peak first, then we're gonna add our cream of tartar and then finish it to a stiff peak. So this is almost there. It looks like we're almost at our soft peak stage. You can see what I mean by soft peak is that this collapsed immediately once I start raising it up. We're looking for it to be a little bit more stiff than this. Now this is a full soft peak. This is almost to a medium peak now, and you can see it's still collapsing once I raise it up just a bit. We're looking for this just to go a little bit further before we hit it with our cream of tartar as an interruptant. There we go. Now we have a full soft peak. I'm gonna add our cream of tartar and finish this guy off. Cream of tartar is very, very strong. I use it as a meringue stabilizer every now and then if we really need it. So I'm gonna use just a very, very small amount. I'm not measuring this. I'm just going by eye because that's what we do here at Totsuki Academy. That's pretty much what I'm going for. I'm not bringing it to a full stiff peak. This is about a medium peak right now. Some of it feels like it's gonna get there. If I go any further, I'm gonna break this. So I'm gonna keep it right here. I think this is gonna be really nice for what I want to achieve today. Now the other thing is you didn't see me add salt or pepper yet, because if I add salt to this, the salt is going to extract moisture from the actual egg and it could potentially break the meringue. I'm going to salt this at the end rather than at the beginning to help make sure that this does not break on me. Now the other thing you're gonna need is a cooking vessel, and yes, I am going to be cooking my eggs in this pot. The reason for that is I need the depth so I can actually get a cover over the top of this. I'm going to be steaming this egg rather than cooking it directly with heat from the bottom. So in order to achieve that, I am going to also need my ring mold. Now there's 2 things that you need to do. We're gonna hit the bottom of this with a little bit of non-stick spray. It is a non-stick pan, but I am just a bit over the top with this. And I do wanna make sure that this guy right here is fully coated.
Now here's the tricky part. You do not, I repeat, do not start with heat. If you start with heat with these eggs, you're going to end up giving the bottom too much color and potentially burning it. So find a good center point for your egg dish. This is what mine looks like right here. And I'm gonna go ahead and start layering in my egg whites into this. I wanna make sure that you still have some of a peak going. It looks like these are holding up fairly well. I'm gonna get these in here as soon as I can so it doesn't deflate. Give it a little whip, bring it back together, we're good to go. These are super temperamental. You have to make sure that you're working very quickly when you're working with an egg white like this that's not fully stabilized with sugar. Grab your spatula and start layering in your egg whites. Next, I'm gonna take a little spoon that I have and just start smoothing out the inside of my shell so that way I can finally fill all the crevices that I wasn't able to with the spatula. I'm gonna make this as smooth as I can. This is going to rise a little bit, but it shouldn't be too bad. And you wanna make sure you also don't put too much pressure down so you do not deflate the egg white. Now I'm gonna go ahead and add just a little bit more. I'm gonna top this off. I know it's gonna raise, but what I'll end up doing is if I don't like the height or I don't like the way it looks, I'm gonna be able to just cut that top off before I serve it. So now we have our egg whites locked and loaded. I'm gonna go ahead and place this over heat on a very, very low setting. Honestly, some of the lowest you can get. Throw your lid on it and let that just hang out. So while the egg whites are cooking, that is gonna take some time. It's not gonna be the 2.5 minutes like Yukihira does in the show. That is actually gonna take about 10 to 15 minutes depending on the heat. I'm gonna be keeping an eye on it. That's why I like the really clear lid. If I need to, I may add a couple of droplets of water to help steam it. In the meantime, we're going to make the sauce. Soma had used a tomato and maybe basil sauce that we saw in the show, but I'm gonna go with eggs 3 ways and I'm gonna make myself a rendition of hollandaise that I would actually eat. To make this sauce, we are going to need the egg yolks that we started with. I am gonna go ahead and season these ahead of time. This is a little bit of Himalayan sea salt and some fresh cracked pepper. Give this a little bit of a whisk. Once you have this nice smooth consistency, we're gonna go ahead and place this in a safe bowl to place on top of our hot water right here. Once this gets going, we're gonna start cooking our egg yolks with a little bit of our half and half to make our sauce, and then we're going to use a little bit of sriracha. You can use whatever you want. I'm putting sriracha in this. I'm gonna go ahead and actually add my half and half to this right now. Again, I'm just eyeballing this. I'm going for about a 1-to-1 ratio, so I want this to be super saucy and creamy. Bring this back together. You're gonna have this really, really thin sauce right now, but once we add it to our heat, it is going to thicken up, so keep that in mind. Now that I have my egg yolks and my half and half in my sauce pot, I didn't actually have a bowl that I could use to place on top of it. Ideally, you wanna have a bowl that'll just sit on top of the water, but I have a really nice saucepan here that I'm gonna utilize in the same way. So I'm gonna start it with the hot water and then I'm gonna finish it with direct heat. You do want to constantly stir this, otherwise you could have a chance of creating some scrambled eggs. We don't want scrambled eggs today, guys. Remember not to let it get too hot too quickly, otherwise you will end up with scrambled eggs. Mine is starting to look like it's coming together fairly well, but I am gonna go ahead and strain this as well so we don't have any chunkiness happening. This looks like it's almost done. You can see how thick it's gotten already. This is what it looks like right now. It is a little bit thick, but we are going to end up adding a little bit of lemon juice and that's gonna thin it out really nicely. Then we're gonna strain it and it should be good to go. Personal preference, just a little bit of heat. Just a little bit of heat, a little bit of nice redness to that color. It's gonna make it really, really gorgeous. With the lemon juice, I'm gonna go ahead and squeeze in about 1/4 of a lemon, and this way we can squeeze it directly into the pot because we are gonna strain the entire thing, so we don't really have to worry about that right now. Next thing you'll need is a fine mesh strainer. This one is relatively big. You don't need this big of a one if you don't need it. I would recommend just grabbing anything that really fits what you're using. Look at this cute little guy. He's adorable. Even though we did try to carefully cook this over the heat, you will get some chunks, and that's fine. You know what? It doesn't really matter. If you wanted to, you could blend this together and it would come together just fine, and then you could strain it. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna pass this through the strainer, and it's going to give us a really nice creamy sauce. Here's our gorgeous hollandaise. I do not enjoy hollandaise very much, but I do enjoy making sauces like this where it is egg yolk and a little bit of cream thickened together. You can see it has a really nice texture now, coming together fairly well. Our egg white is just about done. We're gonna go ahead and finish this thing. Now here is where eggs 3 ways finally comes together. My goal for this is to make it so that this looks like one giant egg. Hopefully I can make that happen. I haven't tried this before. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. I have made egg white souffles before in the past, but I haven't tried it like this. At this point, we're gonna take our egg white off the heat, let that sit to the side, and just let it hang out for a minute. It shouldn't deflate on us. We are going to cook our single egg in this. Hit it with a little bit of spray. You could use butter if you want, but I want a super clean look to this. Now again, what I'm gonna try to achieve is not have too much color on this egg. I wanna make it so that it's a beautiful sunny side up egg, so we're gonna go ahead and hit this as soon as we can. And the reason why I'm holding my hand up is because some of this is not very level, and I want that egg yolk to be directly in the center of this pan. I'm gonna take this minute to thank you guys so much for encouraging me to make videos like this. If you haven't subscribed already, I encourage you to do so you guys can come back every single week. Hopefully we'll have more cooking videos just like this. At 1,000 subscribers, we actually get the community tab, and maybe I can post up some pictures and some recipes for you guys to encourage you to start cooking at home. If you want to see more cooking videos like this, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know what you want to see in a future video. Our egg is almost done. I'm excited to plate this thing up. Let's see if my experiment worked. Hopefully the souffle held up. Here's our gorgeous sunny side up egg. I did throw this in the toaster oven on the broil setting to kind of cook the egg white just a little bit, but you can see I was able to get that really nice yellow yolk with the egg white cooked around it. This is very important for what I want to try now, so now plate up time. Get some of our sauce on the bottom. I want my sauce to be slightly bigger than my egg white. Here we go, moment of truth. There is our egg white. This is gonna be slightly difficult. I used that same ring mold to cut off the excess egg that I had. This way, everything lines up beautifully. Eggs 3 ways. We did it. The only thing left to do is hit this with a little bit of black pepper. Table side. It would be nicer if I had some finishing salt, but we get this salt. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Chef PK's egg white souffle. I have to admit, I am incredibly proud of this right now. It looks really neat. I was able to achieve that effect where it looks like one egg from bottom to top with our little bit of sauce on the bottom. That was our egg 3 ways. We have our sunny side up, our egg white souffle, and our egg hollandaise. I don't like hollandaise. This is so much better. One final test. I have no idea how good this is. The goal for this entire thing was for a guest to have this at tableside, so that way if they took a knife to it and cut the yolk straight down the middle, would it deflate the entire souffle? Look at it, it's gorgeous. It's falling all over the place, but it's gorgeous. And the egg white souffle has held up. Look at this, look at it, bubbles. Karaage week. How's it going, fellow foodies? My name is Chef PK here on Chef Paul Makes, and today we're making karaage. With a twist. After watching Soma and crew make that karaage wrap, I really wanted to make my own style of that. I really always crave chicken and waffles whenever I go somewhere, but unfortunately I couldn't find a waffle iron, so we're gonna do the next best thing. Chicken and pancakes. It'll probably work. Grab a snack, grab your notebooks, let's make this thing. First thing we're gonna need to do is start heating up our oil. I'm gonna use half peanut and half canola oil. The reason why I like using some peanut oil is because it has this higher smoke point. So once it gets hot, it won't smoke and degrade as fast as using pure vegetable or canola oil. I also just purchased this digital thermometer about 15 minutes ago, so make sure you have one on hand to get this temperature to 350. The next thing I'm gonna wanna do is actually marinate our chicken thighs. Remember, chicken thighs do have a higher fat content, so they will give you a better overall taste than just chicken breast. If you prefer chicken breast, no worries, go with that. It's just gonna be not as nice and savory as the chicken thigh. Since we're doing karaage, we're gonna go ahead and dice this up into bite-sized portions. Take your chicken and place it in the bowl you're also gonna have your marinade in. Remember to sanitize your cutting board or use a different one like I did when you're doing chicken. You don't want any raw chicken near your fresh ingredients. Didn't forget the headband. The next part is the marinade. Now I want you guys to take creative freedoms with this and do whatever you want with the marinade. Just remember, to have an effective marinade, you need a couple of things: acid, thyme, and or pressure. In my case, acid is gonna be the orange and lemon juice as well as the ponzu. Thyme is gonna be overnight. Pressure could be a vacuum seal if you have one. We're just gonna let this sit overnight with some acid that I already had prepped out, but I'm gonna show you the marinade that I made so you guys can make this at home. One orange. We're gonna throw in a half a lemon as well. This is about a quarter of a fresh onion. This can be pureed or diced up. For this, I'm going to dice it and let it just get the essence of that onion. You're gonna wanna get this off of the chicken before you dredge it though. I'm also gonna put in a fresh clove of garlic. Do not smash your garlic. If you smash the garlic to open it up, you end up using all of those beautiful oils going straight into your cutting board rather than into your food. The next part of this marinade is actually going to be some ponzu. You can probably find this at any local store. You can make it yourself. I choose just to use this. We're just going to hit this until it starts covering the chicken up. That's good. Remember, we don't measure at Totsuki. A little bit of black pepper and a little bit of Himalayan salt. Hit it with some sesame oil because why not? That's your marinade. Now make sure with your marinades that you actually do get full coatage on all of your chicken. So that way when it sits, it's fully covered and fully submerged in your liquid. There's your chicken in the marinade. We're gonna place this in the fridge overnight and I'm gonna show you what it looks like right now. This is the marinade that I made last night. Now it looks a little bit different because I did take all of those ingredients and I threw it in a blender. I chose to do that because of the amount of chicken that I had, and it does release different flavors. So you can do that, or you can keep them chopped just the way we did. It's gonna be just as delicious. I'm gonna let this sit out for just a little bit so all of those oils kind of start to melt again, so that way we're not dealing with too much of the marinade. Now Soma and crew did have a little bit of a salad thing going on, but I thought I actually really like coleslaws. We're gonna make our own style of a coleslaw for this wrap, and I think it's gonna be so delicious and so complimentary and a lot easier to eat than the lettuce hanging out the top. For this coleslaw, I'm gonna use about a half a head of cabbage. This has been sitting around for a bit. I need to use it up, and I'll show you something you can do with cabbage. Cabbage is an interesting vegetable because even though it starts to oxidize on the outside, once you cut it, there's still fresh cabbage on the inside. So this, definitely not bad. We're just gonna end up throwing away that piece, that one, and that one. Now you still have all of this usable cabbage. Now for this, I do want it to be as thin as possible for this coleslaw, so it does become super tender and really easy to eat. So I'm gonna try to shave this as close as I can to being a nice thin slaw. That seems like it'll be good enough. It's nice and thin now. We're gonna go ahead and throw this in our bowl and finish cutting the rest of that coleslaw. I absolutely love green onion in my coleslaw. You can choose to omit this, you can choose to add it, you can do whatever you want. Just make sure you make it how you want to make it. Now we have our cabbage, we have our green onion, we're gonna throw in some cucumber. This is a hothouse cucumber, absolutely love using these. They're really, really nice, incredibly dense, and I absolutely love using these for coleslaws. The only thing we're gonna do is we're gonna de-seed these guys. You could cut that in half and use a spoon to remove the seeds, but I'm just gonna go ahead and fillet these. Now with those de-seeded, I'm gonna get these fairly thin as well, so that way they don't interfere with the texture of the chicken. There are our beautiful cucumbers. One last thing we're gonna add is a little bit of fresh cilantro. Now, if you don't enjoy cilantro, you can always throw in some parsley or just omit it completely. I love the flavor of this. I think it's gonna go nicely with everything else. After you give your cilantro a fairly good rinse to get any grime or dirt off of it, just give it a nice dry so it's not so difficult to cut. So we're gonna chop up all of this cilantro, but we're only gonna use half of it for this and half of it for the pancake. All right, that looks pretty good. We're gonna go ahead and add this to our coleslaw. We're gonna throw the rest of it in this little guy. Now that we have most of our ingredients chopped up for our coleslaw, we're just gonna go ahead and dress it just a little bit and finish it off. This is gonna be a very clean dressing: salt, pepper, vinegar, and oil. We're gonna be using rice vinegar for this. I feel like it has a very nice flavor to it with a little bit of sweetness. We want enough to really cover everything so it has a nice gloss to it. So I'll show you what that looks like. Gonna hit it with a little bit of sesame oil as well. This gives it a really nice toasted flavor. Mix everything really, really nicely because all of that liquid is gonna go to the bottom. You wanna pull the bottom up. This is gonna allow all of those flavors to mingle. And just make sure you do give everything a taste because once it's done, this is done. Oh yeah, that's good. Now that our coleslaw is done, we'll set it to the side and get this ready to finish later. Now the next thing is a shortcut. You know what, Yukihiro always takes shortcuts and I'm gonna do the same thing. For our pancake, we are going to actually be using this Kodiak pancake mix. I had this laying around last night while I was testing this recipe and I have to say it actually came out really, really nicely. If you wanna go the full route, you can go ahead and mix up a couple of eggs, a little bit of flour, baking soda, water, whatever the case is. Find an easy waffle recipe instead of using this, but I really like the flavor of this. So, shortcuts. This pancake recipe is incredibly easy, but we're actually gonna be following their waffle recipe on the back, which I had made last night. We're gonna need 2 cups of pancake mix. Just hear me out, it's gonna be delicious. You know, we're gonna go with 1.5. I don't think we need that many. We're also gonna need 1.5 tablespoons of canola oil. I'm gonna throw in 1 egg for a little bit of added fat. Then we're also gonna need 1 cup of water. I also have a little bit of whole milk that I may add to this depending on the consistency that I have so far. So this consistency, this is pancake batter. We do not want this. This is too thick. We want them to be thin like little crepe, thin crepey pancakes. We're gonna need milk. That looks good. So this is still a little thick. We want it to be just a bit thinner than what we have here. I'm gonna hit with just a touch more milk. What I'm going for is almost a crepe batter rather than a pancake batter. They are fairly runny, so you want it to almost not stream together when you pick it up. And you can see this stream. That is still together too much. So I'm gonna add it just a little bit more milk to this. There we go, it's starting to break up towards the end. That's kind of what we're looking for. So we're gonna fire one off. We're gonna see how this reacts in our pan. I don't actually have a rounded nonstick pan, but I do have my Japanese style omelet pan for when you would make tamago. We're gonna go ahead and use this. It'll make us a nice square pancake crepe thing, and it's gonna be delicious. I did this last night, just trust me on this. So this feels like it's getting relatively hot. I'm gonna hit this with a little bit of pan spray just for a little bit of help. Grab yourself a ladle and take just a small amount of this. This again still feels fairly thick, but I wanna see how it reacts. Once you have enough in your pan, you actually do want to spread this all over the pan to make sure it is very, very thin all the way through and doesn't create a ton of air and a ton of thickness in the middle. Now we're going to hit this thing with a little bit of salt, a little bit of fresh pepper, some granulated garlic, and finally a touch of cilantro. Now again, I want you guys to experiment with this stuff. Don't make it exactly like I'm doing. If you want to, throw some cheddar cheese on top of this and then flip it over. It's gonna give you a nice cheesy crust. I'm gonna keep it like this because we're gonna have a ton of fat later with all of everything that's going in it. I think it's gonna be so good, but make your own, play with your food. Once you can lift up the edges without it folding or without it curling, you know that it's ready to flip. So we're just gonna give this guy a quick flip. There it is, look at that. We're gonna press it just gently. Not too much heat at this point. You don't want it to burn the cilantro on the other side because this batter is mostly cooked now. These don't take very long to cook. You have a nice crispiness from that egg and from all the added fat. I'm just giving this about 30 seconds on the other side and I want to see what it looks like. We're gonna go ahead and kill the heat. There it is. There is our crepey pancake delicious. Now I do want to taste this because it looks amazing. The other key thing that you want to be able to do is actually fold this over. So if you cook this too long, it's going to end up cracking when you fold it. So we have this really nice consistency all the way throughout. I think this batter is going to be perfect. Let's give it a shot. A touch more salt, touch more pepper, a little more garlic, a little more seasoning all the way through, but otherwise it's really, really nice. To make things easy, I'm going to go ahead and incorporate my seasoning right into my batter right now. This way I don't have to deal with it later. Now if you're making quite a few of these, make them ahead of time. I'm gonna go ahead and make all of my batter right now, set them to the side, and they'll be totally fine for the next hour or so while I'm getting everything else ready so I can take it over to my wife for lunch. While we're finishing off our pancakes, I do want to take the time to say thank you to everyone out there who's encouraged me to make videos just like this. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers and that's just kind of mind-blowing to me at this point. Your support makes me want to continue doing things like this, so thank you guys so much for hanging out. I look forward to playing with my food and I hope you look forward to making it at home. Let's make some pancakes. Look at that, one shot. Bam. Oh God, that didn't work. For the sauce, I do want something extra creamy for this because we do have all the vinegars and this coleslaw. We have the crunchiness coming from the chicken that's gonna be coming up. We need something with just a little bit of creaminess to it. Honestly, spicy mayo. Almost every izakaya I've ever been to offers a little bit of spicy mayo as well as ponzu for their karage. But spicy mayo, so good. Now the spicy mayo, this is going to save us some time. I have some avocado oil mayo that we had purchased. You're gonna need about that much. About that much. I'm gonna hit this spicy mayo with about a half a lemon. These lemons are massive, but it's fine. Just a little bit of acid in there. If Gordon Ramsay could make spicy mayo for his 10 million subscribers, we are okay with making spicy mayo. A little bit of salt. That's a lot of salt. We're gonna take some of that salt out. Black pepper. For this spicy mayo, I'm gonna use some of these Trinidad habanero chili pepper stuff that a friend of ours had sent me. I've never tried these before, may as well try them today. Okay, that's gonna be spicy. Let's get a different spoon for this. Just a little bit of love, just a little to start. I'm also gonna throw in a little bit more garlic into this. I love garlic in my spicy mayo, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. Now we gotta give it a taste. Yeah, that's good stuff. We're actually gonna bring this up a little bit. Final phase. The breading. For this, you're gonna need yourself another bowl, and we're gonna use two things, potato starch and AP flour. We're gonna go with a 3-to-1 ratio of AP flour to potato starch. So I have 1.5 cups of AP flour in here. We're gonna add a 1/2 cup of potato starch. Now remember, this doesn't come seasoned. Season your flour. Salt, pepper, garlic, chili powder. Give that a good forking. Now we have our breading. We're gonna start releasing the chicken. You're also gonna need somewhere to land with the chicken once it's fried. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use a second pan, line it with paper towel. That way, once we fry the chicken, we can actually go straight into the pan next to the fryer. Let us double check our oil. Remember, wet hand, dry hand. Shake off any excess flour. You don't want all of that in your fryer. So our oil seems like it's dropping in temp a little bit from adding that piece of chicken, which will happen. So we're gonna turn the heat on, and hopefully wearing a tank top wasn't a bad idea. It's getting really, really nice already. I'm gonna bring this to just before it gets golden brown. I'm gonna show you guys what that is. All right guys, we're gonna fry up a lot of this at one time after we dredge a lot of it. That's how far we're gonna take it right now. We're gonna actually double fry these. So we're gonna set these off to the side. Once they have a nice color, let's dredge all this, do it in one shot, fry a bunch of it, and repeat the process. While those are resting, we're gonna fry up our second batch right away so the oil stays at that right temperature. Now that we have all of our chicken fried up, we're gonna go ahead and do the twice fry. This will make them extra crispy and relieve us from any extra moisture in the batter. Then we can finally assemble our karaage sandwich. While that chicken is finishing up, let's start our sandwich. I'm gonna pick the most beautiful side. I think that this side is way more golden. We're gonna go with this side as the inside. Now to start off with the karaage sandwich, always sauce first. And remember, we're gonna go ahead and fold this like that into a cone. So you want it to be shaped exactly like this. Hit it with a little bit of sauce right on the center. Grab your coleslaw that we made earlier. Now it's nice and marinated. We have our twice fried karaage. Have somewhere to land. Oh, it's so golden and beautiful now. Take your extra hot karaage carefully. Oh, it's so crispy. Lay them on the inside. I think that's as much as we're gonna fit. We're gonna leave that guy out. A little bit more sauce. It's definitely not the prettiest thing I've ever made, but how does it taste? PK's Sumir Mark Karaage. Now, we did add our own twist to this. I'm gonna take a big bite of this. Let's see how this tastes. This is one of the best things I've ever made. I was so into this, I didn't realize it was dripping all over my apron.
Today, I'm gonna be making Isami Aldini's curry calzone from Food Wars. This recipe is relatively simple to make. You're just gonna need some pizza dough and some really awesome curry. To start things off, you're gonna need 250 milliliters worth of warm water and 4 grams worth of yeast. Stir this up while looking to the camera very provocatively, making sure that all that yeast gets fully hydrated with that water. You don't need to do this for too long. It's instant, it's fine. Add your yeast and water mixture to your mixing bowl, struggle to open up the container holding all of your bread flour, and then add 360 grams worth of bread flour directly on top of your water. Follow this up with 4 grams worth of olive oil. You're good. You got all of it out of there. Stop it. Don't you do it. After being as awkward as possible, add 7 grams worth of salt directly on top of everything else and give this a good forking just to slightly combine it.
Bring this thing back. That's heavy.
I have no idea where he was keeping that. Affix your mixer with your dough hook, bringing this to a low-medium speed to start hydrating all of your dough. Also, don't do this. No thumbs up.
We don't need to go too long for this. We're gonna let this hang out for like an hour in its nice shagginess.
After it's formed and starts to look like Scooby-Doo's favorite friend, we really want to start folding this in the bowl just to make sure that there's no flour sitting on the bottom. This is super important to ensure proper hydration later. And do you have a fetish? Cover this with a damp cloth and let this relax for about 2 hours to start proofing. And now we can move on to the curry, the main event. Now, since this is a tomato-based curry, I'm using a bunch of very large hothouse tomatoes. In total, I'm using 8 large tomatoes and just making sure that I remove the stem from each tomato because we don't want to cook the curry with that. Once you've removed each of those stems, place them into a very large stock pot. Remember, keep these tomatoes whole to cook them down very slowly in our stock pot. Arrange them as nicely as possible so they're kind of stacked evenly. This is when we get to make our curry spice. For the curry spice, I'm going to start off with some coriander, and we're using about 1 tablespoon worth of coriander, followed by about 1 tablespoon worth of fennel. Start grinding these up together just because this is the bigger seeds that you're going to be using, making sure that they're fully ground up. Once it's looked like a powder, this is when we're going to add in a ton of black pepper, like 6 to 8 cracks of black pepper, 1 to 2 teaspoons worth of turmeric, followed by about a teaspoon worth of paprika, a dash of cinnamon, and then a dash of nutmeg. And I'm rounding everything out with around a tablespoon worth of mustard powder. Mix this together, making sure that all of those spices are incorporated so this way they distribute super evenly when we add add everything to our pot. Dump everything to your pot in the most non-even way possible. Add about a half an inch worth of water to your pot, followed by a undisclosed amount of olive oil, a very heavy pinch of salt, and bring this over to the stove. Bring this to a low-medium heat, throw a lid on it, and forget about it.
Now listen, if you don't want to make your own curry spice, you're not going to hurt my feelings. Just buy some from the store. This stuff is delicious. I use this probably twice a week when I'm making breakfast. It's super easy. Now they didn't really talk about extra vegetables, but there's extra vegetables in this. There has to be.
There absolutely has to be extra vegetables in this. Otherwise, it's just tomatoes and spices. So for the extra vegetables, I'm leaning into a few bell peppers, green ones in particular. Slice these into nice, thinner julienne kind of slices. Give these a nice dice, just something that'll fit on a spoon later. So this way, well, we're not eating this with a spoon. I don't know why it would need to be on a spoon, but you get the idea. Dice up one whole onion the same exact way, making sure it's about the same size as all of your bell peppers. Set this over to the side so it looks really pretty on the cutting board. Do the same thing with 2 to 3 carrots and make sure that that's all the same size as well.
That's it. That's all you need.
It's not really all we need, but we'll talk about that in a second. Place all of your vegetables into a very large bowl and set this to the side. The other thing that you're going to need is a bit of potato, and in this case, just one large russet potato. You can use almost any potato like this. I really like the russet because they end up being a bit more dry. Now slice your russets into 1/2 inch thick slices, make them into long style French fries. Just cut this up and dice this up to where it's about the same size as all of your other vegetables. Remember, we want to keep these separate and keep these in water so that it doesn't oxidize because we're going to cook this at different times.
Now with our vegetables and our potatoes ready, we wait like 2 hours for the curry and for the dough. You can do whatever you want now. Clean up, have some fun.
I don't know what he does for fun around here, but I like to stab tomatoes. Stab all of your tomatoes to check to see whether or not they are done. If you're able to insert your knife or your fork very easily into the tomatoes, this is when you want to use a spoon to start slightly smushing them down. This is going to release a lot of that liquid. And now after those 2 hours, we're ready to work with the dough a second time. You can see how beautiful this looks and how elastic it has become. Throw just a touch of flour onto your cutting board, place all of your dough right on top of that flour, and now we're going to give this just a few folds. We're working some more gluten into the flour to help develop some structure later. You only really need to do this for about 2 to 3 minutes just to make sure that the dough becomes nice and smooth. If you don't really want to do this by hand like this guy, you can just throw this back into your mixer, place this on high for about 1 minute to 90 seconds and let this go. Now you have your dough ready to work with one more time. Can you not do that to the dough? That is very disturbing. Roll this into a bowl, making sure that it is nice and tight, and once this thing is nice and shiny and smooth, this is when we're going to throw the lid on it and let it sit.
Now we wait hour and a half, 2 hours. That curry still gonna take a long time.
So this curry has been going for about 90 minutes, and you can see how much liquid is still left in this curry because we had the lid on it. Now we do need to let this reduce almost completely, so this way it'll actually fit into a calzone. Because I don't know about you guys, but have you ever tried to take tomato soup and put it onto pizza dough and then rolled it into a calzone? It doesn't work. So this needs to relax for another 2 to 3 hours to reduce while you look at these really cool hand motions. Okay, we're done. We're done with the hand motions.
Our dough is almost ready to go, but I still have to add the veggies to our tomatoes over there, so this is gonna be cutting it close.
This is gonna be cutting it very close, but our tomato juice has reduced by half, and this is when we're going to add in all of our veggies.
Drain the water, come on.
Could you imagine if you added the water to this as well? Give this a nice stir, throw a lid on it, and let those potatoes cook. About 30 minutes. While the rest of the vegetables are cooking, this is when we get to portion out all of our pizza dough, and look at how beautiful that is.
Honestly, if you don't have a scale, don't worry about it. Just make 6 even-ish pieces. It's gonna be fine.
Now to make things easier, I'm gonna move the dough to the side, place a bit of flour onto my sheet tray, caress the dough for whatever reason, and then start portioning these out.
We're gonna do 4 even-ish pieces. Feels a little small.
You can absolutely still make 6 portions if you really want to, just remember they're gonna be a bit smaller. So in this case, I went ahead and made 4 equal portions, which came out to around 140 grams. After you shape them very gently, making sure not to overwork them, place these onto your sheet tray with that flour. Throw another sheet tray on top of this and let this proof for an additional 30 to 45 minutes. And in the meantime, your curry should be ready to go.
You can't see this, can you? You can't, no, okay. We have lighting over here.
It honestly doesn't look much better over here, but you can see how much more thick this curry is.
This smells pretty damn good. I didn't know what to think of this. It actually reminds me a lot of shakshuka.
Not gonna lie, I hate doing voiceovers when I haven't eaten anything today because this looks really good. Place all of your curry onto a sheet tray, making sure it fully cools down. Spread this as evenly as possible, making sure that it cools down very quickly because we're also waiting on that dough. And of course, you have to give it a taste when it is absolutely at its hottest. Why would you do this? Are you you just gonna keep eating it in front of me, knowing I haven't had breakfast? How kind of you. Remember, this has to be cooled down. You cannot put hot filling into a calzone and expect it to work, so cool it down completely.
Right into putting the dough back in the fridge just because that's gonna take a while to cool down.
You know, sometimes these things happen and you have to improvise. Can you not play with the dough at every opportunity given? Remove one of your pieces of dough and start rolling this out to about 8 to 10 inches in diameter. You can roll this out like a pizza dough, you can try to give it a little bit of a flip-de-doo and a crust, but you just want to make sure it's about 8 inches.
The only thing with doing that though is I don't know if you really need too much of a crust with calzones. You maybe want it a little more even all the way throughout.
You definitely don't want too much of a crust for a calzone and rather just have this more evenly all the way throughout. This way it does bake evenly, and since we're going to be folding it over later, you don't want to have too much crust on one side. Roll out all of your pizza shells, making sure they are as even as possible so this way they cook evenly.
You can see how much more thick this is after cooling down, and also remember, don't put hot filling in your calzone. Would you put hot filling on a pizza? I wouldn't. Before baking it. That doesn't make any sense.
No hot filling on your pizza. Brush each of your shells with a bit of olive oil, followed by a few hefty spoonfuls worth of your filling, making sure not to overfill them.
True story, there was actually like twice as much filling originally, but a buddy of mine came over and I gave him half of it to take home for dinner. You don't need all of what we made. Probably have this for breakfast with some eggs tomorrow.
I can confirm, we had it for breakfast. Now bring your dough together by gently placing one end to the other.
I'm gonna add a little more, just a touch more.
Don't you do it. You always overfill one of them.
This is probably to my detriment. I always overfill these kinds of things, but I like them thick.
Why you gotta say it like that? Now bring all of the dough together on each of your calzones and then try to fold these just so that way they seal, and this is a horrible job.
It's not horrible, but I'm really bad at that part.
No, it looks pretty ugly, but you gave it your best shot, and that's really what counts. Make sure that all of your calzones are nicely sealed, and then...
No, don't open.
See, we talked about this. It opened up.
It's kind of prepared, you know?
Do not try to pick up the calzones like this.
Oh, that's not a good idea at all.
At least you realized it. Use a bench scraper to place these on your tray.
That was questionable, but it worked.
I'm proud of you sometimes.
See what I'm doing? That's a good thing, right?
That doesn't look too bad. You should be able to fit all 4 calzones on 1/2 sheet tray.
I have a very strong feeling one of these is going to explode and or open up. Just saying.
It always happens, but you know, we just go with it. Brush the top of your calzones with a bit more olive oil. This is going to not only help protect the dough, but give it that nice G-bad color that we're looking for.
This is super important. Don't forget to poke holes into these calzones, otherwise they will explode. It's not fun.
Adding the holes to your calzone actually allows air to escape, so this way they hopefully don't explode. Bake these at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for about 30 minutes.
Some movie magic? Calzones. They're beautiful. Look at this G-bad. The one thing I did forget to do, and this is a miss on my part, is maybe adding a little extra flour or semolina to the bottom of these just to protect them, because some of them they're a little dark. That's fine. This is okay. We're gonna let these cool down for like 5 minutes. Otherwise, you're just gonna incinerate your mouth. I'm really excited for this curry calzone. It definitely took me a lot more than 2 hours. It is currently 6:30, and we started these at 12:30. That gives you an idea of how long these actually take. I'm excited. 6 or 7 hours later, I'm like, this is what I want right now. You ready? Look. Oh, wow. Look at that dough. This is smoking hot. Cheers. I'm gonna burn my mouth. Oh. Oh, so good. Oh, so hot. So much curry flavor. The vegetables are cooked perfectly.
Yukihira流真夏のクリスマスケーキっす。花火玉!
Today we're making Yukihira's Ulog, which is supposed to be a summertime dish, but I mean, it's Ulog. You have to have it for Christmas. You'll go crazy. I'm just gonna start.
We're in it for the long haul, guys. Grab yourself 2 bowls for this. You're gonna need 2 so that way we can separate some eggs. First, we're gonna separate our egg whites into 1 bowl, which can be your smaller bowl, followed by your egg yolks into that other bowl. What are you doing? Put the eggshell down and then get the bowl. Now continue to separate all of your egg whites and your egg yolks, making sure that none of the egg yolk falls into the egg white, otherwise you're going to have a bad time. Now gently break up the egg yolks with the power mixer before turning it on, otherwise it may splatter everywhere, or you can use a hand mixer with paddle attachments, which I don't have. Now normally you would add sugar at this point to start creaming your egg yolks in sugar, but since you didn't use sugar, we are incorporating 150 grams worth of rice syrup. The rice syrup doesn't really cream the egg yolks with itself like sugar normally would, so it's going to be very difficult to get this to a ribbon stage, which is normally what you would look for when you're doing cake like this. I ended up mixing mine for a solid 4 or 5 minutes just to kind of get it to this nicer texture. Alternatively, just use granulated sugar. Now Now to this, I am going to slowly begin adding 100 grams worth of all-purpose flour. You want to do this slowly to start incorporating it into the egg yolks, and since I'm not using a paddle attachment, this ends up becoming a mess, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. After a few minutes, I am able to get this to cream nicely and incorporate all of that all-purpose flour into the eggs and to that rice syrup. This ends up being a really nice consistency, and I was actually pretty surprised by it. And since there's also no butter in this recipe, I am going to add a bit of oil. We are adding a total of 30 milliliters worth of blended oil into this mix. Once you have your oil fully mixed in, add 1 capful of vanilla for that good. And once the vanilla is fully incorporated, hit this with just a pinch of salt. We're not looking for too much, only about 2 grams worth of salt. Next up is 1 teaspoon or about 2 grams worth of baking powder straight into this mixture. Really, Paul? What is happening? Just get this done, really? And once you've fully mixed in all of your dry goods, this batter should be good to go, but there is one secret ingredient, and that's going to be the mountain yam or the yagaimo. Now, we have used this on the channel before, and it is somewhat tricky to use, but what you really want to do is only peel off the portion you're going to use directly. Once you've peeled off a couple of inches worth of that peel, grate this over a bowl, making sure that you do this over a bowl or a plate, because look at this mess. Yup. Once you have 70 grams of your gaimo grated, add the 70 grams directly to your batter and just watch at what happens to this batter. You saw how nice and ribboned this batter was before, and as soon as I add in that yagaimo, you can see the elasticity that it adds to this batter. I was actually kind of worried at this point because I haven't worked with a batter that uses yagaimo before, and it kind of made it super plasticky and elastic, but we're gonna roll with it. Now, we do also have to make our meringue, but this is not a traditional meringue because there is no sugar used in this. So I ended up whisking this by hand just to start breaking down the egg whites before I used the power mixer, so that way I didn't get a mess all over the place. Once I had broken down the egg whites, I started to mix my meringue into a nice stiff peak, trying to make sure I don't over whisk the egg whites. If you over whisk the egg whites for a cake like this, it will break and it has a very high chance of deflating. Once you have the egg whites mixed and your other batter ready to go, grab yourself a 17 by 12 sheet tray. Line this with some parchment paper, making sure there is a bit of pan spray on the bottom so that way it sticks to it. And once you have your sheet tray lined with parchment paper, hit this with just a touch more pan spray onto the bottom portion, not on the sides. Now, we do have to fold in the egg whites very carefully, so we are only going to fold in a third at a time. The first third really doesn't matter too much. You still want to be gentle with it, but you're using the first third of that egg white to really start to break down that initial batter, since it is so thick from that yagaimo. Once you have that first third in, add the second third of your egg white mixture. I had to try to cut this in a way rather than fold it because that batter was so thick. What you're really looking to do when you add the final bit of egg white is you're trying to make sure that you don't see any egg white in that batter any longer. And this really does apply for any kind of cake that you make this way. When you are incorporating egg white into your batter, the overall goal is to mix this very gently until you no longer see streaks of egg white. After mixing the egg white into my second batter, this actually came out really nice, and I was actually very surprised at how this kind of came together. Now, once you have your batter ready to go, drop this into the center of your sheet tray so that way it has some room to spread out. Once you have it all in the center, you're going to gently bring this to the sides. Now, again, this has a very difficult time stretching because of that yagaimo, but just take some time with it and make sure you don't overly press into this so you don't deflate it too much. Give this a few tamp downs just to release any air bubbles, and once you've done that, this is ready to go into the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 10 to 12 minutes. This cooks very quickly, so make sure you keep an eye on it. After 10 minutes, I did check my cake, giving it a pat and a poke, and it was ready after 10 minutes, so your mileage will vary. Now, once it is pulled out of the oven, you want to remove this from the sheet tray immediately so it doesn't continue to cook. This is super important, otherwise your cake will dry out. Once you've removed it from the sheet tray, release it from the parchment paper. This way you'll have a better chance of rolling this guy up. Now, I firmly believe in pre-rolling your Ulogs, so that's what we're going to get ready to do. Dust this with just a touch of cocoa powder so that way it doesn't fully stick to itself. Now, orient the cake to where the shorter end is facing towards you and gently begin rolling this guy up. And once you have it rolled up, let it hang out until it's completely cool. Now we get to make some weirdo sauces. For this, you're going to need 2 bananas and 1 whole avocado directly into a food processor. To this, we are going to add 450 grams worth of silken tofu into this as well, and you want the silken tofu so that way it blends up. Now process this until it is completely mush and completely sauced up. This is really wet though, so I was actually kind of concerned when we were making this. I didn't add too much of the soy milk even though they mentioned they used it, so we're only adding 15 milliliters worth of soy milk out of principle just to say it's in there. Now after you do your little happy dance and you get everything blended, we want to remove half of this portion. The reason for this is because half of it will be the rice version and the other half will be the cocoa version. Now for the rice version, I am taking 50 grams worth of puffed rice and adding this to the first batch of my sauce. Now I said sauce, but it really should be a frosting, but you can see how wet this is, so there is cause for concern here. Now once you have all of your rice into that first batch, remove this into a second bowl that's a bit bigger because the first bowl obviously wasn't doing it for you, and as you begin to mix this up and realize it looks like baby food that came up twice, you have your first batch of sauce that needs to hang out before we blend it so that way it absorbs all of that rice in there. Now the second half is going to get cocoa powder to make our chocolate sauce. I'm adding in 50 grams worth of cocoa powder directly to this blender and making sure it fully incorporates, which it doesn't because I hate this blender and I do need to throw this out. Please guys, remind me in the comments, Paul, please buy a Vitamixer so that way you can actually make good sauces. Now this needed an additional 10 grams worth of cocoa powder so that way it was a bit more robust in its chocolate flavor. So after you get everything blended up, but not really, and continue to scrape down the sides because the blender doesn't really work very well, you will have some kind of a chocolate sauce. Now this one did not set up very well and it didn't taste very sweet, so I added in 10 grams worth of rice syrup into this. We are trying to go with that rice syrup theme, but if you don't have it, feel free to use agave or sugar or honey or whatever you really want. Now once you have that rice syrup into that mixture, give this a quick spooning just so that way it's fully incorporated, and you can see that this doesn't really set up. So we're going to throw this in the fridge and hopefully the cold helps bring it back down to temperature. Now after washing your mixer and remembering to put the blade into the blender, add that second batch directly into your blender so that way we can start to puree this. Now kick this thing on and let it puree until it's completely smooth. I am adding an additional 10 grams worth of rice syrup to this as well to bring up that sweetness. Continue to blend this until all of that is fully incorporated, and you can see that that rice is still pretty thick. So to thin it out, I am going to use 80 milliliters worth of soy milk, and we're going to use some xanthan gum to bring this up to speed. I am using 2 grams worth of xanthan gum just to get it started, and this is going to help thicken the sauce. Xanthan gum is a thickener you can use in lieu of gelatin or agar, so that way you'll actually be able to spread this thing in your cake, because that's going to be the overall goal with this vanilla rice sauce thing that he made. Now remove this from the blender, placing it into your bowl of choice so this way it cools down completely before we decide to use it. You can see how thick this is now thanks to the xanthan gum, and to be honest, I do like using xanthan gums to make ice creams and things like that, so it does do a lot of work for me when I do these things. Now throw your lid on it and place this in the fridge until we're ready to start rolling this. Okay, next we have to make the quote-unquote coffee crumble, which isn't a coffee crumble. This is absolutely not a coffee crumble. First, we're going to take 1 banana and small dice this into very thin pieces. I'm not sure if he had mashed it or pureed it or whatever the case is, but I wanted to have some chunks of banana in there. So after slicing this, place this into your bowl, and we are also going to add in 1/2 of a grated apple. Stop eating the apples, Paul, we need those. I'm using a nice Fuji apple for this, but feel free to use any apple you really want. Grate this into a bowl directly over your bananas, and remember, we're only using about half of the apple, and this came out to around 85 to 90 grams worth of grated apple. Make sure you get everything off of that grater so nothing is left in there, and please use a guard if you don't feel safe doing this and you won't lose any knuckles. Now this other apple is going to just be a snack. We're just going to eat this because it was really good. Now to this quote-unquote coffee crumble, we are adding around 30 milliliters worth of blended oil to it since there is no butter. We're also adding 30 grams worth of chopped walnuts, 30 grams worth of chopped almonds. Give this a good spooning, and then we are going to add in 30 grams worth of rice syrup. To this mixture, I am adding 100 grams worth of all-purpose flour into 2 batches. Now you want to make sure you do mix this thoroughly so none of that raw flour is not incorporated into your mixture, but honestly, this isn't going to be a crumble. A crumble is butter, sugar, and flour. I tried to add in just a touch more oil to loosen this thing back up so that way I can actually put this onto a sheet tray. Now we are adding in 10 grams worth of ground coffee to this. Alternatively, use like a shot of espresso or some of your leftover morning coffee at this point, because honestly, nothing is going to save this, and I'm telling you this knowing what it tastes like. Grab yourself a small sheet tray lined with parchment paper and place all of this mixture onto that parchment paper. Traditionally, again, crumble is just 3 ingredients, sugar, butter, and flour, that you pulse to make it into crumble, and you place the crumble on top of whatever you're baking. Now take this mixture and place it into the oven at 350 degrees for about 20 minutes until it is mostly cooked. This is still going to be super wet because of all the moisture from the fruit, but it doesn't taste horrible even though it looks pretty terrible. And my first thought was to try to do the biscotti method where you basically bake this twice. So to bake that twice after letting it cool for 10 minutes, I'm just slicing this into smaller 1-inch size pieces. So this way I can place this back into the oven. It kind of looks like a really bad granola bar at this point, but we're gonna roll with it. Now place these back onto your sheet tray, making sure there is some room in between each one to bake, and place this in the oven at 425 Fahrenheit until they're dry. Now we get to work on these white chocolate mandarin, but don't you do it. Don't you juggle in the kitchen again. Now we're going to work on these white chocolate mandarin firecrackers that he had made. Now I am zesting 3 of these guys, but if you don't have these mandarins available, feel free to just zest 1 large orange and you're going to be fine. After zesting them, make sure you place that zest onto a paper towel so this way we can slightly dry these out. This will really help incorporate into the chocolate later, and I really like doing this if I am trying to dust this onto anything. Now the chocolate is regular white melting chocolate that I had in the microwave for about 30 seconds. I had to pulse this again for 30 seconds to get it fully melted, but this chocolate is pre-tempered, so it just makes your life really easy when you're working with projects. Now this half sphere mold is actually my spherification mold that I've used in past projects, so if you want to check one out, the link is down below. After adding a small touch of your white chocolate into the mold, make sure you do spread this out to where it's somewhat of a thin layer. You don't want these layers to be too thick because we are going to add a second layer later. I ended up using around half of my chocolate that I had melted, giving me around 6 half molds, which in total will eventually be 3 full chocolate bombs. Now, once you have your chocolate nicely laid out, grab your mandarin zest that is now not quite dry and begin to place it onto that white chocolate in the messiest way possible. Like, Paul, you didn't even attempt to get this into the white chocolate. You tried to sprinkle it on there like it would be really cool looking, but it wasn't dry enough to do that. So now you're sitting here cleaning up your mess trying to get this. I'm done with you. Now place this into the freezer for 20 minutes before you decide to work with it. After those 20 minutes, we are going to apply a second layer of white chocolate to help fill in any gaps from the previous layer. This is also going to help harden the shell quite a bit and give you a nice layer to work with when we inject this with chocolate later. Pop this into the freezer until we're ready for it. Next, we're actually going to frost the inside of our cake. The reason for this is because I want this to set up quite a bit before we decide to work with it later. So unroll your cake, and what you'll notice is that if this is done properly, the cake will want to roll back on its own for the most part. This will allow you to have a really nicely rolled Ulog in the end. And surprisingly, there's no cracks in it, and I was really happy with how the cake came out. Now we're going to fill this with the toasted rice frosting thing first, and as you can see, it did oxidize just a bit because it was bananas and avocados. I mean, it was going to turn brown no matter what since there was no acidic content in this. The goal is to try to fill this to where you have an even layer of both frosting and cake. I feel like I could have used just a touch more frosting in the center to get a better layer, but it ended up being pretty close to what I would normally do for a Yule log. Make sure that this is evenly spread, and you don't have to bring it all the way to the edges because we will trim that later. Once you have this evenly spread out all over your cake, we want to begin rolling this back up immediately to bring it back into that Yule log shape. Be gentle with this and be careful with this so you don't crack your cake, taking your time to make sure you also don't press hard into this. If you press too hard, you're going to have that frosting just come out the sides, and it just defeats the purpose of all the work we just put in. Once you have this rolled up, place this somewhat seam side down if you can. I couldn't quite get it seam side down, but it was going to be fine. And then roll this back up in your parchment paper to hold its shape. You can use plastic wrap if you have it, but I had my parchment laying around, so I just used that instead. Now, admire admire the inside of your cake and realize that when you rolled this thing up, you were supposed to put in the chocolate frosting as well. There's no way to unroll this, so we're just gonna, it's fine. Now, after letting it rest for around an hour with the filling, we can trim off the ends of our cake to reveal the center of our Yule log, which does look really pretty other than the brown oxidized nonsense on the inside. Alternatively, you can trim off the ends after you frost it with the chocolate frosting, so that way it just removes some of that chocolate frosting, but you can see the inside does look really solid. But we have another problem, that our chocolate frosting never actually set up to be somewhat like a buttercream. I actually did test this and I placed some of that chocolate onto a piece of that cake, and I don't know if you guys can see it, but after holding it, I was able to see this slide just a bit. So to thicken this up, we are going to use secret ingredient Chemical X xanthan gum, and I guess it really is Chemical X, isn't it? Because it's xanthan gum. Now place this into your blender, making sure you puree it and scrape the sides down because the blender is absolute garbage. And I ended up adding in another gram worth of xanthan gum just to make sure that this was thick enough. After pureeing this for an additional few minutes, you should have all that xanthan gum activated and air incorporated, and now you're able to actually spread out this chocolate frosting. This is closer to the consistency I'm comfortable working with, but we're still gonna pop this into the fridge to let it hang out until we're really ready to start frosting. But we also need another tool.
No!
What?
Those are mine!
I bought them.
For me!
No.
You turd!
Apparently anything in the house that's labeled soy milk belongs to the wife, but that's okay. We needed that ice cream stick. And after letting your cake rest for around an hour, remove 2 to 3 inches off of the end of it, so this way you can have that secondary piece of your Yule log to rest right on top. This is what your Yule log will start to look like before we put it together. Now grab all of your goopy, chocolatey... What are you doing? We can't even see what you're doing over there. Rotate the cutting board, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, once you have this chocolate on there, begin to spread this into as nicely even of a layer as you can. This is going to be difficult because it doesn't feel like frosting. There's no way around it. This doesn't hold up like buttercream, but I tried my best to make sure that this had an even layer of this chocolate, avocado, banana, tofu, soy milk, buttercream. It sounds so wrong to say. After spending some time on this, I was able to get most of that chocolate frosting onto it, and it looks like a giant poop log now, which is pretty fitting. But we still need to use the secret tool to hopefully get some nice layers. So break your ice cream stick in half, making sure that you don't have too many wood splinters on it, and get ready to try to salvage the way this Yule log cake actually looks. Now, with your health violation in hand, begin making those beautiful bark marks onto your cake. You want to do this very slowly, very methodically, and very carefully because that frosting will come off as you decide to scrape all of this, so just make sure you have a towel on hand or something to really wipe this with. But after some effort and some time, we have some bark marks on our Yule log cake, and to be honest, it doesn't look half bad, and I'm kind of happy with it. And now we have to finish our white chocolate bombs, and this is the biscotti kind of cracker crumble thing that we had made that isn't a crumble, that isn't a biscotti, it's just dried out fruit cake bread things. After cutting these up into smaller pieces, remove the white chocolate shells from your mold out of the freezer, and you can see that these came out pretty well, and I was actually really happy with how these came out. Now, after removing all of your white chocolate halves from their molds, set them aside, and we need to fill each and every one of these after lining them up. I like to do this so it makes the process... What are you doing? Just line them up. I like to do this so that way I can just go down the line and fill them. Place a small amount of crumble in every other one so that way you actually can cap each and every one off. And after reheating some of your leftover white chocolate, we are going to use this as glue to seal both of these halves together. I was able to somewhat get this glued together, but I ended up having to add some more on there. But you can actually hear the crumble. Now, once you seal this off, it doesn't look that great, and I'm not a pastry chef, and I fully admit it, but after a while, we have our 3 firecracker bombs. Now, to get the chocolate on the inside, grab yourself a metal skewer and heat it up over your stove. This is going to allow you to puncture the white chocolate balls so that way you have room to use your injector later. Make sure you do this with each and every single ball that you created so that way you have that hole ready to go, so when you go to fill it, you're not worried about trying to make a new hole, reheating your skewer, or anything like that. Now, we are using that leftover frosting to fill these guys up. but since it was a touch thick, I ended up using 30 milliliters worth of soy milk to thin it back out so that way we could actually inject these without them being too thick. I also added 15 milliliters worth of rice syrup to sweeten it up just a touch more because it was kind of, Lucian, what are you doing on the counter? You don't belong here. Now the string for the firecracker is going to be vanilla bean, but this is super expensive, so if you don't want to spend the money, just don't. Oh, and Rachel said, Paul, wear your apron because you're gonna make a mess for yourself. Now split the vanilla bean in half, and we are only using a third of this. Once you split it in half, scrape all of the vanilla beans out of the inside and use the pod to scrape that directly into your mixture. Once you have both vanilla beans scraped and added to your mixture, give this a good spooning to fully incorporate all of that vanilla bean. And unfortunately, I feel like this was a waste of vanilla bean, but don't tell anyone. Now grab yourself a turkey injector or a meat injector and fill it up with all of your chocolate. Inject this directly into your chocolate bombs so that way they fill up completely. This took some time because there was some air involved and I had to make sure that I constantly added in more chocolate to make sure they were really full. Clean up the top of them so that way there isn't too much chocolate hanging out, and that's all you really need to do to get these things locked and loaded. These are kind of a mess, but I feel like they looked really cool, so it was kind of worth it. Now take half of your vanilla bean slice and place this into the top of 2 of them because we didn't want to use more vanilla bean, and place the other one into the fridge. Now grab your cake out of the fridge and place your 2 white chocolate bombs really nicely onto your Yule log, and there is the beginnings of the end. Now we are going to also garnish this with some mint because I believe he had something green on there, but I couldn't really tell what it was, so I went with mint, you know, because chocolate and mint. Now place the leaves really wherever you want, making sure that you don't use too many of them to take away from the actual cake, but I think it looked nice having them kind of stem off of the chocolate bomb, a few directly on the cutting board so that way it looked like it was growing out of the Yule log. Do whatever you want, and there it is, Yukihira's Yule log summertime cake from Food Wars that we're making in December, and I don't think you should make this. There it is, guys. Yukihira's summertime Christmas Yule log cake. This thing was quite a task to put together, and I will say it looks gorgeous. Like, look at the roll. Even though we missed some of the chocolate in the center, I think some of the cocoa powder makes up for it, so you have that transitional layer in the middle, and you kind of see the vanilla cake as well as some of the other filling, so it works out well, but you know, put some chocolate in there. Just don't be like me. There's only one thing left to do, and that's to give this a taste test, and I'm not excited. For the piece that I'm about to eat, I'm gonna cut right about there so that way I can take that little mandarin white chocolate bomb with me. Look at that slice though. It's a nice looking piece. It's a nice looking piece of cake. We're gonna dig into the cake first without the mandarin kind of chocolate coffee crumble bomb first, just like the judges did. We'll see what it tastes like. The cake is really soft though, so that's nice. It has a lot of moisture in it, which is really nice. I'm trying to get all the flavors in there, so cheers. I don't hate it, but I also don't really like it. The texture is a little strange to me because of those frostings. Like, it's not buttercream. It doesn't have that richness to it, which I know is what he was going for. It doesn't feel bad eating it, if that makes sense. Like, it's not very heavy at all. Okay, it kind of grows on you. All right, let's try it with the chocolate bomb. Let's try it with the chocolate bomb. There's no way. There's no way to do, like, it doesn't explode. No explosions except for clothing happening. This is inappropriate, okay. Now, my first thought is to like try to, but that chocolate is pretty solid, so. There we go. Okay, now you get all that good on there. You can see how wet the chocolate that was on top was from the stuff that we had thinned out. The crumble kind of incorporated itself into that chocolate, but it's still very much there. It's kind of hard to see because you can see all the crumble. Let's try this with everything. Now let's see if we can get some white chocolate. We'll get the white chocolate, crumble, the cake, the filling. It looks like, this looks like vomit. The mandarin made it twice as good as it was before. That little pop of citrus actually helps this so much, but unfortunately the coffee doesn't come through. It kind of gets overwhelmed by everything else, so the flavors have to be very delicate, so that way they kind of play off of each other. In my opinion, just make regular Yule log. I'm gonna give this like a 6 out of 10 because of how much effort is involved to make this, and I will say I'd rather just have regular Yule log cake, maybe with some orange in there, you know, chocolate orange thrown in there.
口の中だけじゃないだろう、味の世界は。お待たせしました。
What I want to know is why Hayama made so much donor meat for like 4 sandwiches, maybe 5 sandwiches. What did he do with the rest of it? Should be in my mouth. So Hayama's trick was those achar onions, and after we kind of get our pan under control, we're gonna be making a little bit of mustard oil to start. For this, we're gonna need about 1 cup worth of oil of choice. I'm using a little bit of a canola blend, and then we're also gonna need some mustard powder. Now, you can also use mustard seed, but I'm just using the powder, about 1 tablespoon worth. Take this over the stove, and we're gonna start gently heating this up, and when I mean gently, you wanna have it over about a medium heat. The reason for this is because this can cook pretty hard. If you see it start to simmer like this, just go ahead and turn it off and let it steep for about 10 to 15 minutes. After steeping, we're actually going to strain out all of that mustard oil in some kind of a contraption, and this is the best I got. Leave me alone. It's fine. This isn't the best idea, so we're gonna go ahead and let this hang out on top of our measuring cup, and then we're gonna be making our spice blend. For this, we're gonna be using about 1 tablespoon worth of cracked black pepper, 1/2 teaspoon of paprika, 1/2 teaspoon of cumin, 1/4 teaspoon of cayenne, about 4 whole cloves, and then finally, the super secret chemical X is the Amchur spice. This is ground mango spice, and we're gonna need a lot of this, about 1 tablespoon worth. We're also gonna introduce a little bit of lemon juice for some more acidic content in this, and this is gonna help with those onions later. You need 1 full lemon squeezed, or about 3 to 4 ounces worth of lemon juice. Just make sure there's no seeds in there. Give this a good whisk and bring all of these beautiful spices together. After that initial whisk, we do still have to season this with salt, and we're gonna be using about 1 tablespoon worth of salt for this. Again, dissolve all of the salt in your beautiful spice mixture, just so that way there aren't any huge salt pockets. We're also gonna need a little bit of ginger for this, about 3 inches worth of ginger nub, and after you peel it with a spoon or a peeler or whatever the case is, we're gonna go ahead and slice this into really thin slices. You want these thin because they aren't gonna break down too much, but they're gonna give a lot of flavor to our spice blend. We're also gonna be adding in a little bit of fresh garlic as well, and for this, I don't normally smash my garlic like this, but since they are going to be essentially giant whole pieces, it does help to kind of break them down, and you don't want to smash them too hard. Just give them a little bit of love tap, cut them in half, and throw them in. Get your garlic and your ginger all happy and dancing with all of your spices, and then add in your warm mustard oil. Make sure it's fully strained. Now bring all of this together. The mustard oil should be warm, but not hot. Give it a taste, and if it needs anything else, go ahead and hit it. I added another tablespoon worth of Amchur powder, as well as another bit of cayenne. We're gonna finish this with 1 tablespoon worth of honey, just to incorporate some sweetness into it, because everything was salty, sour, spicy, and the sweetness is nice. Give this another taste just to see if you want it to be salty. You do want to make sure a lot of salt comes through, but this was really good. Now for the onions, I am using 2 types of onions. The first is going to be a regular white onion, and then also a sweet onion. And you want to cut these to about 1/4 of an inch, maybe a little bit thicker for your onions, just because these will break down pretty significantly, and I'm pretty sure Hayama had some pretty big pieces of onions. Go ahead and dump this into your spiced oil mixture, and then grab a glove and start bringing all of this together. The reason why you really want to try to do this by hand is so that way you can kind of crush the onions just gently enough to release some of the enzymes, but not enough to like make onion paste with your hands. Make sure this is all coated, all beautifully incorporated, everybody's having a good time, and then we're going to stuff this into your container of choice. I'm using 2 quart containers for this, but feel free to put this into a single container because that's actually going to benefit you later. You'll see what I mean after we get all this good on top of these onions. Once you have all those goods on top of the onions, go ahead and smash them down just a little bit to make some room because these were a little overstuffed, I admit it. Throw your lids on them, and we're gonna shake these up so that way we can pop them in the fridge for, well, about a week or 2. Now you can see how much volume they've lost, so that's why I mentioned you can also put this into a single container and it's gonna benefit you in the long run. Now, while our onions are getting all good, we're gonna deal with the meat. For the meat, we are using both lamb and ground beef. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't find ground lamb, but we are gonna be using about 1 pound of lamb shoulder as well as 1 pound of really nice ground beef. Now, since I am using bone-in lamb shoulder, we do have to get this off the bone, so that way we can give it the good old choppity chop, so that way we can kind of incorporate it with our beef. After you've removed it off the bone, if you're doing it this way, we're gonna have some nice little chunkers of lamb, and these have to get processed again by hand, like we don't have another choice. I'm using the Big Kahuna knife for this just so it has a little bit more clearance, but we're gonna start off by chopping it up into smaller pieces and then going all in with your cleaver, just making sure you almost essentially start emulsifying it on the cutting board, and you can see it start to really come together in this beautiful texture of lamb. Now it isn't quite ground, but it's going to be really, really nice. Now for the ground beef. This part is actually pretty complicated. You open it up and you dump it in your bowl. Now we get to actually start bringing this together. I like bringing this together by hand before adding in any spices, just so that way all of our meats are really well incorporated together. Now, since half of this is supposed to be kufta and the other half is supposed to be gyro, we're going to separate the two into two different bowls. Now for this first bowl, we're going to actually be adding in quite a few things to it. We're going to start off by doing a few small / minced onions. You can do them however you want, but you want to make sure that they're small enough to where when you cook them later, you don't have big old chunkers of onions. So I'm doing a small mince on this. Once you have your half an onion minced, go ahead and drop that directly into your bowl, and then we're going to do the same with some garlic. I'm using about 4 whole cloves of garlic for this, just getting them into a nice brunoise, and then I actually do mince them slightly. I wouldn't use like a paste or anything like this because you're going to end up losing the garlic, but a nice chopped garlic goes a long way. The last thing we're going to add is a bit of fresh parsley. We're using 1 whole bunch of parsley for this, and you do want to make sure you spend some time chopping this up so that way you don't have giant leaves of parsley in your meat, because nobody wants that. Nobody wants to pick that out of their teeth. Trust me. For spices, we're going to hit this with 1/8 of a teaspoon of clove, a 1/2 teaspoon of paprika, a 1/2 teaspoon of cayenne, a 1/8 of a teaspoon of nutmeg, and a 1/2 teaspoon of cumin before we break out the sumac. This cured sumac I found locally, and it sounded so good, and I just broke this open, and it smells amazing. And since it smells amazing, we're going to use 1 tablespoon of this sumac and 1 teaspoon worth of granulated garlic. Finally, we're going to hit it with a little bit of salt just to start, and a good portion of black pepper. And by good portion, I mean cover the salt with the black pepper. And for our second portion, we're going to spice this up the same way. You ready? I don't know what that was about, but we have this all spiced up. And now I like to mix this by hand for a few minutes just to kind of get all those fats emulsified. You do want to mix the other meat together just so that way that one is ready to go as well. And just make sure that they're nice and packed together so that way all those flavors party really nice. So now we have both of our meats ready to go. Paul, stop beating your... So now the one that's going to be the kufta, the one with all the other stuff added to it, we're just going to throw a lid on that and let that sit to the side for now while we deal with this big guy. And for this big guy, I had learned a technique from Rafika's kitchen, link down below if you want to check her out. She's fantastic. Take your giant meat log, yes, that sounds horrible, place this onto some parchment paper and kind of roll it out just a little bit so it's nice and even. Then you're going to go ahead and roll the parchment paper over it, just kind of like you're rolling sausage or maybe compound butter. Get this thing nice and tight and forget that you didn't get plastic wrap. Grab the worst plastic wrap on the planet. Yes, this is horrible and I need to get some industry grade stuff. Wrap this up into a nice tight boy, and we're going to put this in the freezer until tomorrow. So yes, tomorrow. I love you tomorrow. So now we actually have to work on our pita bread, and for this we're gonna just need a couple of things. It's not too complicated, I promise. We're gonna start off with some warm water. This is 1 cup of warm water at about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. We're gonna hit this with 1 teaspoon worth of granulated sugar, followed by 2 tablespoons worth of instant yeast. Give this a good forking, and we're gonna let this hang out for about 10 minutes until it gets all nice and frothy and creamy. Now in another bowl, we're gonna add in 300 grams worth of all-purpose flour, followed by 4 grams worth of salt. The last thing is just about 2 tablespoons worth of olive oil. You can use other oils for this, but the olive oil is going to give it a nice flavor. Now, after about those 10 minutes, hit this with your creamy, frothy, yeasty water, and we're going to start bringing this together with your spatula first, just so your hands don't get all weird. Once the dough starts getting a little bit weird and shaggy like that Scooby-Doo looking fella, we're going to start bringing this together by hand. Once you start bringing this together by hand in your bowl, and it's not super sticky, you can bring this to your cutting board, and we're going to kind of slap this around a little bit, you know, just give that dough a good slapping, just so this way we can develop some more gluten in it. After about 10 to 15 minutes worth of light kneading, this should be ready to go. You want to make sure that it's just not super tacky and it doesn't really stick to your hands too much when you handle the dough. Now go ahead and put this in your bowl and let this hang out for about an hour, and look at Lucian, hey buddy. Now after that hour, this thing should have doubled in size, and this is a big boy now. So on a lightly floured surface, we're gonna go ahead and dump all of our dough right on top of that surface just so it doesn't stick too hard. Give this a little bit of a slap, you know, bring it down a little bit, pound the dough just a little, and then we're gonna weigh this thing out. This comes out to about 500 grams, and that just means we're gonna try to get 5 to 6 pitas out of this because I want the pitas to be between 95 and 100 grams. After you've measured everything out, go ahead and tuck the quarters in on one end and then start rolling this into not too tight of a ball. If the ball is too tight, you're actually going to develop more dinner rolls than you will pita later. After you have your beautiful plump little boys, we're gonna go ahead and roll out every piece of dough first before we handle them again. The reason for this is because you do want the dough to relax a little little bit before we start rolling these out. So we're gonna just let them hang out with a damp towel for about 10 minutes. After those 10 minutes are up, let's go ahead and start rolling out our pita bread. And note to self, buy a bench scraper. Now what we wanna do is actually bring these to about 6 to 7 inches in diameter and about a 1/4 inch worth of thickness. Now we do want to do at least 3 of these to start because that's what's going to fit on my sheet tray. You don't really need to fit all of them on at once, but just a small batch at a time. This sheet tray is already heated to 450 degrees Fahrenheit, which is super important. So go ahead and flour it up, flour your pita breads, throw the pita bread on, and then pop this into the oven. This is gonna sit for about 6 minutes before we check it. Now I want you guys to look, just look at them, look at them, look at them. They should pop from that initial heat. They have to be cooked super hot. Halfway through the cooking process, so those 5 or 6 minutes, we're gonna go ahead and flip these bad boys so they can cook on the other side for another 2 to 3 minutes. Now, after they've fully cooked for the full time, the 6 to 7 minutes on one side, 2 minutes on the other, we're gonna pull these guys out so that way they can start steaming and get all nice. You do wanna cover these with a towel so that steam does stay within the bread though. Just, that's super important. Now that the tray is still hot, we're gonna do the same thing to the other pitas. Flour, flour, flour on the tray, flour on the pita, pop them back in and cook those bad boys. You can see that these are really, really nice, but I did overcook one side just a little bit, and that shows by how thin part of the pita bread is. And regardless of how thin it is, we had to try it, and you know what? This tasted really, really nice. A trick I learned at the bakery is also you could throw these into a bag to let them steam and soften up just a little bit while they're still warm, and that's what we're doing. Now we got to make that tzatziki sauce, and we're using Siggy's plain strained Icelandic yogurt for this because it is strained already. Siggy, sponsor me. I could use some yogurt. For this, we're going to use about 1 lemon. This comes out to about 3 to 4 ounces worth of lemon juice because this is a thick boy. So make sure you measure that out if you're not going to be squeezing lemons. Dump your lemon juice right into your yogurt, and then we're going to start peeling the parsley leaves. Yes, for this, I do like to peel as much of the stem off as I can. We're going to give this a good old choppity chop because we want to have this nice and chopped so that way it folds into this really well, because again, you don't want parsley leaves all up in your teeth. Now for some garlic. For the garlic, we're using about 4 cloves, and I do like to make sure I mince this somewhat well, but not enough to make it into a paste because I want those little bits and bites of garlic because it adds that spiciness. Now for the cucumber. Paul, stop playing with your cucumber. Cut this in half. We're only going to be using half of this for it. Now grab yourself a spoon and de-seed this by placing the spoon at the one end and dragging down to remove the seeds. We do this mostly because there is a lot of water content in that cucumber and we don't want that in the sauce. Now start slicing your cucumber into these kind of thin julienne strips and then give this a really, really small dice. This is going to give it some really nice body within that sauce and allow us to get that really nice crunch that we're looking for. So go ahead and take all of that cucumber and dump it right in. Now we're going to give this a good old fold with a spatula just to kind of bring everything together before we actually season it. We want to make sure we do season this really nicely with salt and black pepper. So make sure you season your cucumber, eat the cucumber, season the yogurt with salt and black pepper, and like a lot of black pepper. It's really, really nice here. Give this a good old fashioned stirring. I don't know why I said it like that. Then cut the other cucumber into quarters, into sticks. We're going to take this, dip it, and yeah, we're going to eat that. That's the good. Flip it, dip it, eat it. Nice. Pro tip, use the yogurt container that we emptied out to place all of our yogurt back into, and make sure you mark this so the waifu doesn't grab it thinking it's regular yogurt that she's gonna have for breakfast and opening it up and it's just like, why do I have this? It's that good. Now that we have the Avengers assembled, we have to start putting this thing together, and it's rock solid. This is gonna take a while. So while that's tempering so we can cut it later, we're gonna deal with the kufta version first. Now this is super simple. We're gonna be measuring these out to about 5-ounce patties, and you just wanna ball these up and kind of press them together like a meatball, and do these to each and every one until you have about 5 even patties out of this. Now we're gonna press this down and kind of shape this into more of an oval shape. You wanna shape it like this so that way it actually fits into the pita later. Remember, this shaping is super important, so that way everything kind of fits together really nicely rather than some weirdly shaped piece of meat in your bread. Now to deal with this frozen log bad boy, we're gonna get out the big cleaver for this and realize that, yeah, this doesn't cut. This doesn't even cut a little bit. So we're gonna let this temper for another 15 or 20 minutes until we can get it going. So in the meantime, throw a couple of dabs of nice cold butter into a medium hot cast iron pan. Get this all melty like and use your fingers in not the best way possible to get that butter melted. Once you have that butter nice and hot, add in 3 portions, or really however much fits into your pan, of your kofta and make sure you season it hard.
I really wish you could smell this right now.
We're gonna end up searing each side for about 5 minutes, just until you get some really nice caramelization on the meat and the onions and the garlic, and until they're about a medium temperature. I like my hamburger medium, so you know, you do you. Immediately remove these from the pan once they're done and place them onto a wire rack to let rest while we deal with this. As you can see, I was able to shave off some of this gyro meat from this massive meat log. Just take your time with it and make sure you're cutting it cold and immediately dropping it into a very hot pan. I'm dropping it back into the pan we seared off that kofta in because it has all that flavor. We may as well utilize all that beautiful fond. When you're frying this up, you don't want to actually overcrowd the pan because you want those really nice hot sears with this meat. Remove it as it starts cooking and start flipping everything else over to kind of get that really nice sear on each and every side. You're almost stir frying this in a way in the cast iron, but it's gonna get all the meat really nice and crispy. This cooks very quickly, so make sure you're keeping an eye on it. I dropped another full batch in because this second batch looked so much better. And look at this gyro. If I handed this to you and I told you it was gyro meat, you probably would say nothing and be like, yeah bro, that's gyro meat. Now this is the exciting part. We have everything ready to go. We just need to put the sandwich together. Grab out one of your pitas and we're gonna cut this thing in half to reveal the center. You can see that a little bit of it's really thin, but that's gonna be fine. We're gonna place the meat side on the thicker part of the pita bread. Don't worry, it's gonna come out well. You see how nice that fits in there? Now stuff this with a good amount of your gyro meat. You wanna make sure you don't overstuff it because we have to add a few other things to this. Pile on a few of your achar onions, followed by as much of that tzatziki sauce as you want. And you know what, I'm being conservative about this one, but this is your Hayama Kebab burger from Food Wars. There it is, guys. Hayama's kebab kofta achar burger that he had made. It took me 2 days to put this together, but I think it's gonna be worth it. I grew up with these flavors. Look at this bite. Look at this. Oh, I need a plate. This is gonna get messy. Just here, because I don't feel like cleaning a lot, because this place is a disaster. Oh my God. Cheers. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. You know what? I don't care if I have stuff in my beard. I can't put this down now. This is amazing. The gaminess of that lamb almost is non-existent. It's enough to know that you're eating lamb, but then the pickles kind of take over, and then the tzatziki sauce itself has that beautiful creaminess to it. Oh my God, guys, this is 100%. I'm gonna eat at least one more after this. The pita bread is fresh and fluffy. Oh. The spices in the kofta, all the herbs, the onions, the ginger, the garlic. There's so much going on with it, but it all works so well together. Today I'm gonna teach you guys how to turn some potatoes into some noodles. After you collect yourself and your potatoes off of the floor, grab your basket for your strainer, and I'm using about 1,000 grams or 1 kilogram worth of potatoes. Now I am going to be using a wok for this to try to steam these potatoes because we don't want to actually boil them, we do want to steam them. So I grabbed some hot water out of my kettle, just enough to where it starts coming up onto the basket, not to hit the potatoes too much. Bring this to a high boil, grab your lid. Do you have a lid? No, we don't have a lid. So grab a pot, place the strainer in the pot, and throw that hot water into that pot. Now grab your 3 potatoes and then we can't fit the third one in there, Paul. We can't. What are you doing over here? Grab the biggest pot that you have. Now place all 3 of your potatoes in there because they finally fit. Add the hot water to that, grab your lid. Why is this happening? Grab a second pan to finally cover it and steam these potatoes. Now while the potatoes are steaming, add 1 liter worth of cold water to that pot that you used originally for the potatoes, followed by a 4-inch piece of kombu that Gandalf thinks is a snack and now feels betrayed. Grab 4 shiitake mushrooms, add that to your water, and bring this over to the stove. Once the bubbles start forming on the surface, remove the kombu, otherwise it's gonna get weird and slimy and you just don't want to boil the kombu. Now grab another potato for this. I'm using using a smaller 200-gram potato, make sure you do peel it completely to get it really clean, and once it is peeled, we're going to grate this potato. The reason why we are grating this potato on somewhat of a larger setting is that way you'll have bits of potato in the broth, but it also releases a lot of starch. So grate all of your potatoes directly onto a plate, making sure you don't add any knuckles to the mixture, and once you have all of that potato, you're going to take this and add it to your broth. Give this a gentle stir, trying not to agitate it too much because you can run the risk of breaking down the potato too much. I'm adding in another 500 milliliters worth of water because it started to feel a little too thick. Now season this with a bunch of salt and pepper as needed because yes, it is unseasoned. Give this another stir just to make sure it's fully incorporated, and bring this up to a nice simmer. I bring this almost up to that boil stage, but just right before it actually starts boiling pretty hard because then you can actually break all that potato. Once your potatoes are nice and soft and break down in the hand, throw a lid on it and let it rest for about 5 to 10 minutes. After letting it rest, we are going to add in a few more things. First, we're adding in 30 milliliters worth of light soy sauce, and then 30 milliliters worth of mirin. Give this a little stir just to make sure that the mirin and the soy sauce are fully incorporated. Throw your lid back on it and let that sit. After running back in from the workout, check on those potatoes and make sure they are fork tender, or in this case, skewer tender. You want to make sure that the skewer goes in very easily and comes out very easily. This will tell you that they're done. After letting them rest for 15 minutes or so with the heat off, these should peel very easily. Now grab some of the peel, season it with salt, and eat that as a snack. Grab 2 bowls for this. Add 1 potato to that first smaller bowl, and then peel back the potatoes for the second bowl. This is going to be incredibly hot. If you need to, grab some oven-safe gloves and use those, or use a fork or a knife to break them down instead. You can see this is fully cooked on the inside, and the biggest thing is just making sure you don't have any of that skin on there. Deposit your 2 larger potatoes into the larger bowl, making sure you get any other bits in there. Then peel back that other potato for that other bowl. Now take that other peeled potato and just add it to the big bowl because you're just going to use all of the same batter anyways. Now using a potato masher, start mashing up this potato until it is nice and lumpy. Once it's nice and lumpy, we are going to measure out 25 grams worth of all-purpose flour. We also need a lot of potato starch for this. I'm measuring out 50 grams worth of potato starch and 100 grams worth of water. Now make sure you do season the potatoes just to make sure they have enough salt. Mash these up just a bit more so that way the salt incorporates itself, and then add in your flour and your potato starch mixture. Grab yourself a spoon and start incorporating the flour and the potato starch into your mashed potatoes. Once it starts to cool down, you can start using your hands to bring this together. This did not have enough potato starch, so I added an additional 100 grams worth of potato starch. The reason was that it felt super wet while I was mixing it by hand, so I had to add in that potato starch to make sure it dried it out just a bit more. I ended up adding in just a splash of my water to help break down some of the potato starch that didn't fully incorporate itself into my batter. Your mileage will vary on the water content. Now grab a small portion of it and try to roll this out into a snake shape like you did with Play-Doh. If you can pick it up without it breaking apart, you are good to go, but mine kept breaking apart. So I just grabbed all of the potato starch that I had and kept it out just in case I needed it. I heavily dusted this with more potato starch, folding the potato starch into the mashed potatoes, and constantly worked this until it was dry enough to where I could start rolling it. If you can pick up your entire mashed potato portion and hold it in your hands like this, you should be on your way to being able to make these noodles. Now grab a bowl, and why do you grab all the smallest bowls today? After letting this rest covered for 15 minutes, we're going to try to shape some of these noodles. Cut off a small chunk of your potato mixture, placing the rest in a giant bowl, and being very generous with the potato starch on your cutting board so this way it doesn't stick to everything that you're using. Pat this down into about 1/4 inch of thickness, just making sure that it is as even as possible. Now I tried using my actual bench scraper to cut these noodles, and they came out okay, but they were super delicate. As I worked down the sheet, I ended up using my knife to make sure I cut these really nice noodles. A big thing to make sure you do is making sure that you do separate the noodles as you cut them, which you'll see what we'll do in just a minute. Dust these with just a bit more potato starch and grab a few of them that do hold up and place these into some warm water. Make sure that the water is not boiling, otherwise you will run into the issue of the potato breaking before that potato starch can actually start congealing. Now for the little mochi potatoes, you can use the same exact mixture, but grab 80 grams worth worth of your potato mixture and form these into little pucks. This is the super easy one. These hold up really, really nicely, and to be honest, they were some of my favorite parts. Now, after simmering those noodles for 20 or so minutes, drop these into an ice bath. Yes, I did say 20 minutes because these take forever. These are very similar to making tapioca or making boba pearls. After cooling down, you can see that they did hold up fairly well. They're slightly slimy. They almost look like a noodle worm kind of thing. The potato starch has a very interesting effect on the noodles. They don't feel like pasta by any means, but they taste pretty decent. Now roll out another sheet of your potato mixture using a rolling pin if you have it, and square this up as best as you can, bringing it to that 1/4 inch thickness. Now make sure you do dust this heavily with your potato starch, and once you dust the top, shift it over and dust the bottom of your cutting board with more potato starch. This is going to help prevent any sticking when we go to cut all of these noodles. Now grab your sharp knife and start cutting these noodles into 1/4 inch thick noodles. You do want to take your time for this and make sure you do roll each noodle away from the center mass. The reason why you do this is to prevent any sticking from each other that I did experience previously. After quite a bit of time, you're going to have all these really beautiful potato noodles. Now pick these up very carefully and place them into warm water, not boiling water. Once you place them in, add in as many noodles as you can to this water to get it going without overcrowding your pan. It's super important, otherwise they will start to stick to each other. You can see as I add in a few more on top, I have to grab some chopsticks and make sure that they are not touching too much. Now after simmering these for 20 minutes, remove them from the water, place them into the ice bath, and this is going to be the first batch of potato noodles. Now let these rest in the ice bath for 10 minutes, then remove them from the ice bath, placing them into a separate bowl. Don't worry about them sticking too much. You won't need to add any oil or anything to these noodles. You can just let them hang out in the fridge while we get everything else ready. Now the first garnish we're going to be making is frying our shiso leaf. You are going to need a substantial amount of oil for this, and bring that to a medium-high heat. You don't want your oil smoking for this because this does burn very quickly. After placing your shiso leaf in your oil for only about 10 seconds on each side, this is going to be ready to go. The best indicator is to make sure that there are no more bubbles forming and pull it out right before that happens. Place this on some paper towel to make sure a lot of that oil drains. The next garnish is going to be the potato mochi. You're going to use the same oil for this, so that's kind of a win. And make sure you do season potato on each side with just a touch more salt. After frying these on a low heat, make sure they're not sticking too hard. And once you've attained G-Bad, golden brown and delicious on one side, flip them, throw a lid on it, and turn off the heat and just let them hang out. Now I did drop my noodles back into some warm water to get them hot again because no one wants to eat these cold. They actually taste horrible cold. And after rewarming the noodles, place these into a large bowl, making sure you remove any excess liquid as possible. Bring this bowl of noodles that is far too big of a bowl over to your cutting board and place those noodles into a smaller bowl, which makes a lot more sense. Now grab your potato broth and fill this up almost to the brim. You can go ham on this, you can do whatever you want. Now grab those beautifully fried potato mochis, making sure you place it kind of on the bowl as well so it doesn't fall directly in. Garnish it with your shiso and some fresh green onions that I had laying around from another video, and there it is, the Gotetsu Udon from Food Wars, which is a really big task.
There it is, guys, the Gotetsu Udon from Food Wars. Now, the tricky part really is those noodles because you're using potato starch. Now, potato starch only activates with heat, whereas with something like gnocchi, you're using flour, and that gluten can activate just by working it constantly. So if you are doing this, I would recommend maybe just using a gnocchi recipe and making noodles out of it, but these noodles do hold up fairly well, so, you know, it could be worth it. It smells fantastic, by the way, so I don't know why I'm talking bad about it right now just from the look at the noodles though. They're pretty nice. They're a little slimy looking. Cheers. Okay, I see you. The noodles are a little weird to me. They almost taste like eating boba, but it's not bad. The big reason why Yukihira had grated those potatoes into the broth was to actually thicken it. Look at the viscosity of the broth. That is why he thickened it with potato. That was the biggest reason why you grate the potato into it, to get that thickness out of it. Ooh, that's good. Now let's try this fried potato mochi. Oh, it's so hot. Oh, but it's so good. Oh, I think I like this the most. Hey, should we put apple juice in the risotto?
The risotto was sweet. What was in there? Apple juice?
Apple concentrate in a risotto. Come on.
So when we see Soma make his risotto dish, it really comes down to him starting to evolve his dishes. And after watching Food Wars, you see the progression of risotto get better and better. First with the apple juice risotto, and then he does the risotto stuffed into the quail, and then he also does the omelette rice, which was also sort of a risotto in that one shokugeki, which came before the quail. But risotto. Here's the thing with risotto, is that it is incredibly easy to make. It shouldn't be overly complicated, but the technique still has to be there. What's interesting about a risotto is that it's not exactly a dish, it's more of a method. In the same way you have fried rice, in the same way you have steamed rice, in the same way you have boiled, pilaf, there are many ways of making rice, just like there is a method to risotto. Realistically, you could make risotto with almost any grain, but it is best made with a traditional arborio or a very starchy short grain rice. We're going to talk about why you need a starchy short grain rice as we start making this risotto. For this recipe, we're going to use 1 onion, a couple of lemons, 2 apples, 750 milliliters of apple juice and water 50-50, and 250 grams of arborio rice that was washed. You can use any apple that you want. These are beautiful apples here out of Oregon. They're a really nice gala apple, and I just want you to listen to this. This is like candy. Oh, so good. Okay. Your two main components are going to be your onions and your apples. The onions we're going to saute up with our rice and get these translucent before we start adding our liquid. In a medium saute pot, what you're going to want to do is take your onion and add it to your olive oil and start slowly sauteing together your onions with your rice. Realistically, you just want enough oil in this to slowly and lightly coat the rice and the onions. Now, as far as our liquid goes, this is half and half, apple juice and water. Typically, I do like to keep this hot, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna throw this in the microwave for a little bit and bring the temperature up. You can feel free to do this in a pot, but I have no shame right now. Once your onions start to get a little translucent, this is when we're going to start adding in our apple juice and our water after deglazing with our alcohol. But first, make sure you check in with your sous chef or your head chef just to make sure you can proceed with this next step. What do you think, buddy? Can we do this? Do we have your approval? I'm gonna take that as a yes. I have about 50 milliliters of white wine, and I'm gonna go ahead and deglaze the bottom of this. Remember, if you can't do alcohol, use some chicken stock, it'll be fine. Once your alcohol is cooked out, we're gonna start adding in our water and our apple juice, and we're gonna add it in just about 1/3 at a time. But I also know that my pot is a little bit hot from how hot and sizzly our alcohol got, so I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and add in 1/3 of this. Now the thing with risotto is that you want it kind of like on a low medium heat, and you're constantly stirring it. And the risotto method is you actively releasing the starch in the rice at about a medium-low heat, so that way you can get that really nice thick consistency on your risotto.
Once there is no more remaining liquid at the bottom of your pot, this is when we're going to add our second portion of liquid and continue to stir, stir, stir.
Now you can see after constantly stirring this for the past 5 or 6 minutes, what's happening is that you start to get this really gorgeous creaminess in your rice, and this isn't with all of our liquid. Now once I have no visible liquid at the bottom of this pot, that's when I'm gonna add the remainder of my juice, a little bit of lemon juice, some salt, black pepper, and then finish it with butter and cheese. With that last remainder of our apple juice, I'm also gonna add in our diced apple. All of my liquid is now out of my pan, and it looks like the risotto is just about done. Give this a taste before you pull it off the heat. What you're really looking for is that the rice is actually done. Now that I know my rice is done, I'm gonna hit this with my lemon juice, a good bit of salt, black pepper, a couple of knobs of butter. I'm gonna add in just a bit of Parmesan directly to the rice as well. Now with everything in our pot, we have this beautiful, creamy risotto. Now just give it a taste, see if it needs anything else. A little more salt. Now what I like to see in my risotto, honestly, is making sure that the granules of rice haven't exploded but they are holding together. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So that way it stays super creamy, but you know that your rice isn't overcooked. Let's plate up. And there it is, guys, a super simple apple risotto. This didn't take very long, and honestly, I got a whole pot of this stuff. It shouldn't cost you a ton of money, and yes, we did use apple juice instead of making our own puree or anything like that, but staying true to the show, I will say it's still pretty good. I mean, that's pretty good. I've probably made apple risotto over 1,000 times, no exaggeration in my career. I had a sous chef who wanted to do nothing but put apple risotto on the menu. But you know the real challenge here. Babe? Babe, are you decent? Are you naked? Can I feed you? There may or may not be video. Try my risotto. How is it? I made you crispy bacon. Not bad? Yeah, a little sweet.
A little sweet.
Yeah. Okay, it's pretty good. It's creamy, it's delicious, it's salty, has nice crispy bacon on there. Nothing to complain about.
完成だ。雪平裏メニューその20回。サワラおにぎり茶漬けだ。
One of the most memorable moments of Food Wars is when Ishiki challenges Yukihira to a challenge in the dorm while Ishiki is wearing nothing but an apron, and it's magical. The first thing we're gonna do is be making our rice. So for this, we're just gonna need a little bit of white short grain rice. Go ahead and measure it out. Make sure you wash it 3 times and fill it to the appropriate knuckle and get that started. Now we have to make our kelp tea. For this, you're gonna need 1 4-inch piece of dried kombu, and that hopefully fits. Just break it down if you need to for this pot. Once you have your kombu in there, also add in 1/2 sheet worth of toasted nori. This is gonna give it a really nice flavor as well. Give it a little flip-de-doo for some show, and then fill it with about 250 milliliters worth of water. Bring this over the stove and bring it up just before it simmers. Right before it simmers, make sure you pull out that little bit of kombu, otherwise it gets a little bit weird. Continue to simmer this over a medium heat for an additional 10 to 15 minutes just to help extract all of that flavor. We're also going to season this with just a pinch of blurry Himalayan salt, or just a really nice salt of your choice, and then finally hit it with a 1/4 teaspoon worth of green tea. Make sure that your green tea does get saturated and submerged and not just float to the top, just so that way it soaks properly. Now go ahead and let this steep for about 3 to 5 minutes, totally personal preference. I like to go for 3 minutes just so it's a lighter taste. Now go ahead and strain everything out into your container of choice, and once it's strained out, just go ahead and place it back into your pot, but keep it off of the heat. We can rewarm this if we need to, but you don't really want to cook this too much further. Make sure you clean up your mess because you always make a mess somehow. Luckily, I was able to find some mackerel at my local Awajimaya, and it was already filleted, but I had a very strong feeling that this did not have its pin bones removed because no one removes pin bones for you unless you're willing to pay for it. I did pat this dry just a little bit to make it a little bit easier to work with, and then I started trimming this down just a little bit by removing a little bit of the fins and then trying to find out where all of these pin bones were. There were a significant amount of pin bones in this mackerel, and you do want to make sure you remove them as you find them and take your time doing this because you're going to chew into a nice, creamy, beautiful piece of fish only to start chewing on pin bones, and that's not fun for anybody. Once you found and removed all of those pin bones, I was left with 1 larger fillet and then 2 smaller pieces, and you have all of this waste. To make your life easier later, go ahead and take a paper towel and continue to pat down all of your fish. This is going to leave you with a fish that's not saturated when we go to actually start cooking it. Now I'm using a cast iron dish with this, filled with a significant amount of olive oil because the olive oil is going to be what we actually cook the fish with. Heat this over a nice low-medium heat and start gradually placing your fish in here. If you see it start to sizzle, this is ready to go. I ended up dropping all of my fish in here, but I noticed that as soon as I dropped my bigger piece in, it did curl on me a little bit, so I used chopsticks just to help coerce it into place. Also, make sure you don't use chopsticks to try to move your fish around, because if you do, you have a chance of ripping off the skin like I did, which we're just gonna go ahead and place back into the oil to eat later. Now, after about 2 to 3 minutes, we wanna start using a large spoon to start pouring over this hot oil over the fish. The hot oil is going to be what actually starts cooking the fish, and this will take some time. It takes about 7 to 8 minutes of constantly pouring that hot oil over the fish. I was moving this off of the heat as necessary so that way the bottom wouldn't burn while still trying to use the oil to cook the fish. Again, this does take a little bit of time, but you only need to spend about 7 to 8 minutes doing this. Try to get the fish onto somewhat of a cooling rack and realize that some of the skin did peel back on your fish, but you were left with a few pieces that had some really nice crispy skin. After removing all of your fish from the pan, make sure that these do drain just a little bit, and you can see we're left with one piece that had this really beautiful skin on it while the other one did. The other one that didn't have skin is going to be a sacrifice for testing, and it was absolutely phenomenal. Remember, the better the olive oil you use to cook with, the better the flavor is going to be for the fish. So we're just gonna eat this one. This is gonna be our snack. Now place a little bit of water on your working surface so that way your rice doesn't immediately stick to whatever you're working with. I tried to actually form the onigiri first so that way I had somewhat of a shape to start working with. I realized that this actually wasn't going to work and I'm gonna need a pretty significant piece of onigiri for this. So I laid out my rice, making a small dent for where I'm going to put my fish. I cut the mackerel into 3 separate pieces and started to try to place this into my onigiri, making sure I don't crush it. Realized that the first method of the rice that I was going to try to use didn't work out, so I went ahead and reformed the onigiri and took my thumb and inserted it into the top of the onigiri to make a small hole for the fish to sit in. This is probably not the right way of doing it, but I felt like it was the best way for me to try to do this. I placed in 1 piece of fish first, trimmed down the second piece to make sure it was still tasting good, placed the second piece on top of the first, and then finally topped it off with that third final piece of fish. This makes it to where we have this really stuffed piece of onigiri with about 3 ounces worth of mackerel on the inside. Once you've formed it back into your bigger onigiri, place this into your bowl of choice, and then pour in some of that hot kelp tea. You want to make sure you pour this in right before you decide to eat it. Garnish it with a little bit of fresh parsley leaves, followed by a few strips of nori, and there it is, Yukihira's springtime mackerel ochazuke. So since GoPro-kun decided to not record audio, it's me, Editing Paul, who's going to describe this. So cheers. Grab yourself a bite of a little bit of the mackerel, a little bit of the rice, make sure it's soaked with a little bit of that broth. The broth itself was this beautiful kelp flavor, a little saltiness, and that beautiful green tea. The mackerel itself was super rich, tasted of olive oil, was salted really nicely, and the entire thing just warms your soul.
Souffle. 肉や野菜を細かく刻んだ詰め物をキャベツの葉で包み蒸した。ではレギュムの魔術師と。
I feel like this was a long time coming, and thanks to Taste of Anime for hitting me up and saying, Paul, do you want to make the cabbage rolls and I will make the terrine because I don't want to make the terrine. Let's make some cabbage rolls. I'm not wearing this for the video. It's gonna get destroyed. So the first thing we really need to do is actually work on the chicken, and we're gonna do both processes for the chicken at this. We're gonna go ahead and dice up 1 chicken breast, and this is gonna be for the filling that we're gonna be making later. This chicken breast is pretty big, but it comes out to about 7 ounces worth of chicken breast. Go ahead and pop that in your food processor and set that aside. Now we're gonna take 1 more chicken breast and butterfly this guy. This is gonna be used for the inside of the cabbage once we start rolling it, but we need to even these out. The reason is so that way they actually cook evenly when we go to steam them. If you have 1 piece of the chicken that's a little bit too big, it's gonna take longer to cook than the thinner parts, and you're just gonna have this weird uneven cooking process. So just get these things nice and even. I try to get these to about 1/4 inch of thickness just so that way they cook really nicely and don't take forever either. Now for the filling. For this, we're gonna add in 2 ounces worth of heavy cream, 1 whole egg, and 1 tablespoon worth of butter. You wanna chop this up so it blends a little bit better inside that blender. Add in 2 nice pinches of salt and a bit of black pepper. You don't really want to over season this because we are going to season this again later. Now for the herbs. They mentioned herbs but didn't really show it, so we're going to be just using herbs that I think go really well with poultry. So we're going to be using thyme, rosemary, and sage. Now the easiest way to peel most of your herbs is to hold the stem at the top, place your fingers gently towards the top, and just pull down, and you're going to go ahead and release all of the leaves from the stem. For the sage, you just kind of have to peel the leaves off. It doesn't really work the same. Now that you have everything locked and loaded in your blender, let's go ahead and puree this thing. It's gonna take quite a few minutes for this to come together, but you just wanna make sure that it completely emulsifies with all those fats and everything really does blend up completely. Get this thing placed into a bowl, and we're just gonna set this in the fridge until we're ready to use it. It kind of doesn't look that great right now. Now for the star of the show, the cabbage, in particular Savoy cabbage. Savoy cabbage is slightly different than your regular Napa or your green cabbage. It's a little more tender, and it actually ends up being a little sweeter once it's cooked. To get these leaves off, start by finding the seam of each leaf and slowly curl it back. Once you have enough room to place your fingers on the inside towards the middle of the cabbage, you can just press down really hard and the leaf will free itself from the actual head. Get these things washed up and ready to go, and once they are, we're gonna go ahead and blanch these. Let's go ahead and grab some ice water to shock these after we blanch them, so that way they maintain their crispness and their greenness. This is super important when you're actually blanching vegetables. Grab yourself a giant pot with a bunch of boiling water in it and make sure it is salted. You do want to have salt in your water, and drop in about 3 cabbage leaves. You don't want to overcrowd this because it will prevent them from cooking properly. Make sure they're submerged and bring this back up to a boil if it's cooled down like mine has. And after about 60 seconds, your cabbage leaves should be ready to go. You want to make sure that they are tender and fully cooked. Once you pull them out, immediately place them into your ice bath to stop the cooking process. If you don't, you're going to have the chance of overcooking the cabbage, and on top of that, they won't stay nice and green. This is what they should look like after they've been in the ice bath for a couple of minutes. You also don't want to leave them in the ice bath for too long because they will absorb some of that moisture. So I do like to dab these off and just make sure they're drained slightly. These are really beautiful and ready to go. Now we can move on to the second filling, which is going to be mushrooms, asparagus, and a little bit of beef fat. Now, I'm using cremini mushrooms, but feel free to use whatever mushrooms you want. I know that Shinomiya actually uses morels, but I can't really find morels. Next, we're going to go ahead and get our asparagus ready. For this, I'm going to go ahead and break the stalk just to kind of see where I can cut, and just cut all of them at once. I like to save these for vegetable stock for later. Get these cut up into about a 1-inch piece. You don't want them too big, otherwise it won't really fit really nicely inside of your chicken. Now for the mushrooms, we're just gonna go ahead and trim the stem off just a little bit and take those stems and add them to your vegetable stock pile. And then we're gonna dice these up into a small, probably 1/2-inch dice. Something similar to the size of the asparagus, just so everything has a really uniform shape to it. So our mushrooms and our asparagus are done. Now it's time to cut the foie gras. Wait, you think I could get foie gras and not morel mushrooms? Come on, guys. Really? Come on. So we're going to be making foie gras, but for this, we're going to soak 2 cups worth of cashews with 4 cups worth of cold water overnight. The next day, we're going to go ahead and strain out your cashews and remove all of that liquid in your strainer with no handle. Place all of those soaked cashews into your blender with 2 tablespoons worth of white miso. This is going to give it a really nice nuttiness to it. Add in 2 tablespoons of nutritional yeast, followed by 1 tablespoon worth of tahini. This is going to give it that nuttiness as well. We're going for that nutty flavor. Add in quite a bit of black pepper to give it a little bit of a spice, then a little bit of sesame oil, and finally, we're going to use Chef Mike to help us get 1 tablespoon worth of coconut oil nice and hot. Once it's melted, add that straight into your blender, and we're gonna puree this until it is nice and smooth. And just, Paul, really, where's the camera? There you go. This does need about 5 or 6 minutes at a very high speed to get this completely emulsified. At about halfway through the process, we're gonna add in about 2 tablespoons worth of water to help some of that fat emulsify. This was still a little bit gritty, so I scraped everything down and blended it for another 2 to 3 minutes just to make sure it was really smooth. Once you have this really smooth looking cashew butter, you're ready to go. Grab yourself some plastic wrap, and we're gonna add in all of our cashew butter onto the middle of your plastic wrap. Well, we're gonna take a little bit out. We're gonna cool that down separately later. Now take your cashew butter and just make sure it's relatively in the middle of your plastic, and we're gonna go ahead and roll this into a nice cashew butter log. You want to gently bring up the plastic wrap towards the top, then bring the top back towards the middle, and we're going to go ahead and twist off the ends just slightly to not rupture the actual seam, and gently roll this away from you to start creating some pressure on your cashew butter. This is going to help keep it nice and compact and tight. Go ahead and tie off the ends, and this bad boy is ready to cool down in the fridge. It needs to go overnight. Conversely, we're going to take a little bit of the cashew butter that we had saved and place it into a smaller pan and toss it in the freezer for about 20 minutes just until it's hard enough to cut, and this is what we're going to be using for this stir fry. Okay, that was fun. We haven't done that before. Now go ahead and take your foie gras and dice this into about the 1-inch chunk that you need, just so that they're nice and thick, so that way they don't melt immediately once they hit the pan, just kind of like foie gras. Now we have all of our ingredients ready. Let's get ready to saute this thing. First, start by adding in your beef to start rendering some of the fat. Season that with salt and pepper, just so that way you start getting as much fat out of the beef as possible. You can also try to find beef fat. I couldn't really find any, so what we're gonna do is remove the beef from the saute pan and add in 2 tablespoons worth of really nice grass-fed butter, almost to the point to where it starts browning. Once you start melting that butter, add in your mushrooms first. They'll start to absorb all of that beautiful butter, then add in your asparagus before the mushrooms have fully cooked. Give this a nice toss. Make sure it is well seasoned with salt and black pepper, because yes, this does need quite a bit of help. And from here, we're gonna add in our foie gras. You wanna make sure you actually don't cook this too long because just like foie gras, this can melt. It is still fat. It is solid fat, it's solidified fat. You wanna make sure that this doesn't sit too long in the saute pan. Once all of that butter has been absorbed, you're ready to go. We're gonna actually cool this down so that way when we add it to our chicken, it isn't hot in the middle while the outside is cold when you start to steam it. You wanna make sure all of your components are cold. You know what? And this tastes really good. It's very much worthy of a second bite, easily. Now to actually start stuffing the cabbage. Grab yourself a couple of your nicest leaves and we're gonna trim a little bit of the stalk off of the cabbage. The reason for this is because when you go to roll it, it actually will prevent you from getting a really nice tight roll due to the thickness of that stalk. So you wanna make sure you remove this before you actually roll that cabbage. So clear off your cutting board, grab one of your nicest cabbage leaves to start, and we're gonna go ahead and trim this off just a little bit so it's nice and even. Give that a taste, it's super sweet. Grab the chicken breast we pounded out earlier and lay that directly in the middle of your cabbage. You want to make sure that this actually has just a little bit of room on either side with cabbage showing. Season this with salt and pepper and then add on some of your filling, the creamy filling first. This is your chicken spread filling. You only want a small amount, maybe about 1/8 of an inch worth spread throughout the top of that chicken. Then take a little bit of your sauteed vegetables, lay it directly into the middle of the chicken breast again. You don't want to overstuff this because you won't be able to roll it. Now you're going to bring the bottom towards the top, roll the cabbage like you would a sushi roll, and tuck in the sides slightly if they are sticking out. Mine was just a little bit, but tucking them in will be okay. Get this nice and tight so that way nothing explodes when you go to actually steam this. Now to make this a bit safer, we're gonna actually wrap this in a second cabbage leaf. This is gonna prevent any leakage from happening and just give you a little bit of a barrier of protection just in case that does happen from the first cabbage layer. Make sure this is nice and tight and feels really good before you wrap it with bacon. We're gonna use one bacon strip, take your entire cabbage roll, place it directly in the middle of your strip, bring the bottom towards the top and the top towards the bottom. You can kind of pull on the bacon a little bit to make sure the sides meet, but make sure the seam is completely underneath the cabbage. This is super important because if the bacon starts cooking and the seam isn't underneath it, it will open up. We did make a second one for the wife, so that way she has just a little bit of dinner when she gets home. Now in your favorite steamer, this is probably not my favorite steamer, it's just all I have. I want to season the bottom with just a little bit of grease so that way nothing sticks too hard. Then take your cabbage roll and place it directly into the middle and just find out that you actually can't place the second one in there because they're so big. We're gonna steam this for 20 to 25 minutes until that chicken is fully cooked. And I mean, we have nothing else to do, so. I don't know what that was about, but we're gonna make some sauce for this chow farshi. For this, we're gonna be using just a half of a squeeze of lemon. You don't need too much lemon juice for this because we're not actually making a ton of sauce, and they didn't really talk about a sauce in this, but I figured why not? To your half lemon, we're gonna add about 4 ounces worth of white wine or chicken stock if you're not going for alcohol. Add in about a teaspoon worth of sugar just to kind of sweeten it up and you got kind of a lemonade thing going on. And then make a slurry with 1 tablespoon worth of cornstarch and 1 tablespoon worth of water. You're only adding in enough to kind of make this into like a syrup-like consistency. Not too thick, just enough for some body. Now on your favoritist white plate, let's get ready to plate this thing up. We're gonna start off by removing your cabbage from the steamer and placing it directly in the middle of your plate. Now we're gonna take some of our syrup-like sauce and we're gonna go ahead and add this just to the rim of the plate. You don't need too much of this, or you could omit it entirely because we don't know what they did with the sauce. Now get some really coarse cracked black pepper and we're gonna sprinkle this gently over the top of this chow farshi to give it that beautiful contrast in color and in that black pepper flavor. And there it is, your beautiful chow farshi Shinomiya style from Food Wars.
There it is, guys. Shinomiya's magical cabbage rolls. Now, the real true test is whether or not I turn into a magical cabbage Sailor Scout. Look at that. Look at those layers. Oh, man. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's so nice looking. It smells rad. Like, you can smell all the herbs. Oh. Wow, that's freaking delicious. You get a lot of sweetness from that cabbage, then you get the little bit of bite from all the vegetables. The interior is not as actually rich as I intentionally thought because of all the fats that we had used, but you get this really nice clean mouthfeel at the end. Oh, guys, like I could have rolled that a little bit better, but
Lucian, what do you think? Does it smell good? He doesn't actually like anything but cat food. No? You don't, you don't want it? I gotta admit, I would make this again. This is definitely going to be made again. Today we're making omelets stuffed with curried rice because food wars. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chef PK here on Chef Paul Makes, and today we are making omelet rice. Omelet rice is something that I had while I was in Japan, and honestly, it was one of my favorite things. Fried rice and eggs. You can't really go wrong with that combination. Now you have to think, Food Wars always tries to step it up just a little bit. So instead of just making some nice fried rice, putting it on a plate and putting a really nice omelet on top, we're gonna go ahead and take that rice and just shove it into the omelet. However, today we're using a very special, dear to me ingredient, the habanero. That's a stupid idea. Don't ever do that. Soma's original dish called for apples and bananas and all these fruits and whatever the case is. But like I've told you guys in the past, cook for the most important person in your life. That person is my wife. Does she want apples and bananas in her rice? Not even a little bit. Let's do this. I'm gonna use a separate cutting board just for this pepper. You're also gonna want some gloves if you have them. Now what we're gonna do with this habanero is we're gonna de-seed it, remove the flesh from the seeds, throw the seeds out because that's where a lot of the heat is. Then we're gonna cook it in rice vinegar. Rice vinegar has a nice sweetness to it, so it'll allow the actual habanero to absorb some of that sweetness. Woo! Oh yeah. Take a small sauce pot, pop your strips in there, cover this with your vinegar. Once your habanero is actually covered with rice vinegar, we're gonna bring this up to a very slow simmer and then turn it off immediately to let it steep. Now, two things are gonna happen with that habanero. We're gonna actually remove some of that heat and some of that spiciness by cooking it in the vinegar, but we're gonna get two products out of that same cook. We're gonna get a really nice spicy vinegar that we're gonna use to pickle some cucumber, and we're gonna be able to take those actual habanero strips and mash them up for the mango chutney. It's gonna be so good. So while our vinegar is cooking right now, it's already coming up to a slow simmer. I'm gonna let it go for just a few more minutes. We're gonna process our mangoes. So in the episode of Food Wars where Soma is making this omelet rice and he talks about his mango chutney, he definitely has it mashed up to where it almost looked like some kind of a compote or a jam. However, I don't want it that way. I want nice little golden nuggets of mango in my omelet rice. So we're gonna dice these up into probably a small dice, not quite a brunoise, to give us that nice texture and that nice bite. This is about the size that I'm going for on these cuts to give us that nice texture and nice flavor in this chutney. There's our really nice amount of mango. Now I do have some scrap ends that we're also going to use for our next phase. This is going to be part of the base that we're going to add to these mangoes. We're going to go ahead and start with the juice of 2 lemons and see how we like that ratio. Yes, I did just put that entire habanero in there, but it did lose some of its heat from being cooked in the vinegar. We're gonna blend up our little puree here and add it to our diced mangoes and give it a taste. This looks absolutely gorgeous, but we need to season it. Salt, black pepper, a little bit of cumin, touch of garlic powder, finally a little hint of clove. Remember, always taste your food. Definitely a little bit more salt. I'm gonna hit it with just a touch more cumin and maybe a little bit of our vinegar, but it needs just one more thing to really brighten it up: cilantro. I'm gonna go ahead and add in about a half a bunch of fresh cilantro here. It was also lacking in acid, so I'm gonna go ahead and hit it with 2 more lemons. I have to say, I would eat this just like this with a little bit of tortilla chips. Now it has that nice tanginess in the back, a little bit of sweetness in the front. You get the freshness and the vibrance from the lemons and from the cilantro, or making my mouth water. Touch more salt and we're gonna set this to the side. So Yukihito's method for this recipe actually has 4 phases. What you just saw was the mango chutney. That was phase 1. Phase 2 is going to be making the curry base. Now, the curry base is a temperamental thing, and I only say that because when you think of a traditional curry, it's usually something that's a little bit more thick, may have some potato starch in it, something that you can easily pick up with a spoon, or something that you can actually pick up with naan or just lay over rice. However, we have to go into this knowing that this curry base is going to be used to cook the risotto. Yukihito's
method, I'm calling him out, in the anime is not risotto. He used a peel-off method. Here's a sample of it here. The peel-off method is where everything is simmered together, you throw a lid on it, and you let it sit and cook. That's technically not risotto, that is peel-off. With that being said, when we make our curry base, this is gonna be a very loose and wet base. This is gonna be because we need to add this base to the rice as it cooks to make it into a risotto. Hopefully that didn't go over anybody's head, but what I'm saying is that he made pilaf, not risotto. Now what I'm doing is making a very simple mirepoix. We're gonna have some nice small diced onion, some nice small diced carrot, but then some just thinly sliced garlic. I want that nice flavor in there. Now that we have all of our mise en place ready, we're gonna go ahead and start cooking off our curry. This honestly shouldn't take too long, but there are a few things you will need to get ahead of time. I'm using this curry spice blend that I found at my local market, and it does have everything that I would want in there. Feel free to experiment, use whatever spices you want. This is what I'm going with. This next bit is super important. Once your onions and your carrots and your garlic are starting to sweat a little bit, this is when you wanna add all of your spices. This is about 50 ounces of chicken stock. Bring this up to a nice simmer and then turn it off. Once you see your curry base start to simmer like this, go ahead and shut it off and let it just hang out. Now we get to finally make the actual rice. For this, go ahead and add some olive oil to the bottom of your pan. And once this is about a medium heat, we're gonna add our rice to this. Now, when you're making risotto, you do wanna use a short grain rice. The most common type of rice to use for risotto is arborio. The reason for that is the very high starch content. It also holds up to being stirred constantly. Risotto is not a rice dish, it is a rice method. Similar to steamed rice, pilaf, boiled rice, things like that. When you're making risotto, you're constantly stirring your rice to actually break down the starches in the rice. This is why we didn't want a thick base of curry to start. If our curry base was extremely thick, it wouldn't actually incorporate properly into the rice. So as that curry reduces, it's going to be thickened by the rice starch. So we're gonna toast some of this up and start making our risotto. Once the risotto is nice and toasted, you're gonna wanna deglaze it with a little bit of white wine, which I don't have. So we're gonna use some of this black vinegar that I found yesterday. My vinegar is nice and reduced now. We're gonna start adding in our stock just a little bit at a time to really start cooking it. You don't want this extremely hot. I have to turn this pan down so that way we don't lose all of our liquid too quickly. Now the thing with risotto is that you have to constantly stir it and let that liquid reduce. If this isn't enough liquid, I am going to add a little bit of fresh chicken stock to this as well. Well, I'll be stirring this for the next 20 minutes or so. That's how long it's gonna take to cook, so see you guys at the end. The heat is off. Here is my final product. You can see that there's no real liquid at the bottom of the pan now. This is exactly what you want. The reason for this is because if you have a bunch of excess liquid, that's just gonna transfer into the rice and make it mushy. My rice is slightly al dente, and that is to keep it from exploding. You can see all the rice granules are still intact. None of them have really exploded yet, and that's really what you want, because no one wants mushy risotto. Once you pull the risotto off the heat, give it a little taste, see if it needs anything else as far as seasoning goes. That's perfect. I did season it throughout the cooking process just so that way when it came to the end, it was ready to go. That's really good. Oh yeah, oh that's good. We're finally on phase 4, the omelet. I'm gonna use 4 large eggs and a little bit of heavy cream with a little bit of salt and pepper thrown in there to start off my omelet. Look, I even bought a brand new omelet pan just for you guys. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna cook the omelet just a touch, add our risotto directly into it, fold it over. Oh, we gotta add the mango. I have no real ratio for this, so what I'm gonna do is it's gonna be mostly risotto with the mango folded in. If you want more mango, more risotto, less risotto, you can do whatever you want, but I want that mango to really pop and come through all of that risotto. Remember, give this a taste before you decide to throw it in your omelet, because once you do, it's kind of it. I don't even wanna make the omelet anymore, I'm just gonna eat this. This is so good. I can eat that all day. All right, let's make the omelet. I have to admit, I wasn't too sure on how I was going to like this. But after having all of those flavors really start to come together, my mouth is already salivating just from eating some of the rice. Now that we have it in an omelet, I have to say, I'm excited. Let's try this. Come on. Ugh. The omelet is perfect. The rice is warm. The mangoes are juicy. The moon has finally come out. How's it going, fellow foodies? My name is Chef PK, and today I'm gonna teach you how to make your very own Mapo curry tofu noodles from Food Wars. This is a very interesting dish because it really shows so much love to stuff food into other food. It seems to be an ongoing theme, and this dish really caught me by surprise. I never thought of doing this, but I wanna teach you guys how you can do this. So that being said, let's get over to it. If you're excited to make a bunch of this Food Wars stuff, go ahead and hit that subscribe button so you can come back for more. If you guys have been following along with the channel, I did mention a super secret curry sauce we're gonna be using today for this moon meatball thing. And that is a very special curry I got from a good friend. She owns a Thai restaurant over in Vancouver, and I'd asked her to make me some really nice coconut curry. The reason why is because it is delicious, but I also have 2 or 3 different curry videos you guys can follow along in the playlist. If you wanna make your own curry, go ahead and follow along with one of those videos, and you can do the same techniques to make this. Or you can always just buy golden curry, add some water and gelatin, and call it a day. So first thing is first, we need to make our gelatin spheres out of this curry. I'm gonna be using 2 cups of curry and 2 packets of gelatin. Measure out a ½ cup of your curry. We're gonna go ahead and heat this up before we add our gelatin to it to help it bloom. Blooming is a technique where you allow any of your product to really start to come together before you reintroduce it into your other liquids. The reason why you wanna do that is if you were to take any kind of gelatin like this and introduce it into cold product, it's not gonna mix properly. So instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and add this to hot product, mix this into our cold curry, and then finally add that into our mold, which I just bought about 10 minutes ago. Now that it looks like most of my gelatin has actually dissolved, I'm gonna go ahead and add all of my cold liquid next. Now that we have our curry ready to go, grab your mold and start pouring these into here. Now you have to remember, these won't cap out and they won't rise too hard, so you don't have to really worry about overfilling them. We're gonna take this whole thing and let it set in the freezer for about 2 hours. So here's most of the mise en place we're going to need for this Mapo tofu. Green onions, ginger, cornstarch, stock, onion, garlic, tofu, and a lot of chilies. Szechuan peppercorns. Now that we have most of our mise en place ready to go, what we really need to do next is get our chilies ready. In Food Wars, the 4th seat makes an incredibly spicy Mapo tofu. Yukihira, on the other hand, kind of goes for more mild balance, and I think that's what I'm gonna go for because I can't handle that much heat. Granted, we are using fresh Thai chilies out of my friend's garden, so I would definitely use a little bit of caution when cutting these and when eating these. Don't make it overly spicy because that's just not fun in and out. When we cut these beautiful fresh Thai chilies, please, please, please use gloves. Please use gloves. Don't touch yourself afterwards. Wash your hands. Don't do anything with your face and or your... I'm just warning you. I've made that mistake. So now we have our chilies, and we have our Szechuan plus our fresh Thai chilies. Granted, it's not a lot of either because, like I said, I can't really handle my spice all that much. Sorry, Sean Evans, I don't know if I could do that hot wing challenge with you right now. But next what we have to focus on is the meatball. I'm unsure if Yukihira actually season the meatballs in any particular way, but I know they have to be well seasoned. So what I'm gonna do for this meatball is actually season it with what I think is gonna go best with the rest of the dish. Namely, soy sauce, hoisin, chili, salt, pepper, onion. Also going to add 1 egg to this mixture just because I feel like it may need a binder. We don't know what this tastes like. Take a little bit, sear it off, taste it for salt, taste it for pepper, taste it for seasoning. So I seared off a quick piece of this beef, and I did char it up a little bit, but I just want to taste it for salt. Maybe a touch more salt and soy sauce, and I think we're good to go. So now that we have all of our mise en place ready, really the only thing we're waiting on is for the curry to set. Now you may be asking, Paul, what about the noodles? To be honest, with the noodles, I did pick up a really nice pre-made noodle from my local market. Yes, you can make your own noodles, but there are really amazing options out there. So today we're gonna be using some really nice fresh udon. I'm pretty excited because I just checked the curry and they are good to go. Look at that. Look at it, look at it, look at it. It's so cool. Hopefully, this actually liquefies again once it heats up. So granted, since we did use a silicone mat for this, we're going to actually be able to pop these guys out, hopefully without any tearing. Let's pop them out and see what happens. Now these are pretty great. They have a nice consistency. I can already feel them slightly falling apart when I touch them, which does mean that they should melt very nicely. Now my friends over at Feast of Fiction actually did something very similar, but they had used a portion cup. So if you don't have access to a silicone mold, you could use something like that as well. I just know that I'm gonna use that silicone mold for some future projects, so I went ahead and spent the money on it. If not, use a small portion cup and you should be totally fine. But now we gotta wrap these bad boys. And I think I have an idea. So this technique is something that I actually learned while working in an Irish pub. It's when we made Scotch eggs, and that's what I'm gonna do to make these. Since this is very soft, I don't wanna have a chance of crushing it, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a portion of beef. You wanna make sure that these are very packed in. Take your thumb, start imprinting your mold. There it is, your lion's head meatball stuffed with a giant chunk of curry in it. You want to be super gentle with these because it feels like this curry isn't going to actually hold up very well if it comes into contact with heat, which is fine, which is what we want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make these very quickly, put them in the fridge and let them set just a little bit longer so the beef actually gets cold again. So now we have the stage set and it's time to actually cook this thing. Remember, mapo tofu doesn't take a long time to actually finish. I have some water going in the back for my noodles. I have my set ready. I have the meatballs coming out of the fridge right now. We're gonna do our tofu in that guy. Then it's the plate up.
First thing we're gonna do is actually sear off the beef to get that process going, and then start caramelizing the onions, throw in your ginger as well as some of your peppers and set that to the side. Then you're actually gonna saute up the peppercorns and get that going, deglaze with stock, add your tofu and thicken it with a bit of slurry. Once it's all ready to go, you can add in your noodles and then finish off the meatball. Time to plate up.
Mapo tofu, one of my favorite dishes, and I am happy to recreate it, but I will say, those curry stuffed meatballs are not the easiest thing to make. Let's see what it tastes like. The moon did not come out. Probably still delicious. Oh yeah, oh that's so good. Hold up, trying not to get my jacket dirty. Oh, just the right amount of spice. Szechuan peppercorns make your mouth numb, makes your mouth water. The beef is actually cooked really nicely and you get the flavor. Look at the viscosity on that curry. I mean, come on. If you guys make this at home, try to freeze the curry just a little bit longer. I think I didn't wait long enough to start wrapping them and start searing it. But I will say this is phenomenal and this is my breakfast and I'm so happy about it.
This is the first time I've ever seen yakisoba with a poached egg injected with the umami of shrimp. This is a flavor bomb for sure, and we cannot deny the three of them really put in the work on this one. The first episode of the new Food Wars season is a beach episode, and we're having yakisoba, and now we gotta stuff oil into a poached egg, but it just doesn't feel quite right yet. There we go. That feels a little bit better. Still really cold, but it's a beach episode. The umami shrimp olive oil. Now, I did have to use shrimp paste for this simply because I didn't have access to shrimp shells. I went around to a couple purveyors and no one really had anything for me to buy, so we're also going to add in some paprika to our shrimp paste to give it that beautiful red oil. Keep in mind that shrimp paste is really strong, so we're only going to be using about 1 tablespoon worth of this shrimp paste. To this, we're going to add about 3 tablespoons worth of your paprika, followed by 1/2 cup of olive oil. You want to make sure that you stir this really well to break down any of that shrimp paste. You don't want any big chunks of shrimp paste in there, it's just not going to taste good, so when you bring it over the flame, also whisk it really hard. We're going to cook this for about 5 to 6 minutes until you see your oil start to sizzle. That's when you want to turn it off, otherwise the oil can burn and become bitter. We're going to let this rest for a few minutes.